Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Bailao. I'm the Chair of Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 25 to order and welcome all of you. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays or technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available for members to help with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned on unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Very important. We have a big agenda today, so please, members, do send your motions as soon as possible and work with staff. You can send your motions to phc@toronto.ca and get help to have those done and ready for discussion. If there are any visiting members, members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you're present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And now I would like to ask our dear friend Juliana Carbone to turn on her video. Is she there? Hi, good morning, Juliana. So we know that it's been a long time coming. I know that we've been in denial, but it is the end of the month, and in a few days, Juliana will be enjoying some retirement. And so I would like to recognize and say a few words for Juliana. And rarely can we say without hesitation that Juliana is truly a beloved public servant, a leader, and I know to many of us, me included, a friend. Her experience, understanding of the issues facing the city, and the way she gets things done makes her one of the most accomplished and respected public servants in our city. She has been with the city, first the old city of North York and then the amalgamated city of Toronto, for over 30 years after starting her career in the private sector. Juliana began her public service career at the Director of Administrative Services for Public Health, where she worked for 14 years. From there, she moved to Director of Revenue Services and was the city's treasurer from 2008 to 15, managing a $10 billion budget. In 2015, she became the city manager for Community and Social Services and also served in 2018 as interim city manager. Juliana was the leader who developed the city's most important major social policy strategies and initiatives. Her list of accomplishments are quite frankly astonishing. They include harmonizing and re-engineering 7 different tax systems as part of the amalgamation. She led the implementation of 3 new revenue programs within 12 months, the municipal land transfer tax, the personal vehicle tax, and solid waste user fees, all very popular programs, very popular. I'm sure that was quite easy. For 6 years, she managed our city's $10 billion budget. Her achievements include the Tenants First strategy, transformation of Toronto community housing, Toronto poverty reduction strategy, including the Fair Pass program, Toronto's action plan to confront anti-Black racism, shelter expansion plan, childcare growth strategy, park recreation facilities and master plan, and Housing Now. Just reading this tells us how missed and how we can't let Juliana go. And even though she has all these accomplishments, in her spare time, she still served as co-patron of the United Way campaign. Her leadership has led to the launch of the Juliana Carbone Spirit of Philanthropy Award, which is given annually to the vision group or individually that embodies the spirit of philanthropy. And of course, members of Planning and Housing Committee, we all know Juliana's leadership in the housing file. Tenant First, Housing Now, Housing Action Plan, creations of the senior entity, and as recently as last week, as in the last few days, she's still making sure that the housing team has the tools they need, and she's just started the restructuring of the housing department here at the city. Truly, her public service career has been unparalleled, history of accomplishment, innovation, and leadership. I've had the honor of working with her for many of these initiatives that have as their goal the emergence of a more just, a more equitable, and a greater city for us all to call home. Juliana's departure from the city will see her leave City Hall, but we know that she will not be leaving our hearts. In the course of our lives, and for all of us in our professional careers, we have the fortunate opportunity to meet many people along our paths. For the most part, we are fortunate to work with some of the most dedicated public services, and one could have the luck to work with, but I think you will agree, Juliana stands alone. She is the epitome of decency, caring, and commitment. All the files and achievements above take only a minute or so to mention, but they are the culmination of a lifetime of service and dedication to the people of this city. Juliana's hard work, compassion, and commitment have truly changed lives in this city. Many times, while we confronted enormous challenges looking for solutions, not the least of which has been the pandemic, we turned to Juliana because we knew just how much she brought to the table, how talented, committed, but also the understanding that she was, and how understanding she was. You know, Martin Luther King once said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? In Juliana's case, the answer is, and has always been, a great deal. So Juliana has been our faithful, dedicated, and wonderful coworker who has contributed so much for this city as the role comes to an end, and another one will endure for all of us, and that is perhaps the most important thing of all. Juliana will continue to be now and in the future our friend. Juliana, on behalf of all of us who have the honor to work with you over the years, we wish you absolutely a wonderful retirement and hope that every day will bring you joy as you are safe in the knowledge that you have touched our lives and made an enormous difference for so many people in this city. Thank you, Juliana, so much for what you have done and for all that you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. but it's never been just me. You know, as I said at council, I've really had such an honor working with such spectacular staff, so talented and dedicated. And it's only by working together that we've been able to make progress, and supported strongly by all the different councils through the years. So thank you all very much. And I'll always be a proud Torontonian. And I promise I will continue to contribute, just in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. We know that. I think the most sought cell number in the history of this city will be Juliana Carbone's personal cell number. Thank you, Juliana. And thank you for still being here with us with such a packed agenda in the very last few minutes of your work life. So thank you. Okay.
Juliana, I'm waiting for my coffee.
I'll bring it down, and once we go through the agenda rundown, I'll bring it down for you. Speaker Juliana.
Thank you, members. Okay, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, next we need a motion to confirm the minutes from meeting on May 20th and the one on June 11th to 2021. Moved by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. So before we move into the agenda review, I'd like to propose the following motion. That the Planning and Housing Committee set following rules for this meeting. That speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10:30 a.m. on June 28, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers will be closed with the exception of the following items: PH 25.1, PH 25.2, PH 25.3, PH 25.5, PH 25.10. And members might be asking why we need to exempt these items. These are statutory items and we cannot close the list of speakers. Also, I'd like to propose that the length of the public presentations be limited to 3 minutes. And so we will be taking our regular lunch also at 12:30, so 12:30 to 1:30. And I propose that we already commit to have a dinner recess at 6 o'clock, so from 6 to 6:30, so our staff can plan for that. And so with that, I'd like to move this motion. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Let's go through the agenda. Okay, item 25.1, technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569-2013 and former City of North York zoning bylaw 7625 relating to 32 and 34 Woolton Crescent. Like to move that, Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, I'll move this staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? That carries. Item 25.2, Housing Now, Bloor-Kipling Block Context Plan and Blocks 1, 2, and 5 City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Final Report.
I just have a question on that, Speaker. Thanks.
So you'd like to hold that, Councillor Fletcher. Next item, 25.3, Housing Now, 405 Sherbourne Street Zoning Amendment Final Report.
I'd like to hold that, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Or Madam Chair, sorry.
Councillor Wong Tam holds that. Item 4, alterations to a heritage property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 405 Sherbourne Street. Would you like to hold that as well, Councillor Wong Tam, or can we move that one?
Why don't we just hold that, because the two items should probably be dealt with together.
Okay. Item 5, zoning.
Thank you.
No problem. Item 5, zoning conformity for official plan employment areas, Phase 1 final report and Phase 2 update. This item is timed for 10:30, and we do have a couple of speakers, but I will I would like to inform that I will be moving a deferral motion for September 21st, and I'll explain why at 10:30. Item 25.6, 2180, 2210 Yonge Street, 15 Eglinton Avenue West, and 20 and 46 Berwick Avenue zoning amendment application preliminary report. We have speakers. No, actually, we don't have speakers on the item. Okay. Anybody that would like to move the staff recommendations? Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. Item 7, the future of Yonge and Eglinton Square, supporting Midtown existing and future residents' quality of life, special study area report. We do have speakers on this one. Item 25.8, our Plan Toronto Keele St. Clair Local Area Study Directions Report. We have speakers on this one. 25.9, upcoming review of city affordable home ownership policy and programs. We have speakers on that item. Item 10, a new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses. We have speakers on this one, and it's timed for 1:30. Next item. Sorry, a few pages here. 11, creating new affordable rental homes at 3377 Bayview Avenue. I can move that. All those in favor? That carries. Item 25.12, creating an additional 92 affordable rental homes at 1750 Ellesmere Road. Anybody? I can move that as well. All those in favor? That carries. Item 2513, Rapid Housing Initiative 150 Dunn. Part of a larger parcel of land including 74, 82, 130, 160, and 162 Dunn Avenue, 117 Close Avenue, and 74 and 78 Springhurst Avenue. Like to move that, Councillor Perks?
Yes, I'll move it. We have no deputies on this?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I'll move it.
Great, thank you. All those in favor? That carries. Item 14, expiry dates for building permits.
I'd like to hold that, Madam Chair. It's Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor Wong-Tam to hold that. Item 15, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites. We do have speakers on that. Item 16, East Harbour Transit-Oriented Communities proposal. We have speakers on that. Item 17, Toronto Green Standards Review and Update. We do have speakers on that. Development Pipeline 2021, that's item 18. We do have speakers on that. Item 25.19, Councillor's request for a list of surplus federal and provincial lands in Toronto. Motion to receive. All those in favor? That carries. 1113, 1117 Dundas Street West, new nonprofit affordable housing opportunity. I do have a motion on behalf of Councillor Cressy. If it's not ready, we'll stand it down. Yeah, okay. So, So I'm moving the recommendations in Councillor Cressy's letter and an additional recommendation that the councillor has requested as well. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. That carries. Okay. Item 21, Tenant Advisory Committee updates and 2021-2022 work plan. We don't have, okay, can we have a motion for approval? We don't, Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor? That carries. 25.22, Toronto Tenant Support Program implementation. Councillor Fletcher moves that. All those in favor? That carries. Item 25.23, actions to address renovictions in Toronto. We have speakers on that. And we do have a new item. Motion to introduce.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Chair, I'm sorry I missed the 25.19, the council request for a list of surplus lands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let that go. I wanted to hold that.
Okay, motion to reopen? All those in favor? That carries. Councillor Fletcher will hold that down. Okay. Can I have a motion to introduce Councillor Layton's letter? Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Would members like to vote on it right now, or do you need some time to? Oh, we haven't put, Clerks is asking us to have it up in the portal for a little bit, so we'll put it up publicly and then we'll vote on it in about an hour or so. Okay, so item 1, technical amendments for zoning bylaw 569/2013 and former. Sorry, never mind. This is done. So, Councillor Fletcher, you've held item 25.2, Housing Now, Bloor-Kipling, 6 points, block context plan and blocks 1, 2, and 5. You have questions of staff?
Yes, I just wanted to know, and I think this is a fantastic development. This is the city-initiated zoning bylaw. How many units of affordable housing will there be here?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Councillor Fletcher. I'm going to ask project manager on the file to answer your question, Annalise Anya. Janina.
Hi there, and thank you through the chair. Between the two blocks, there will be 409 units of affordable housing.
And is this is not the only block? This is being done sequentially. This is a larger site, or is this the all there is?
No, that's right. In total, through the chair, in total, in the Bloor-Kipling area, there are 5 blocks that will be developed as mixed use, including affordable housing. We are just bringing forward the first 2 blocks at this point.
And they are just being approved, and they've not yet been awarded to anyone. This is just the final setting up what's going to go out to the market, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. In May, the Creatio board, as you know, approved the business case for block 1 for it to go to market. We are also advancing the zoning of block 2 so that it will be ready to go to market when the Creatio board approves.
Great. And this will also include some major city building, such as the new Etobicoke Civic Center, I think a library, a rec center. So it will be a true hub that's being created here. Is it not?
Through the chair, that is correct. And the community facilities for the 6 point Bloor-Kipling area will generally be concentrated in the Etobicoke Civic Center.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? Seeing none, speakers?
I'll just move this item, Chair, just saying that this is a very exciting thing, and the Etobicoke Civic Center will be rebuilt. It'll become a community hub. This 6 points intersection, maybe Councillor Nunziata would know about this, but it's been a long-standing issue. The Westwood Theatre lands, it's taken a long time to put this all together. So to see this coming together in such a fulsome way, I think it's one of the reasons why Creatio was created, because it'd be very hard for anybody to do that and to manage it from a city building point of view. So it really is a testament to the new Creatio and its ability to truly city build, and in this case, rebuild the Etobicoke Civic Center in a premier location. So with this, I'll just move this and thank staff for all their work, both at City and at Creatio.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I would just like to emphasize, because this is the first item that has a number of affordable housing units, and some of them we approved through the agenda rundown, but we have an incredible amount of affordable housing units to be approved at this meeting. Between the Housing Now sites, private applications that are coming through, it's well over 1,000 units that will be moving on today. So I think we need to thank staff for moving these applications forward and having these reports in front of us. We're looking forward to having shovels in the ground as soon as possible and having these turned into somebody's home as soon as possible. But it's quite impressive, the number of units that we have in front of us here today. So thank you all for your hard work. With that, all those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Item 3, Housing Now 405 Sherbourne Street. Councillor Wong-Tam. Questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just have a quick motion when it's time.
Anybody with questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would request that the clerk please put the motion onto the screen. My motion is to direct the Chief Planner, Executive Director of City Planning to provide us the opportunity to create a site plan working group. This should be done obviously in consultation with the local residents association, stakeholders, and I would add the ward councillor, and to make sure that the site plan application is not approved until we actually finalize the following 2 actions, and that is a construction and traffic management plan, and this includes landscaping, public realm improvements that we anticipate to the site, as well as the final determination of the operator and the future use of the on-site community facility space. And I just want to say thank you to the city planning staff, everyone at CREATIO. It was actually a true pleasure, I want to say, an absolute pleasure in working with all of the staff and the consultants on this application. It is obviously much needed affordable housing market rentals that are coming to the area. We are able to take another look and also add some additional density without necessarily breaching the planning envelope that would be deemed as inappropriate. And so planning staff said it could be done and had minimal impact on the area residents. And I just wanted to say that, when it comes to reviewing development applications, we oftentimes get into a tussle with developers because they're so interested in obtaining highest and best use, but oftentimes just extraordinary density because they want to extract the profits. I really value the approach that CREATIO took. I recognize that they're an agency of the city. I recognize they were trying to pursue higher order use of the site, but at the same time, trying to drive a market project that would actually work. So therefore, it's feasible. And so to that effect, it actually ended up being entirely non-confrontational. Not for my community locally, who was able to come out to the meetings, ask some questions, have their answers answered quickly. But the fact that CREATIO and the city planning staff worked hand in hand as they were submitting the application and getting the application approved to where we are today is a real testament of what happens when we actually apply good planning principles to a city building project. So you have the height, you have some density, but we have a great outcome to the community. And I think it is going to be celebrated widely once the proposal is built and we can start to welcome those families into the homes. And I forgot to thank Housing Secretariat and all our housing staff. I slapped on my wrist because they've been at all these different meetings. They've been very patiently answering questions of the community. We couldn't have gotten this far without them. So thank you very much to everyone involved.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I would just like to add that we need to thank you, Councillor, as well, because I know that you've been very open in working with planning and CREATE and your community to have the most affordable housing possible, to really have a good project here, one that fits in with your community but has these great city building objectives. So thank you for working with everybody and really pushing this and allowing the conversations to happening and leading on making sure that we get the most number of affordable housing units in there. So thank you. Okay, with that, all those in favor? That carries. Next item is 25.4, alterations to a heritage property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 405 Sherbourne Street. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you. No questions. Just to move the recommendations coming from the Preservation Board as well as the staff report. This is obviously the accompanying report to the 405 Sherbourne application. And I just want to cite one thing. I recognize that there was some urbanists on Twitter that was making fun of this this particular report, asking why are we evaluating the heritage propositions of a parking lot. And of course, that's not what the report was about at all. It was about talking about the adjacencies. It was talking about the context of the entire area. And I think that it sailed through, obviously, at Preservation Board because there is no actual asset on the parking lot that needs preserved. But that's the kind of conversation that needs to happen if we're talking about developing infill and making sure that new development, abutting heritage conservation districts, studies as well as plans that are to come are done in a very respectful and responsible manner. So I appreciate the humor that was thrown out there, but it was actually, I think in some ways it kind of belittled, to be quite honest, the process. And I just wanted to flag that because it's part of how we evaluate applications when it comes to rezoning, but increasingly important is how we actually plan and think out urban design in Old City of Toronto with new build butting up against heritage areas. So thank you very much again to all the staff.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. So item 5 is timed for 10:30. So we'll now move to item 25.7, the future of Yonge and Eglinton Canada Square supporting Midtown existing and future residents' quality of life special study area report. And we'll start with speakers. David Tickle. David, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes, and thanks for joining us today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to jump right in. Good morning. I thank you, Chair Balau, and the Planning and Housing Committee members for taking the time to hear from me today. My name is David Tickall. I'm president of the Quantum Owners and Residents Association, which represents a 2-tower condominium community of over 900 homes right across the street from the mid-block subway entrance to Canada Square. I'm speaking today for the Midtown Coalition of 11 ratepayer groups that participated in the city-mandated Midtown Working Group. Our report, Imagining a New Town Centre for Midtown Toronto, was unanimously adopted by its members that include Councillors Cole, Matlow, and Robinson, TDSB trustees Chernos, Lynn, and Laskin, the Midtown BIA, the Central Eglinton Community Centre, and our 11 Midtown Coalition members. The report is in your file for this item. An esteemed Toronto planner and urban thinker recently said to me that Midtown is a community in crisis. Indeed, our tower residential growth is out of control. Our population will soon reach 150,000. Schools, childcare, parks, community and cultural amenities range from zero to sorely insufficient. Yonge and Eglinton is about to become our city's second biggest transit hub, yet it has barely any walkable 21st century jobs for the people who live nearby, let alone for transit riders from the four corners of Toronto and the 905. Midtown residents want to know, will our city leaders help us address these issues, or will they stand by while Midtown becomes a declining bedroom community, utterly deficient in social, cultural, and economic infrastructure? Our vision has 6 priorities, which I will list in unranked order. Priority 1, the Canada Square site should be a new town centre for Midtown with a vibrant mix of uses, park and open space, residential, learning, employment, community facilities, culture, and performing arts. A post-secondary satellite campus with a green economy theme could set the tone for innovative job creation, urban design, and cultural activities. Priority 2, residential uses on the site should be limited to 20% of GFA. Affordable housing should be at least 25% of the mix. Priority 3, Canada Square should have a new school to serve students from JK to grade 8. Priority 4, Canada Square should feature a large public park. Priority 5, Canada Square should be a centre of citywide importance for inspiring post-secondary learning and innovative jobs. And priority 6, community and cultural facilities should include childcare, community programming, and culture and performing arts, and they should incorporate Toronto's Indigenous presence. Two kinds of government policies apply to this site. The first kind of policies are an OPA 235 adopted by City Council in 2009. It provides mainly for new residential development on Canada Square. But consider this, the city adopted this planning amendment 12 years ago when no one predicted what was coming to Midtown. The second kind of municipal and provincial policies for Midtown, and specifically for the Young Eglinton core, call for the complete community components that we all know are missing. Clearly, we face a momentous choice between two very different ways to think about policy. This file was moved from Community Council to PHC because of this land's significance as a city-owned site in the middle of Toronto at a major transit hub. The site has vast economic and social potential and huge needs. We need to think well beyond the fence lines of a typical site-based application. I respectfully ask the committee to act on the recommendations contained in what I understand is a letter coming from Councillors Matlow, Cole, and Robinson that the city first endorse the vision for Canada Square in our report, second, that it mandate a feasibility assessment and plan for this new Midtown Centre vision, and third, that it receive this feasibility study at least 3 months before the report from the normal planning study on the current site application, which would be conducted in parallel.
I'm going to have
The
to
City of
ask,
Toronto-
sorry, David,
more?
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. We only
Yeah,
have 3 minutes
wrapping
now,
up
and
right
you're
now.
well over 3 minutes. So I remind all
Okay.
speakers, there's only 3 minutes of speaking time.
Okay, I just 25 more words. The City of Toronto owns the Canada Square lands. The highest and best use of these lands is to serve public needs.
Thank
We
you.
urge you to support a genuine effort to achieve together our last best chance to create a legacy
Thank
Midtown
you,
Centre
David.
that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, David. Next, we have Ann King, but Ann, I see that your mic is not connected. Would you be able to connect your mic? Okay, I'm going to be moving to the next speaker, and in the meantime, Ann, if you can connect your mic, that would be great. Next, we have Kathy McDonald. Good morning, Kathy. Just reminding you have 3 minutes, okay?
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm speaking today as the representative of Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, as a member of the coalition and also the Midtown Working Group. Contra includes over 30 residents associations in the area bounded by Shepherd, Bloor, Don Valley Parkway, and Bathurst, and Yonge and Eglinton as at the center of our area. So, as you know, Yonge and Eglinton is now one of the designated growth areas for the city and has seen incredible growth with a huge increase in residential development, but missing essential components: green space, community facilities, jobs, etc. The Canada Square site is the only site left where these kinds of uses can be accommodated. It's also at the intersection of the Eglinton LRT and the Yonge subway. The vision for Tenant Square is supported by existing policies, especially OPA 405, the requirement in Midtown Focus that this be a special study area. And the only maybe exception to the policies is regarding the amount of residential development. But as you know, this area is hugely overdeveloped already with residential projects. And what we really don't need for that area is another huge residential project. So I'm speaking in support of the motions proposed by the 3 councillors for the areas abutting the site. Of course, Josh Matlow, my counselor as a Deer Park resident, and Councillor Cole, and no, my mind is missing. Never mind. Anyway, the 3 councillors abutting the site, and we strongly support the recommendations that the vision for Yonge and Eglinton, Canada Square as the town center for our community, that motion be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Reminder that Ann King, your mic is still not on, so I'm going to continue with another speaker, but if you would like to speak, if you can turn your mic on, that'd be great. Christine Denisov. Christine?
Hi there.
Good morning,
Madam Chair. And
go ahead.
thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Christine Denisov, and I'm a principal with Urban Strategies. Our firm has been working with Oxford for a number of years, and for reference, Oxford is the long-term ground leaseholder of the Canada Square site. As the lead planner and applicant for the associated rezoning application, I'm requesting to speak today to make 2 points as it relates to the working group's priorities and City Planning's recommendations, which are under consideration today. The first is that we support City staff's recommendations, which is to consider the working group's priorities to the extent with which they are consistent with existing and emerging policy. Canada Square is located in an exceptionally strategic location. It's at the intersection of Yonge and Eglinton, which is not only one of the most significant transit hubs in Toronto, but also at the heart of the Yonge and Eglinton Centre. There have been many ambitions for the site, and there's a need to balance local and citywide objectives in the redevelopment plans. We have reviewed the working group's priorities for the Midtown area and believe that the Canada Square proposal meaningfully contributes to several of them, including delivering a significant amount of open space, incorporating new Class A office space, the largest contribution in Yonge Eglinton Centre in decades, providing new community facilities, and by including affordable housing. But in addition to these aspects, the proposal also does and should respond to the existing planning framework, which has been shaped for well over a decade. The city initiated a comprehensive study that resulted in a site-specific zoning bylaw in 2009. The site since then has been subject to the comprehensive Midtown in Focus study. This work took several years and culminated in the passing of OPA 405 in 2019. And finally, the site, which coincides with the Eglinton subway station, has had a number of transit investments that have been planned for a long time. The approach to date for the redevelopment of the site has been to build off of all of this work that has been undertaken to date. And as such, in addition to the benefits already listed and prioritized by the working group, the plan tries to respond to all of these other kind of broader citywide objectives that have been planned for to date. In addition to the priorities that have been listed already, the plan also includes significant transit investment, including the provision of a new TTC bus terminal and various enhancements to the Eglinton subway station. It includes delivering transit supportive densities at a major transit station, and it includes the inclusion of purpose-built rental housing. Therefore, while we believe that the proposal contributes to a number of the working group's priorities, we are also of the opinion that these priorities need to be considered in the context of citywide policies and objectives for the site. The second point that I wanted to make is that we support staff's proposed next steps, which include proceeding with community consultation meetings with the broader community and working towards zoning bylaw amendment.
Christine, if you can wrap up, last thought. Yep. So, the last point is we're committed to working with planning staff and collaborating with community stakeholders, and are just committed to working with staff going forward. That concludes my remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Tom Cohen. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, members of the committee, many thanks for listening. I'm Tom Cohen, an historian. I work in particular on Rome of the Renaissance, and my interest in that glorious city put me into the City Institute at York, my university for more than 50 years. I'm also an eternal activist. When I first immigrated in 1969, I jumped on a political hay wagon, met Jane Jacobs on board, and soon found myself on the executive of the immortal SSSOCCC, Stop Spadina Save Our City Coordinating Committee. We just had the 50th anniversary there. I've also been on the board of Toronto Zoo, and I'm now chair of EPRA, Eglinton Park Residents Association, northwest corner of Yonge and Eglinton, directly across the street from the new development. EPRA goes back 15 years in development matters. We've been active in all sorts of ways, and we're an interesting RA. We've had directors from every continent except Antarctica and almost every faith. One director fled Vietnam on a fishing boat. Another, an Ismaili Indian, had to flee the Congo. We have current directors from Hong Kong, Trinidad, Guyana, Berlin, Chicago, Philadelphia, and even Toronto. We're intensely green, socially progressive, and keen on affordable housing. We have many reasons for recommending this working group report, but I'm going to wear my historian's hat and talk about sense of place. As the working group report says, Yonge and Eglinton is not just anywhere, it's special, stands out. It's where Canada's longest street, maybe the world's longest, Yonge Street, crosses Eglinton, Toronto's longest east-west avenue. The crossroads marks the location of a vanished town, North Toronto, and our local architecture still has landmarks from its older history. We still have Postal Station K, now lovingly restored, just about Canada's only monogram of Edward VIII, the king who never was, thanks to his lucky abdication. The postal station stands on the site of Montgomery's Tavern, focal point for the 1837 rebellion that assured representative government in Upper Canada. And earlier, before the settlers came, on top of the glacial Drumlin Hill in Eglinton Park and under Allenby School, there was once a great Wendat village at the spring there with wide cornfields spilling down to Mud Creek. One of the ROM's great digs was on that site. Why does all this matter? It matters because, as the study group wants to make sure, this crossroads needs a sense of place, that it's not a kind of Gertrude Stein urban vacuum with no there. It's a somewhere, a place with architecture, with a sense of self, with memory, a place that says to the people of the city, this is Midtown, this is North Toronto, this is a place that knows where it comes from and shows where it thinks it can carry us as the city grows, a place that embraces us, empowers us, enlivens us, honors all of us, and shelters us. That's why our ambitious proposal desires your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have Andy Gort. Good morning, Andy. Andy, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for being able to speak today, Chair Anna and fellow members of Planning Housing. You've heard from other community members about the looming imbalance of housing with lack of community services and employment. So I will skip that. And I am a member of the Midtown Coalition that put the community vision and priorities together. And I'm also the president of the South Eglinton Residents and Ratepayers Association. And we represent the Southeast Quadrant. And we've had plenty of experience with developments to give us insight from a planning and a legal perspective. I would like to respond a bit to the comments made just previously about the application from Oxford. We found that the actual application doesn't really respond to the comments that are made, since 80% of the application in terms of gross floor area is residential. And there's only, of the 276,000 square meters of development space, 1,000 square meters offered as a community space. And the employment replacement is less than what is there today. So the facts don't quite stack up to what what is being spoken here today. And we also support the city motion, the city report for the special study area. So we accept and we support the request for action in that report. But we feel that the city request for action does not go far enough and that more action needs to be taken in parallel. We believe that Canada Square is currently missing a clear definition of the strategic role the site needs to play in the future development of Midtown and even of the city, and that the land use planning role needs to be further defined. And perhaps that was not clear previously when the contractual arrangement between the city and Oxford was defined. But as the city is evolving, it is our opinion that Canada Square site is becoming a strategic planning importance to the Midtown and to the city of Toronto for the following reasons. One, it's at the core of the urban growth center, one of the few in the city, and provincial planning policy has high aspirations for UTCs. And secondly, it will shortly be one of the top 3 public transportation hubs of the city, which offers the city wide opportunities for land use at Canada Square of being a transit destination versus a transit transfer point. And number 3, what you've heard about already, that the site has the opportunity to provide much needed remediation of the imbalance between housing and all the other elements of the community. Section 37 and 42 provisions have not been adequate to remedy the balance, and in any event, land is mostly held by private owners. And the Canada Square lands, being city-owned land, have the potential to restore a balance in Midtown. And with those 3 strategic functions, we ask you to explore the community report further by adopting the pending motion from the 3 city councils to endorse the city vision to further investigate the strategic use of Canada Square lands with a request for city departments.
I'm going to have to ask you to, Andy, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, to undertake a feasibility study in parallel, independently from the Oxford application, and to continue a broader community consultation for this Canada Square site.
Thank you.
This site has the opportunity because, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. And our last speaker, Ann King. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Technology is not my friend. But,
don't worry. We've all been there. At some point in time, we've all been there. Don't worry. So thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Ann King, and I'm a member of the Midtown Working Group. I represent the Stanley Knowles Housing Cooperative. I'm here today to speak in support of the motion brought by Cole, Matlow, and Robinson, our councillors, by giving you a personal glimpse into how our report can directly affect the lives of Midtown residents. I will focus on affordable housing, open green space, and community facilities. I'm talking about these aspects of our report because I'm a beneficiary of affordable housing. I have lived for 20 years at the Stanley Knowles Housing Cooperative, which is located 1 block north of the Canada Square site. Stanley Knowles has a mandate to provide affordable housing for seniors. At least 2/3 of our 104 units are occupied by senior citizens, some of whom are quite elderly. 10 of our units are wheelchair accessible. Our report recommends that residential space in Canada Square site be limited to 20% of the GFA. There is an abundance of residential housing offerings in the Midtown community already, and more are on the way. You might say we are under siege by developers whose primary goal seems to consist of putting up more and bigger residential towers. However, one resource which is in extremely short supply is affordable housing. It's unusual for a community to advocate for affordable housing in their neighborhood, but we request that a minimum of 25% of the development's residential space be allocated to affordable housing. The development proposal by Oxford currently contains no provisions for affordable housing. Toronto is experiencing a crisis in affordable housing. I know this is a cause near and dear to the hearts of several of you, particularly you, Ms. Bailao, whose advocacy in this area is well known. Our report reflects our belief that the city has a responsibility to remedy this problem, and each community must do its share to support this remedy. We also believe that a neighborhood that is home to a range of incomes is more likely to be a just, accepting, and vibrant community. I'm reminded of the statement by Adam Bond, who said, affordable housing is not the problem, it's the answer. Affordable housing has allowed me and many of my neighbors to retire with peace of mind. It allowed others to provide safe, comfortable homes for their children, and others were financially able to pursue career education. The cooperative housing model allows people of modest means to have decent homes suitable for their family and have a voice in the governance and management of these homes on a not-for-profit basis. We believe that the co-op model would be a successful and effective way to deliver affordable housing in the Canada Square development. And as a large tract of land owned by the city, Canada Square offers our best hope for a significant contribution to affordable housing in Midtown. Co-ops provide effective but not luxurious accommodation. At Stanley Knowles, our units are small and we do not have balconies. Our members are people of modest means. They do not have cottages and very few can afford a car. The experience of the pandemic threw into high relief their need for nearby walkable green open spaces and community facilities. Yes?
I'm going to have to ask you for your last thought.
I will. We want to make our recommendations and priorities a reality, but we need your help. We implore you to endorse the vision of the Midtown Working Group report and pass the motion that contains the recommendations on how to achieve it. Your support will be long remembered. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anne, any questions of the speakers? Seeing none, thank you so much. That concludes the list of speakers for this item. So we'll move into questions of staff. And I see that there's a few visiting councillors. So any visiting councillors with questions of staff? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just related to some of the comments that the community have stated today. I'm asking staff if these things can be accomplished for this important central piece of the young Eglinton story.
Through the speaker, through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Robinson. And I'm joined today by Oren Tamir and Alex Teixeira, who are working on the file. In general, Councillor, you know, from a bottom line point of view, staff very much share the thematic approach that the working group has articulated. These themes and issues that have been raised have been commonly discussed on applications in Yonge and Eglinton and throughout the secondary plan review process. And we are equally concerned about the growth pressures. I think we've articulated that most recently in our June 11th report to PHC on the infrastructure strategies and the zoning update. So all of that is really, I think, largely in sync. It's really comes down to how much can be done on any one application, and this and how much in the context of what planning parameters might apply on any given site. And this site is not unlike many other sites in that it does have existing planning parameters that are that we have to evaluate, like we would anybody, that we have to evaluate this application in the context of. And certainly there is an added dimension here around the Create TO lease and the parameters of that. This application is about 7.5 times coverage. The zoning on the site is 7. So the big ask, I think, with this application is around the height increase that's being sought. But in so many respects, the application, as we've considered it to date, is putting on the table a lot of attributes. And we still have work to do. We still have negotiations to do. We still have stakeholder work to do. But this application is putting a lot of attributes on the table, which will, in many ways, address directly and indirectly those themes and issues that have been raised to date.
Thank you. How aware are you of the Northeast Quadrant basically having a very severe park deficit and lack of green space, green infrastructure? How aware are you of that? Because I know Parks is working on that, and they have a very difficult time purchasing land because of their being outmarketed, outpaced by developers. So what's your game plan for the all the cement and no blade of grass in the Northeast Quadrant?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, I am aware. I mean, certainly not specifically, but my general comment would be that I know that Council has adopted a Parks and Public Realm strategy for Yonge and Eglinton, that we are securing where we can open space in conjunction with development approvals that have proceeded in the area. Looking at any and all opportunities, as you say, quite correctly, the land value competition is quite severe in Yonge and Eglinton, and it's challenging as it is in other areas of the city for the city to actually go out and purchase. But we have a plan. We may not be executing it as fast as everybody likes because of that competitive environment and the difficulties and challenges. I don't want to, embellish, and I do want to acknowledge that it is challenging. But we are advancing that plan, and the idea is to report back on those infrastructure strategies early in 2022 as we continue to make progress where we can.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Any other councillors with questions? Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, it's Josh Matlow. Hi, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to begin with just a little bit of a rapid fire series of questions, perhaps to Greg or to whoever you'd like. Would you concur, through you, Chair, that there is already on the table the possibility of having significant open space on the site? And in fact, I've even moved motions to pass to ensure that would happen. That is on the table, and that's not going to be contentious.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are pursuing open space, both public open space and POPs. Yes.
And would you concur that there are discussions happening with the TDSB about the possibility of achieving an elementary school to address the school capacity challenge in the area?
I'll just ask Oren to answer that one.
Yes, through the chair, we are having those conversations.
And would you concur that it is, if we have a willing partner from a higher education institution, post-secondary institution, that we could venture towards achieving one on that site?
Yes, through the chair, we've commenced those conversations as well.
We are having those initial conversations. It's true. Would you, frankly, is there anything in the community vision, in the town center vision, that you think is not something that's reasonable and even possible?
Again, through the chair, I think as we identified in the report, there may be limitations that we can apply given the quantums that may have been expressed by the working group. As I noted, there is substantial as of right zoning on the site, and to the extent that that may be a challenge, I would highlight that. But again, thematically, we very much believe what has been expressed by the working group are thematically important matters for us to continue to review and consider as much as we possibly can through the application process.
And that's what we're asking you to do, along with the motion, by the way, committee members, that you'll see from Councillor Wong-Tam on our behalf today. Last question for you, Greg. Would you concur, and this might be of interest to the committee members, given that part of the motion that you'll see soon as a supplement to the report is also asking to stagger the process so that the city reviews and considers the town center vision before considering this application of Oxford or any other application for that matter. In other words, we review and we consider this vision to see what's possible and make sure that we have a clear vision moving forward. Would you concur that in 2018 we also achieved an agreement that that an application on the site will not be appealable to the provincial appeals body? In other words, we're not under the same type of time crunch as we would have normally been with a private site where it could have, within 90 days, just been appealed to the tribunal?
I believe there may have been a couple of questions there, Councillor. I'm trying to break it apart in my mind, but on the very last point you made, certainly there are parameters, time parameters in the agreement. I mean, Oxford and Creatio can maybe comment on this, but Oxford are an existing leaseholder on the lands and could decide at any time that it is going to revert to its existing lease and not take on the new lease that's been negotiated with the benefits that come with the new lease. So I'd say that is certainly an aspect that we're aware of and that we want to work toward a resolution of this. We've already had 4 reports on this matter. We have not had a broad community consultation yet, and we believe it's important to move forward. I believe the request for examination of the feasibility of the working group elements can be done in conjunction with moving forward on the review. I do, to be honest with you, with the greatest respect, worry about staggering the timelines associated with this. We run the risk of running out of runway and having the matter, having Oxford decide that it doesn't want to engage further.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to supplement that, just to be clear, I appreciate your opinion about the staggering approach, but and we always knew that the lease agreement is conditional, so that's not, that's understood. But you would concur, though, that it's not appealable. So in other words, if we as a city, on behalf of the community, decide that we want to take some time to do this with a different approach, we can do that without the threat of an appeal in this particular and very unique case.
Again, through the chair, I don't believe the threat of appeal exists, but the threat of the leaseholder that we've worked through a duly considered lease. The leaseholder could decide to revert to their original lease and terminate the path they're on now, which would put in jeopardy what we are considering.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Any other visiting councillors with questions? Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm just getting my screen back. Councillor Cole, would you have some questions of staff? Councillor Cole.
Yes. The first question I have, are you aware that the community is not so much concerned about height and density, but their worry is about the lack of balance between residential towers and workplace new developments? Are you aware that they're concerned about there's a tipping towards almost totally residential in existing applications and applications that are coming in weekly in the pipeline?
Through the chair, I am aware of that. In fact, staff share the concern that we are losing office space in Yonge and Eglinton. We certainly took steps through this staff recommended for the city approved OPA, slightly clawed back on the office space provisions by the provincial government. So we were looking for any and all opportunities to reconfirm the mixed use character of Yonge and Eglinton. This application includes about 59,000 square meters in the order of 600,000 square feet of office space and a new headquarters for Canadian Tire. So this is a very real bird in the hand moment for Yonge and Eglinton to reestablish or to continue at least its mixed use character. Vitally important for that live work ambiance that all of us understand to be the key for success in Toronto's centers, which this is one. So we're very much aware of that. We share that concern and we're working hard on this application. That's one of the reasons why we're working hard on this application.
So what percentage of office replacement is there in this application?
Warren, do you have that percentage?
Yeah, it's just below 100%. We still have to do some calculations on the existing condition, but we understand the existing condition might be around 70,000 square meters, proposed about 60,000 square meters, but again, we're still understanding those numbers.
And it would be with modern office space to modern office space standards in a post-COVID world, which I think is important, setting it up for success.
And are you taking into account, you look at this application, are you taking into account what's happening across the street in my ward, where I have 3 towers up to 65 stories going in right across the street? So when you look at this Oxford application, are you taking into account what's happening across the street?
Through the chair, I think what we try to do as much as possible is look at the context of all the applications. Every time one comes in on a site, we review the context. And certainly this is a large site at the southwest corner. And we'll be looking at all 4 corners, trying to understand the context, how it fits in, how it suggests, or what its implications are for other sites and precedents that it sets, but also from an infrastructure point of view, as everyone is pointing out, this site does offer an opportunity to lift us up on infrastructure overall. So having new public space, potential community space, affordable housing, all of these things, I think will help everyone. It's a question of proportionality and how much can we do on this site, considering again the existing planning context.
Are you concerned about all these towers reaching up to 70 stories here and 65 stories on my site, overshadowing the only park in the area?
Councillor, we will apply all of the city's applicable policies, and to the extent that we can shape and minimize the impact of shadow and maintain the utility of open space. You know that we work hard on that. There's always a balance. There's always some give and take. And also, this site is a very large site. Some of those sites you're referring to, of course, are very small. And we have another set of concerns on those sites, that those sites just might be overdevelopment in and of themselves.
And what about, have you looked at the impact on the Eglinton station? As you know, pre-COVID, you have to wait up to 5 to 7 or 8 cars in the morning to get on the Eglinton, the station subway line on Yonge. Now, with this site here, with the new towers here, and then on top of it, you have the Yonge line being extended north with more passengers ridership on the Yonge line. Plus, you have the crosstown dumping. When it's complete, another 20,000 people at Yonge and Eglinton. What are the capacity concerns that there might be at the Eglinton station with these other 2 changes which are occurring with the Yonge extension, the crosstown station intersecting at Eglinton? Have you looked at those impacts about a safe and orderly interchange at the TTC station at Eglinton?
Through the chair, Councillor Cole, the part of the infrastructure strategy work and part of our update in the earlier June 11th report was a quick highlight of what work is underway on alternative transportation and traffic planning issues in Yonge and Eglinton. It is, as you point out, highly congested in a pre-COVID sense, and there are Line 1 capacity issues. There's no question about that. The one initial big move here is a new TDC bus terminal, replacement of 2 new TDC entrances, which will help. I think from a land use planning point of view, making sure that we continue to have jobs in Yonge and Eglinton as a place for creating that 2-way traffic, not just a commuter, as many have pointed out, not just a place where people live, but actually a place where people work and actually want to come to, creates that 2-way traffic that helps manage transportation. No question, lots of work to do still, no question, not disagreeing with you. And we'll have an update report on that in our infrastructure updated report early in 22.
Well, yeah. The other last question is, you have a report on your agenda already, which says, I think there are 94 or 96 development applications in the Yonge Eglinton area, which says that the Yonge Eglinton area that are either approved in the pipeline, whatever,
Is that
another
his-
94, whatever it is.
Yeah,
So
it's-
if you add the 94 applications that are there, plus Canada Square, plus what's happening in Councillor Robinson's ward, what's happening in my ward, how have we not reached the tipping point here at Yonge and Eglinton? How are people going to be able to essentially
Last
live
question, Councillor.
and work at Yonge and Eglinton with, again, another 94 applications? How is this feasible or good planning?
Through the chair, Councillor, you're raising one of the big issues with what's going on in Yonge and Eglinton is the amount of density that is called for in the official plan that was approved, and the 94 that you're referring to are projects in all stages of the pipeline, some of which in an initial review stage, some of which all the way to approved, as you point out. So they will all come online if they get built over a period of time. And the idea of running infrastructure strategies, as we've reported, alongside all of this is a way for us to manage this. I'll also point out that what's very, very important, and we talked to the Midtown Planning Group about this recently, is our zoning approach, which is to update and align the zoning bylaw with the official plan that's been approved by the province. And in doing so, make infrastructure front and center in consideration of utilizing that density. How much of that density and how it gets deployed needs to have a closer connection with the provision of infrastructure that everyone has pointed out. And we have other tools in the Planning Act that we can begin to employ more diligently in Yonge and Eglinton once we've updated that zoning bylaw. And that's work that we are presently fully engaged with.
Thank you. Councillors inside the committee with questions? Any councillors with questions? Seeing none. I just...
Sorry.
Is anybody saying
I'm
something?
so sorry. I thought yeah, it was me. I thought you were going on to speakers, and I was just indicating that I'd like to when we get to that
yes.
part. Yeah,
Just one. I do have just one question. Greg, I thought I heard you say that you are very much in line with what the residents have presenting, the themes, the vision of the community. Is that correct?
Yes, with the caveat that any one site can only do so much, and I did highlight that we're looking closely at, to the extent that we can deliver on these themes, we will work hard to deliver on these themes. But everything is part of that development review process and will be thoroughly considered in that context.
Okay. And the tools that you're working on is the planning tools to review that. So there's been a lease agreement that has been signed. And when you were talking about, yes, that there's no risk of appeal, but there's a risk of the lease agreement falling through. That's what you wanted to emphasize, that we have that risk of that lease falling through, right?
Yes, and I mean, it is under CreateTO's purview. I don't know if Michael Whalen is on the call and can comment further on that. I'm certainly conveying what we've discussed as a team with CreateTO, that processing this application in a way that resolves it one way or the other and keeping it moving is something that I think we're all interested in doing.
And so this property has a current lease until 2070. Is that correct?
Michael, are you on? Michael Whalen, is he on the call this morning? I'm not sure. I don't see his name.
Greg, it's Oren here. I believe it's for another 60 years.
Yes, the current lease that's right. The current lease is for another 60 years. What we're working with now is an amended lease, which council endorsed in 2018.
Okay. And there's legal obligations under that, but there's nobody that can answer those questions here today for us?
I don't believe I see Michael Whalen on the call.
Okay. That's a bit disappointing, but okay. Those were my questions. Speakers, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members for your attention to this incredibly important discussion that we are having as a Midtown community about how to see Canada Square meet many of the needs that we have wanted to see achieved for our community for many years, but we have provincial planning policy that doesn't focus on that. For many years, we worked on the Midtown Focus Plan. It was deeply consultative, led by our planners, and it was a really meaningful document that sought to focus on social services, infrastructure, art space, and other quality of life priorities to support a growing community young in Eglinton that was designated as an urban growth center by the province back in 2006. And because of our messed up governance model in Canada, where cities have very limited roles and powers, it had to go to the Minister of Municipal Affairs for approval. While he kept some of it, he also took a red marker and crossed up a lot of it, even increased heights in some cases by twofold, and dramatically changed the framework to be more developer-friendly and less community-friendly. This government also brought back the old rules of the OMB, and now has even changed the name of the appeals tribunal, and the rules are even more developer-friendly and less community-friendly. What we've experienced in Midtown, for those of you from downtown, it's similar, if not even worse in some cases, as what they did with Teo Court. And at Canada Square, because it's public land, because the city and the TDC own it, notwithstanding the rights that are owned by Oxford, we see this as an opportunity to finally meet many of the goals that should be done if we had a planning process that was more about community than developers' interests in this province. We have schools that are bursting at the seams, not rhetoric, it's real, and we absolutely need an elementary school. We need park space throughout the community, and yes, in particular in the Northeast Quadrant. We need post-secondary institutions. We need affordable housing. This is a community actually that is being the opposite of not in my backyard. They're saying, yes, we want all these things to come to Yonge and Eglinton to improve our quality of life for those of us who live in the neighborhood and for those who will move in the future. It's about quality of life. That is our focus. You've been told today that there's concern about the lease agreement, the conditional lease agreements, maybe not being met in some way. What we're hearing from the community is that this lease agreement actually isn't good enough, that there may have to be changes. This is not appealable. This is an opportunity to do some real good that should be done a long time ago. And I want to thank the community the community said to us, what was on the table isn't good enough. We can do better. Their three councillors, even with admitted differences between us, came together and have come together unified because we believe in what the community is putting forward. And I want to thank those community members who have pushed the envelope and challenged our city to do better for them and on their behalf. And I want to thank Bruce Davis, who led our working group thoughtfully and creatively and effectively to arrive at some very, not only reasonable, but actually visionary proposals that you see before you today. And I want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for moving a motion on our behalf, both mine, Councillor Robinson Cole, and the communities, that takes this a step further as far as both asking you to support the recommendations, but also the process. And I alluded to the process earlier in my questions to Greg, meaning we need to be considering the Oxford application, and that is being considered by planning staff. I'm not asking for work to be held up. What I'm asking for is that before the city moves forward with that application in any substantive way, that we allow for this vision, this town center vision, this plan, these recommendations, to be fully evaluated and resolved before we, in earnest, actually accept that that application is the be-all and end-all of what we want to work on and arrive at. Because what we'd like to seek is that rather than us, as we always have to do, fit into the developer's view of what should happen here, we want the developer to actually work on a plan that fits into our view of what is in the best interest of our community. And we have an historic opportunity, given that this is public land owned by us and an unappealable scenario, which is, I've never seen that happen before, to actually do it better than we've been able to do it before, only because the province hasn't provided us the tools in the toolbox, which leads us to be, once again, always in a position where we're managing development applications rather than having the last say. I won't go on about my frustrations about that because I know you all share that view. I'm asking you, my colleagues, our colleagues, to provide us with an opportunity to do things differently here and allow us to really set out a vision on behalf of the community, with the community, and by the community, working with planning staff who have done an amazing job already and have been working so well with us towards doing something really special. And the last thing I wanted to mention, if
Thank
I
you,
may,
Councillor. I'm going to have to, I know the clock doesn't show the 5 minutes, but you're well over 5 minutes because it didn't start on time.
Well, then I'll just say thank you.
Okay. My screen is, okay. Other councillors to speak from outside the committee? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to start by thanking the deputants, the community members that have come forward today to speak on this. And not just today, well in advance of today, they've been actively engaged on this file. It's very impressive, the amount of time that they have dedicated to this endeavor. Nights, weekends, they've just been amazing in participating in working group forums, as well as offline in preparing for those forums. And there's much more work to do. I do hope that we see a full-on public segment to this because it's such an important piece of land to the city and to the young Eglinton community. It's critical, quite frankly. And I have been pushing green space, green infrastructure, open space, trees, because what we've learned through COVID and before COVID, but COVID's reinforced the need for this type of space in our city for relief for people who don't have the luxury of backyards. And even for those people who do, we all want to be able to access trails, open space, green space, parkland, pandemic or not. It's what makes the city great. And I do remember years ago the brand that we were, a park within a city within a park. I remember Claire Tucker Reid rolled out that whole campaign many years ago. And that's a great brand. That's something to be, to be happy about and to brag about. So focusing on green space for me is critical because there's a lack of it in the Northeast quadrant, and there's none we can get back. I mean, that old saying, I forget what it is, but you can't get it back once you pave over it. It's very unusual for you to be able to do that. I think Mike Cole's working on something, but it's a rare day when you can access green space. So that's been my sole focus, is ensuring as part and parcel of this that we deliver green space, open space, trees, things that make communities livable and neighborhoods livable. Because we certainly don't have that in the Northeast quadrant. I'm happy to tour you around post-COVID. And we have a little tiny parkette called Red Path. We're trying to overhaul it right now, but it's this big, postage stamp size. There's no green space and not a blade of grass. And you've heard me speak about that over the years at community council, but also at city council. I also am very concerned about the lack of infrastructure in this area. We talked about this at North York Community Council last week. Mike Cole and I focus on that at North York Community Council because we're concerned about that issue throughout our entire wards, but particularly at Midtown. And so I moved motions on this years ago about the infrastructure, whether it's water pipes or our schools or parks or community centers, libraries, are right, as I said, just back down to the basics of pumping water in and out. So these are things I worried about. And then transit, of course, in my capacity, as well as the fact that I've represented this area and knowing that the 3 stops that are in my ward, people wait 2 or 3 trains, as Councillor Cole mentioned a few minutes ago. We're at capacity and beyond, over capacity. So these are things that this group has talked about. And I just want to end by saying thank you very much again to the community for all your letters. We received them last week, over the weekend, all of us. That was a great campaign. And for all your hard work in bringing us to this point, which is a very exciting point and a juncture in this process. So thank you very much to the community, all the organizations and the individuals in the Midtown area for your extensive work and your commitment and your focus on this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Councillor. I want to thank Chair Anna Bailao and every member of the committee for helping us out on this critical issue and development application here at Canada Square. I really want to thank you for your help and input and whatever you can add to this very, very important decision process. And I want to thank planning staff, Greg Linton and everybody, because it is not easy for them. It hasn't been easy, won't be easy. I just wanted to, again, go back to why Councillor Robinson and I, earlier on in this situation, wanted to make the lease agreement with Canada Square public. Up until we brought it up at council, this was not disclosed. The public had no idea what the agreement was on this critical piece of property. Thankfully, council endorsed that to make this public. So now we have that in the public realm, which should have been done from day one. And secondly, also, that we basically said this is not a business as usual. And that's why we asked for help from this committee to look at this and to offer, request your support on this, because this is, as many have stated, this is probably one of the most important pieces of public property the City of Toronto owns. And in essence, Toronto is the development partner here. It's not, some developer corporate number. This is we, the city, are the developer here. So we have to be held to a higher standard here and what goes on at this site. And it's not as if the community is asking for everything to be put into this site. Obviously, that is not doable. But what the community is saying, and the deputies are saying, and I think what Councillor Robinson and I are saying, is we want whatever happens here in Councillor Matlow's area, which is very important to Councillor Matlow, to also be considered of how important it is to our 2 wards across the street. You can't just look at this as saying, well, we're going to approve this, whether it be the impact on social services, school services, green space. You have to look at all of the 4 corners, and that really hasn't been done. And hopefully we can start to do that, because whatever you put in here or don't put in here affects what happens across the street. So you can't, I think Andy Gort said, there's no fence here. There's no wall on Eglinton. Or, you have to look at what's happening across the street. And this site is, as the committee has in a report before, they know this is next to the central waterfront, the most highly developed area in the city. And the development is exploding. Every week, Councillor Robinson and I have a new development on our plate. Every week. And not 10 stories, 8 stories. We've got 30, 40, 50, 60-story applications coming in that will impact on the future of Midtown. So I just again, want to thank the applicants for they're in a tough spot too, because they've had a process going since 2018 endorsed by council. But I also want to thank the community, the deputants, who basically are very passionate. They spend countless hours on development applications after applications, and they're very passionate about Yonge and Eglinton, which, you know, got to remember, this is the home of the Wendat Huron people. So before this, the community got involved, there's no recognition of that. This is a major settlement area. Secondly, it's also the home of representative government in Canada. This is where it started with the rebellion of 1837, Toronto's first mayor, William Lyon Mackenzie. This is a historic site going back to the Wendat peoples and going back to the home of William Lyon Mackenzie and the rebellion of 1837 that gave us representative, true democratic government. So whatever you do here is impactful from a historical perspective and certainly impactful for the future. So please, I ask for your support in the our motion that Councillor Wong Tam has put forward and asking for the support of the community, who's asking for basically a wholesome, comprehensive look at this application and not just, you know, within the fence. We have to have that feasibility study and a meaningful feasibility study to make sure this is truly becomes the Eglinton, Yonge and Eglinton town center for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to bring it in committee, and I'd like to start by putting a motion forward and speak on this item. And I read the report from the community. I've spoken with some of the local councillors, and it's an incredible amount of work that you've done, and especially in the last couple of months. I'm very pleased to hear that planning believes that, you know, the vision is the same. And I think that I agree. This site has great potential. And we should be working with the community very closely to bring this vision to reality. I just really think, and I wish that we could have had more answers today, but I really think it is important that we have answers around the lease obligations and the lease that was signed. I think what we have in front of us is a planning application. What we have in front of us is the request of the community to potentially open the lease. And I'm even open to that as long as I know what I'm dealing with. And right now, I don't think we have that information in front of us. And I would like to ask that we do have that information for council so we can have a decision around that with all the information and the facts around that. So that's why I'm putting this information forward. Again, very thankful for the work of the local councillors, very thankful with the work of the committee, and that's why I'm putting this forward. I really believe that we just need to know what we're dealing with in terms of the lease and the legal obligation, something that was approved by council. If we are to open that, what does it mean? Can we do it? Can we still have that conversation? And I really think that we need to hear from our staff in order to vote on that. So with that, those are my remarks. Other councillors that would like to speak on this item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I recognize you've just moved a motion that is to direct it to council without recommendations, but because I've already made a commitment to the 3 local councillors, I'm going to place the motion on the screen on their behalf. And if the clerks can please put that on the screen. And what you're about to see is largely the vision that's put forward by the working group committee. And I think it does actually, in many ways, align with what the staff recommendations are before you. But it goes, I think, into probably further detail. I want to just thank all the deputants who spoke today, and I recognize that many of you have also written and submitted written communications. So thank you for all of that hard work. I'm incredibly impressed with the 3 councillors coming together to sort this out, because I think it is critically important not just for the respective communities, but also the fact that this is a strategic site in the middle of the city and part of and connected to a major transit hub. So we have every pressure to get it right. And so they're working with the local communities that they represent to get it right on behalf of the City of Toronto. And I think that it's important for us to recognize that although we are local councillors, we have to have a big city perspective. And that's what Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson, and Matt Lowe have pushed for. And I think, when the Ford government originally got elected, I recall that, and many of you will, Councillor Matt Lowe spoke to it, and so did Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson, is the incredible development pressures that these communities are under. But more importantly, the secondary plan for Midtown and Focus was pretty much ripped up. After years of consultation, a lot of deep research and investigation on behalf of the community, the industry stakeholders that came out to provide their feedback, all of that work was pretty much eradicated. So the three councillors and now the city planning staff and their community are trying to do everything they can to piece as much of it back together, and they have a significant proposition in front of them. And that's to serve the overall vision that has always been there, which is to build inclusive, sustainable, as well as green neighborhoods. We cannot continue to add more density in highly dense areas without offering human quality infrastructure. And that includes every single asset that they have named in the vision document, in their vision statement. And I think that we at Planning Housing Committee, as well as City Council, should fight hand in hand with these local councillors and their community to achieve every single one of those community objectives. There will always be money to be made on behalf of developers. They have a system that's rigged that benefit them tremendously, and the communities only have us. So this particular document is good, and I think we need to continue to reinforce it and to defend it at every single chance that we get. And I am very confident that there will be a tussle, whether it's a very large tussle where we have to go to the board, or if it's a local community tussle or a tussle as city council. We will have a tussle, we will have a fight. And I hope that we can all stand with this community that is doing so much to try to make sure that their community is livable. And I just want to pick out one piece, and I'll just finish on this remark, Madam Chair. I just want to highlight that this community is asking for 25% affordable housing in their new document, in their new vision statement. And they should be commended for that, because that is a clearly YIMBY theme. I sometimes try to stay away from YIMBY and NIMBY, but just to shorthand describe what that is, it is about building a neighborhood for everyone where everyone fits in, and they should be commended for that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors to speak on this item? Councillor
Yes,
Fletcher.
I will, Chair. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Very interested in every aspect of this application and this discussion at Yonge and Eglinton. And I think that the local councillors will remember that I had been flagging that there is no wall, as Councillor Cole said, that when something big is happening on the one side of Eglinton, that everybody who's on Eglinton has to be interested in that, because the residents are on both sides of the street, and indicated that for Councillor Bradford and myself, there's some big housing now sites there. There's TCHC sites. And so making sure that all of the residents who are living in the neighborhood are there is the councillor's job, but it's also the city's job. And I'm really thankful Councillor Matt Lowe is and Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson have found their way to get together to discuss this together. I just commend the three of them on that. I think it's really important. Having said that, I also want to make sure that we're really clear legally what is going on here, because this has been from the get-go, when we first started this discussion a couple of council meetings ago, and things have advanced. I want to make sure that we get that report. So I'm going to support Councillor Deputy Mayor's motion here. I'm very sympathetic to all of the amendments and motions that are being put forward through Councillor Wong Tam. I don't want to, I want to make sure that everything that's done has that lens, which is the lens of the legal side. So understanding that all of these motions can also come at council, I would prefer to understand our legal standing. In doing that, I wouldn't want anybody in the community to think I'm in any way opposing anything that they've come to ask for, or that I've put together so well by the three councillors who are working as a team. But I think it's incumbent on us to be extremely clear what stage we're at, what step we're at, legally where we're at. And this has been a long journey, and it will continue to be a long journey in one of the most significant parts of our city. And people that live there want to make sure that it is well planned, well run, and a great place to live, and that you can get on transit when you live there. Thank you.
Okay, any other councillors to speak? Seeing none. Okay, we'll now move to voting. First motion.
Is it going on the screen,
Yep.
Chair? Oh,
There you go. All those in favor? Can I have my screen back? Thank you. Okay, that carries. And no, that's it, because there's no item as amended. This is it, right? So Councillor Wong-Tam's is redundant, and there's no item. This is it, right? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll move now to the 10:30 item. Is that okay, Nancy? Oh, okay. Give me 1 second in here just to get my papers organized. We're moving to the 10:30 item. Which is item 25.5, zoning conformity for official plan employment areas, phase 1, final report, and phase 2 update. I will be moving a defer to the September 21st, and I want to explain why I'm moving a defer to you. As you noticed, there's certain uses that we are removing from our employment lands. So for example, the use of a museum, of art gallery. And I'm a little bit concerned because, for example, I have MoCA, the Museum of Canadian Contemporary Art, in an employment area. And if we are to do this that we're proposing here today, I wouldn't be able to take advantage of that opportunity. An artist, for example, that needs space to work and needs to have his art gallery at the same location wouldn't be able to have his art gallery in that location if it is an employment area. So I'm a little bit concerned that some of these uses, as in particular in the culture sector and entertainment, where we're seeing a huge concern and need for space, that we might be quite a bit restrictive in putting some of these things. And I do understand in terms of the core employment, I just want staff to really make sure that they looked at this and there's an opportunity, that we're not closing doors on some things that have worked really well. Like I can tell you, the building where I have MoCA is worked really well. My Gary Street has worked really well. It's all employment areas, and these are people that in the culture and arts sector sometimes get a really tough time, and removing all that from the zoning, I think might be creating some challenges for us in the future. That is the reason why I don't think we have enough time to deal with it here, and I've asked staff to look into this a little bit more, and that's the reason why I'm moving a deferral. So I will now have to ask the speakers, correct, Nancy, if they would like to speak now or on the 21st, or should I vote on the deferral first? So the Planning and Housing Committee can hear the public presentations, deputations now from anyone who wishes to speak. However, speakers should be advised that if no information is presented on the deferred item at the September 2021 meeting, the Planning and Housing Committee does not need to hear presentations from the same people again. The speakers can decide if they wish to speak now or speak at the continuation of the statutory public meeting on September 21st, 2021. They cannot speak on both days unless staff present new information along with the deferred item. And no further notice of the continuation of the statutory public meeting will be given. Okay. So, with that, Zachary Fleischer.
Hi there, Madam Chair. I'm happy to speak now and sort of spend the 3 minutes. And I think that my client's concerns are very similar to yours.
Okay.
I'm happy to
go ahead, then. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. So thank you for having me this morning. My name is Zachary Fleischer, and I'm here today on behalf of 2495861 Ontario Inc., an entity related to Willowwood School and the owner of 55 Scarsdale Road, which has been occupied by the Willowwood School for 25 years. We attended the public consultation session and sent a letter to Ms. Perez-Book, the senior planner on the zoning conformity study, which has been forwarded to the committee for consideration today. The purpose of my submissions this morning is to highlight the unique character and mix of uses in the general employment designated lands along Scarsdale Road between York Mills Road and Bond Avenue. If you have our letter in front of you, you can refer to the attached map for some location context. We respectfully request that consideration be given to a continuation of the ongoing sensitive uses that have defined the Scarsdale corridor for the better part of 2 decades. For some background, Willowwood is an alternative school that accommodates children with learning differences and has been a leader in understanding broad and narrow learning challenges for many years. Willowwood has helped thousands of students reach their potential to become artists, engineers, doctors, lawyers, and tradespeople when they had been written off by the mainstream academic community, which couldn't accommodate the unique nature of how these children learn. Willowwood has invested significant capital for the school building and facilities over the past 25 years, plans to continue doing so in the future, and employs over 40 people. Willowwood has been a valuable member of the community and is an important institution that has called Scarsdale Road home for a long time. Despite being zoned and designated as a general employment area, the Scarsdale corridor is characterized by uses of varying degrees of sensitivity that have been ongoing for decades and, to our knowledge, enjoy legal non-conforming status. There are 22 buildings within the Scarsdale corridor, 10 of which are offices, 6 of which are schools, 2 places of worship, 2 multi-unit sales and service buildings, a self-storage facility, and an animal hospital. In fact, there's only one potential industrial or manufacturing use left, which is the Bell facility at 115 Scarsdale Road at the north end of the corridor. In addition, every single property along the west side of Scarsdale Road abuts a single detached residential home park. Now, OPA 21 and the OP's general direction is to avoid permitting sensitive uses in employment areas due largely to the potential for compatibility issues between industrial employment uses and sensitive uses. Given the immediate proximity of a stable residential neighborhood directly adjacent to the Scarsdale corridor, such industrial employment uses that would raise compatibility issues are unlikely to materialize. The area's existing and long-standing mix of sensitive uses and non-industrialized employment uses have resulted in an area context containing uses proven to be compatible and which have coexisted in harmony with each other for many years. The many existing legal non-conforming uses in Scarsdale would be negatively affected should the zoning bylaw amendment not recognize their continuity. We're concerned that removing any and all sensitive land uses without exception from the Scarsdale corridor could create undesirable effects and jeopardize a long-standing business serving the needs of the local and broader community. And I see the 3 minutes is there, so I'll wrap up. Thank you. So we respectfully request that the committee or staff recognize the unique mix of uses in the area in the context of the zoning bylaw amendment and provide with an exception to permit a school that's been in operation and has been compatible with the surrounding area for over 25 years. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Zachary. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, Al Ruggiero. Good morning, Al. Would you like to speak today or in September?
I prefer to speak in
Okay.
In September, Madam Chair.
Okay, Al, we'll see you in September, or we'll hear from you in September, I should say. Okay, thank you so much. So those are the speakers today. Okay, so vote on the deferral. All those in favor? So you have questions?
Great, Councillor, Madam Chair, could I just quickly speak to the deferral?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You know, in order to facilitate the committee doing its business today, I'll support the deferral, but I do want to be on the record that while the uses you listed, music, arts, culture, and the use the first deputant listed are important uses, I think it's important to remember that over the years, every time I have seen employment lands issues come up, we have been gradually eroding our ability to provide land for those core employment uses. And I think that's very dangerous to the long-term economic and social health of the city. So I'm going to keep a sharp eye to make sure in September that we don't further erode them. It may be we have to think of other planning avenues to support the very important role that art spaces play in the city of Toronto, and not look to core employment lands to solve that problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers? And I just comment that I share your concerns, Councillor. I don't have the answer, but I have both concerns, and that's why I thought if we give a little bit more time to staff, maybe they can come up with something that can help us. Okay, all those in favor?
I just have a comment, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I was going to move something.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
I agree with Councillor Perks. Thank you. I agree with Councillor Perks. And I think it's important that we actually see, we do have a motion coming up later, to really delineate the employment lands that were determined, be very clear as core employment and how they contribute. And then the other types of employment lands. I don't think Geary is a core or provincially significant core employment place. So we really understand the gradations and what's in, what's out, what we're suggesting. So that's going to be a motion later under 16, but I'll just advise that I think we all need a really good working knowledge of that particular.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of the deferral? That carries. Toronto Keel St. Clair Local Area Study Directions Report. We have speakers on this. First speaker, we have Michael Nemanik. Good morning, Michael.
Morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. And just a reminder that you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So first, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to make a deputation today. My name is Michael Nemich, and my email is m.nemich@dunpar.ca. I represent Dunpar Homes. Dunpar is the owner of 35 Cawthra Ave, which is approximately 2 hectares in size. Currently, it's designated as core employment areas and zoned employment industrial. The current and long-standing tenant of 35 Cawthra Ave is KN Rubber. The KN Rubber is located at 35 Cawthra Ave. I'd like to briefly describe its operations for you. Essentially, what happens there is that trucks transport post-industrial and post-consumer rubber scrap to the plant, mostly consisting of scrap tires from cars and trucks. These scrap tires are recycled through a manufacturing process which separates the rubber, steel, and fiber. The reclaimed rubber is then used to create new automotive, trucking, and construction rubber products. To create such rubber products, among other things, significant heat and force must be applied. Although Dunpar Homes has no expert insight into KN Rubber's proprietary manufacturing process, outside the publicly available information I've just shared with you, put simply, it is obvious to me that such a heavy industrial process, which I would call the heaviest of heavy industrial uses, is truly incompatible with residential development. With the operations of this plant in mind, I have carefully reviewed the Our Plant Toronto Keel St. Clair local area study. For the most part, I agree with staff's recommendations regarding the future of this part of the junction. However, as briefly stated in my email to the committee, I respectfully disagree with staff's recommendations to only include part of the property in the protected major transit station area and to maintain its existing core employment areas designation. Although the can rubber plant will likely remain operational for a number of years, it doesn't seem possible that this will be true forever or very long, given the planned context for the local area. In particular, I'd like to bring your attention to the fact that the staff report is currently recommending that new residential development can be located as close as 30 meters or a 1-minute walk to the factory. It's right next to it. Accordingly, Dunbar Homes is proposing that the committee recommend that staff and interested councillors enter into discussions with Dunbar Homes to determine a new framework which would permit Dunbar Homes to redevelop the subject lands into a new and progressive mixed-use development. It would be consistent with the following 3 principles. It will create a sense of place through the provision of high-quality public realm, open space, and parkland. It will provide affordable housing, and I want to emphasize above the minimum requirements of inclusionary zoning. And it will broaden the area's offering of commercial and industrial uses, community facilities, and amenities. And to achieve these 3 principles, I would respectfully suggest that the committee recommend that it be included within Area 7 and expand the boundaries of the protected major transit station area to include all of 35 Cawthra Ave. Thank you for listening to my deputation. I look forward to collaboratively working with the city to achieve the full potential of this amazing neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Rabia Munir.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to make this brief presentation. My name is Rabia Munir. I'm a development coordinator with Dunbar Homes. As a development coordinator, I assist other members of the Dunbar Homes team with land development, including the creation of mixed-use communities. Before working at Dunbar Homes, I studied geography and urban studies and environmental program at York University. As the youngest member of Dunbar Homes team, I bring a unique perspective to the team. Like many young people, I'm consistently and particularly impacted by the City of Toronto's housing trends. Through the COVID-19 pandemic, the one thing many of us learned is that having a home and the space to yourself is a must. However, like many people my age, the reality is that we live with roommates or family, that Wi-Fi can be spotty, access to green or open space is not often within walking distance, and the cost of buying a market-rate home is too expensive. It is for that reason that I have a particular interest in the creation of affordable 15-minute neighborhoods. A 15-minute neighborhood is a neighborhood where you can access all of your most basic day-to-day needs within a 15-minute walk of your home. In other words, it is a complete neighborhood that is planned to be welcoming to all people from all walks of life. A 15-minute neighborhood is fully walkable. It has a neighborhood school, food and basic necessities are available locally. There's a community gathering space. A range of housing options exist, especially affordable housing. It has a mix of homes, businesses, and public spaces. A property like 35 Cawthra Avenue has the potential to be the center for a 15-minute neighborhood. Specifically, it would attract the young demographic of homeowners who are able to live, work, and play in the area. Right now, 35 Cawthra Avenue cannot be part of a 15-minute neighborhood. Its current use is simply incompatible with the concept. But 35 Cawthra Avenue has a lot of redevelopment potential. Just like my colleague, Natalie Malik, it is my sincere belief that it can be redeveloped into a new and progressive 15-minute neighborhood. Thank you for listening to my deputation. Dunbar Homes and I look forward to collaboratively working with the city on this important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Rabia. That concludes the speakers for today. Speakers on the item. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
The staff. I'm so sorry. I'm too eager to move on with the agenda. Questions of staff? Any questions of staff?
Okay. Yeah, just questions to
Okay,
staff.
go ahead, Councillor Nunziata.
First of all, I want to thank the staff on this study. And if you can just update us on the consultation process and how many landowners and residents in the area participated in that study.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Nunziata. Through the chair, I'm going to ask Jeff Cantos to answer your question.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will dig up the exact numbers in a minute or so, but throughout the last year, we've had a number of meetings, and this report, as it's a directions report, we're going to continue to consult, and there's a meeting scheduled, I believe it's July 8th, but I'll get the numbers of participants within the last year for you.
So the number of participants, I mean, very positive. You heard positive comments and a number of, ideas that came forward on what's needed in that area. As you know, that area is Councillor Bylaw's ward and my ward as well. And so there were a number of suggestions that were brought forward as far as the parks and schools and community centers, childcare. Those were a number of recommendations that were brought forward. Now, I think the biggest request that came forward and concern that came forward from the community was creating, with all the number of developments happening in that area in both wards, is a recreation center was very much needed in that community. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes. Among other community service and facility gaps in the area, a recreation center was one of them, and parks and daycares, etc. So yes.
Yeah. So it's very positive. So with the widening of St. Clair Avenue and the extension of Guns Road and Davenport, so hopefully that work will be done as the applications come in, correct?
Through the chair, yes, there are a number of infrastructure projects, on the books for this area, including the you mentioned, and of course the smart track station and the realignment. So yes, the hope is that the infrastructure, comes online together with the revitalization of this area.
And as well as what we're looking for with the number of applications coming in for affordable housing. Those are one of the issues that came up during the consultation meetings, correct?
That's correct. And I can answer your first question, Councillor.
Okay.
So there were over 20 specific landowner meetings that city staff have met with. There were a number of public engagement meetings as well that generated around 140 participants in October and November. And so, 150 in total, the participants throughout the last, I think it's the last year that we've been consulting on this, less than a year on this project.
So that was very successful. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I do have a few, just to make sure. So this is the initial report, and when we have the next report in the fall, you are actually going to be recommending certain conversions, right, according to your report. But these will be in the spirit of creating a complete community. So there will be still employment targets, and in particularly affordable housing targets as well, that would be required. And we will be embedded that in that report and as a prerequisite. Is that correct?
Through you, the chair, yes. Throughout our consultation, it has been the discussion of what constitutes a complete community, so that if we are going to recommend conversions of employment areas, what are the necessary ingredients to make sure that we are not creating or planning for incomplete communities? So yes.
Exactly. Okay. Okay, that was my only questions. Speakers, Councillor Nunziata.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I do have a motion, Madam Chair. We can put it on the screen. This was a motion that city staff has assisted me on moving. In the McCormick area, that's part of the study area. So my motion is planning and housing direct city planning staff to continue to consult with the landowners of 6581 McCormick Street and other landowners and business owners along McCormick Street on the visibility, appropriateness of permitting residential uses on 33 to 177 McCormick. This feasibility should be conducted through the submission and review of a block context plan by landowners that shows how a coordinated approach to development could be achieved in an updated compatibility mitigation study that demonstrates compatibility of uses with the core employment area to the south. So that's my motion to as far as the McCormick Street. So I want to thank staff and the consultant and all the landowners and residents in the area that participated in this study. And thank you to Councillor Bailão as well and her staff. I think it was very successful, and I know that there's a number of development applications coming in Councillor Bailão's ward and my ward, which are proposing hundreds of new affordable housing in that area. This is an area where we did an avenue study about 10 years ago or more, and also that area has changed. In my area in particular, we had along St. Clair Avenue, most people that know the area, Canada Packers was on St. Clair Avenue. That the former city of Toronto redeveloped that whole area. That's changing. We have the GO and the Smart Track that's being proposed at St. Clair and Kiel. So it's very exciting. Residents are excited on the changes in that community. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation and ask members to support my amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to speak. I too have a motion. And I want to thank staff for their work and involvement with the local community on this study. We've started consultations already during the pandemic, and I think everybody was a bit nervous on how this was going to go. But I think that we've had great consultations with Indigenous communities, with agencies in the area, with different stakeholders in the area, with the public in general. We've had, if my memory serves me right, over 600 people that participated in that survey. So it has been, I think, successful. This is not done yet. We still have a few more months of work to do. But I think, as Councillor Nunziata said, people are excited about creating a complete community in here. And I think this was really what came through the consultations, is that, yes, everybody is excited about the St. Clair Transportation Network that will improve traffic in there, but also very excited about the station at St. Clair and Old Weston Road. But what that will bring to the community and how we shape those changes is what really people were interested. So not surprisingly, the biggest issue was affordable housing. People want to continue to be able to live in this community and not get pushed out. So ensuring that there's going to be affordable housing on these sites was really important. And that there was going to be employment. People want to continue to live in the community, but they also want to be able to work in their own community and have jobs and have a driving, vibrant community. And this is a great opportunity to have that built in here. One other thing that we heard over and over again is, please be careful to ensure that as you're building all the jobs and the housing, that the infrastructure comes as well, that it's not an afterthought, that the parks, the community centers, the daycares, the agency space, the sewers, the water mains, those things are being thought out as of now. And so we've been working hard to make sure that that is part of the conversation as well and part of this plan as well. So thank you to the staff for all their engagement. We have another public meeting just coming up on July 8th, and I'm sure the community is going to be engaged in the conversation once again. Hopefully we'll be able to have some in-person meetings in a few in the fall. I think Councillor Nunziata and I are really looking forward to see if we can have some more in-person contact on this issue. But I think this is really about planning and envisioning that community and how it integrates with a great community that already exists around there. So how we can enhance the great community that we have by bringing jobs and bringing housing, and in particular affordable housing to the area, taking advantage of significant public investment that will be made in the area through the St. Clair transportation plan and through the station that we're going to have in there. So with that, I hope we can have your support for the motions and the report. So can we move the motions for a vote? Councillor Nunziata's motion, all those in favor? That carries. My motion, all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. Okay. And that takes us to item 9, upcoming review of city affordable home ownership policy and programs. We have one speaker, Mike LeBay. Good morning, Mike.
Hi, good morning to you, Madam Chair. You can hear me, I assume.
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Yes, and I'm glad I put things in writing ahead of time so that I'm really just going to highlight what I've already provided to the committee. So I'm working with a coalition, as I mentioned, in the committee that's composed of a number of charities in the city that is focused on the idea of scaling up solutions to affordable housing because they see affordable housing as the key to addressing poverty in the city. That's your first step, and addressing poverty can come out of that work. But what's important to them is that we come up with solutions and models that are allowed to scale up. And so what I'm really speaking to is just the fact that the report that you received mentioned 400 units per year of affordable ownership housing. And I wanted to be sure that there wasn't any upper limit to what the consultants can review, because it's our belief that we could scale up over a long period of time to about 10,000 units a year in terms of affordable ownership housing. And so the report should be able to address how the scaling up might happen. And so that's all I wanted to make sure, is that there's enough scope in the report to allow them to have a section that focuses on how to scale up this version of housing. Having listened to the earlier presentations, I would mention that because the models of affordable ownership housing can actually pay market value for land, it can sometimes be part of the solution to getting the housing that you want on a situation like Eglinton and Yonge, because it doesn't put as big a burden on getting to the 25% for part of the units that affordable rental does. So they can work in tandem to try to reach the city's objectives in consultation with the developers. The last thing I want to mention is in the report is that the fact that there's a report being requested shouldn't prevent the processing of applications currently in front of the city. I think there's a big advantage to processing some of these innovative models now, because they will involve negotiation with the province and the federal government on how to implement these strategies that don't require subsidies and grants. Those negotiations will provide information that'll be valuable to the consultant to put into the report to report back to the committee. And if you don't have the processing of some of the demonstration projects, then the negotiations are done in general. And when you have a general negotiation with lenders, they ask for everything in the moon. But if you have a specific negotiation, you get down to brass tacks and things that are acceptable to the city. So those can go into the report, and you can start the process of having both the province and the Fed supportive of giving you larger numbers of affordable units in the city. So that's basically what I want to put in front of the committee, and I'm here if there's any questions.
Thank you. Mike, any questions of the speaker? Nope. Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, questions of staff. No questions of staff. Speakers on this item, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have a motion to move. The clerk can please put that on the screen. The first motion is actually broken into two parts. The first portion of the motion is to further refine recommendation number 3. And so we're going to try to be more specific on who it is that we're trying to consult when we're developing the new affordable home ownership policy and program. So I request that we put the equity lens over the Black, Indigenous, BIPOC communities, the LGBT communities, and we do have at the City of Toronto advisory groups that are working with all those different communities, either advisory groups or the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit or the Accessibility Office. And I think that we have to be able to turn inside to find out who it is that we need to speak to so we can expand opportunities of home ownership to these different communities. The second part of the recommendation is to also ask the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat to include in the consultant's review of the homeownership policies a strategy to ensure that tenants who are currently living in Toronto community housing revitalization areas be considered for affordable home ownership. We are directing that staff do this in consultation with obviously TCHC, the selected developers, and the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation. And it should include the 3 largest revitalization projects underway right now, which is Regent Park, Alexander Park, and Lawrence Height. If I have if I've missed one, then please forgive me. But hopefully, it will capture all of those revitalization efforts. And Madam Speaker, I want to just thank staff for bringing this report forward. I recognize that affordable home ownership is one of the additional tools that we need, a policy tool that's required in the continuum of housing. And I draw this experience largely from my representation of Regent Park, 69 acres under massive revitalization efforts. And the community on the ground has said to me repeatedly at almost every single large community meeting is that how do they get a piece of the pie? Meaning, how do they contribute to not just the livability and the growth of Regent Park, but how do they work towards building intergenerational wealth? Because a lot of home ownership, property ownership is about intergenerational wealth. And if you happen to have an extended family, and I'll just give an example in Regent Park, you have an extended family, you may be renting 3 or 4 units, your contribution to the rental reserves with respect to incomes is quite significant. You could be paying as a family close to $6,000 perhaps in rent. How do they end up turning some of those investments into TCHC housing into some form of home ownership? I recognize that the programs that have been developed in the past have yielded some result, but it hasn't been very robust. And I also recognize that there's probably, we're probably going to have to develop a financial business strategy to make sure that it is sustainable. So therefore we don't lose the affordability in the home, affordable home ownership programs. And I'm also confident that staff will be able to work with the various stakeholders within the industry to come up with some innovative propositions. And I think a big piece of it, a big key contributor will have to be the CMHC corporation. They have to be at the table, and we need to be able to recognize that if we're going to offer and expand affordable home ownership, then I think we need to put an equity lens over who is getting access to those affordable home ownership programs. And if it's not the groups that we've cited in the equity seeking category that's already contained in the staff report, then I think we're missing the mark. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Any other councillors that wish to speak on this item?
I just have a question for Councillor Wong Tam. Do you have any percentage, Councillor Wong Tam? Obviously, our main goal is to build affordable rental because it's eternally affordable and eternally rental. So we be guided by staff recommending a certain percentage of the new builds.
I didn't get that prescriptive, Councillor, largely because I wanted staff to have the latitude to determine that. We have seen some limited uptake with respect to even who gets access to affordable home ownership, largely because the cost of construction and land is so high in Toronto that it actually makes it even difficult here. If a program such as the one that staff may be putting forward go into a more moderately priced community in another part of the city, in another part of the country, it could actually bring more people into the home ownership boat. But I do recognize that it's going to be a very difficult, especially in the downtown core.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers on the item? No, seeing none. I would just like, I'm just moving a motion, and I worked with staff on this in response to certain deputations, written reputations from some of the nonprofits and the deputation that we heard. So it's just asking for the study to ensure that we look into some of the items that that was requested by the nonprofit sector. So with that, I think we can move to vote on the motions. Councillor Wong Tam's motions first. All those in favor? We're good. Okay, my motion? Oh, sorry, second motion, Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor, that carries. My motion, all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. That takes us to Councillor Wong Tam, I know you've held item 14, but I'm going to try to actually do as many items with a small number of deputants as possible before lunch, so people don't get to wait. So this one has no deputants, so we'll deal with it later on if you don't mind. So I'll move now to item 15, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites, proposal reports. And the first speaker we have is Tom Casanda. Good morning, Tom.
Sorry. Oh, well, I was a little caught off guard at that little change. Hi. Let me, I missed the very beginning. Has this been changed to, I prepared a 5-minute thing and now you've
yes, yes. So the committee is now receiving 3 minutes presentations from deputants.
Okay, I'll do my very best then. Hi, my name is Tom Casanda. I'm president of the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Residents Association. You might wish to peruse a few slides I submitted titled Garden Homes, A Closer Look. Just was quickly thrown together, but I wanted to point out some things in the current report that's being, that this work is being based on. I suspect that many of you, as with our councillor, have received significant negative response to this proposal from your constituency. And this is probably in the context of a growing backlash to the insane amount of development currently being proposed across the city. And the proposed changes to this garden home across the city zoning will compound that backlash. I've read many concerns from the association, so I'm not going to repeat those, but rather focus on an evolving context of the billion-dollar investment funds buying up housing stock and some aspects of the Garden Suite document that that are very, I would call the word misleading in terms of being able to make an evaluation of what the impact of this process will be. And I'll just, if you look at, and I don't have time for you to pull up, but if you'll go back and look at, for example, on page 84, the height diagram uses a plan view to illustrate a 3-dimensional massing issue. And if it had been shown in 3 dimensions, if a 6 meter tall structure had been illustrated, it would have been painfully obvious to see how angry this intrusiveness would be for adjoining neighbors. It flies in the face of any understanding of how people want to enjoy their yards in a residential neighborhood. I hear that planners consider backyard space to be underutilized, and this is a great way to utilize the land. Well, that's just, I understand that, darn it. So the other second example of why this information isn't presented well is if you look at those cute little green dots that represent mature trees, those little green dots are the size of saplings. Anyone who has a basic understanding of trees knows that the root system of trees extends out the same width as the overhead branches. And so these buildings are going to destroy tree root systems. Now, to put this into some common sense perspective, right now, fences are restricted to 6 feet in height. This allows privacy, and it doesn't allow your neighbor to build a 4 or 6 meter high fence. And I hope we can agree that that would be stupid. This proposal, however, allows someone to build a 4 or 6 meter tall wall, a meter or two back from your property line, and kill boundary trees as well. So there's what I'm trying to say.
Tom, I'm
is
going to have to
you
ask you to wrap up.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you that as you proceed to consider this, you ask for both, not just the pros, but the cons to be presented to you. And those need to be presented in a visual way.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks so much for joining us here today. Next, we have Craig Race. Good morning, Craig. Your mic is not connected.
Apologies, is that working now?
There you go. Yes, it is. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm one of the representatives from Landscape, and we are extremely supportive of this initiative and encourage voting to move forward with additional study and refinement of the policy. However, to give some insight, we do think the devil's in the details with this, and there is more work to be done. Most notably on our end, we think that it mostly relates to the 6 meter height and angular planes proposed in the draft policy. Ultimately, we think 6 meters is too tall. And this is coming from a group of architects and people who actually want to see the most flexible and large policy allowable. If you stand beside a laneway suite, it's fairly obvious that such a tall structure would not be supportable in a backyard environment. And the policy attempts to quell this by implementing angular planes, excuse me, to reduce shadow and massing impacts. We think a 4 meter height with no angular planes would bring the overall height down and ultimately make for a simpler structure to create. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. This is a policy that has to be accessible to homeowners. That's people who don't have planning and architectural expertise. So it needs to be something that's easy to grasp and easy to implement for the people who are going to be living in them. Ultimately, though, we think it's a fantastic policy, and we're excited to work with planning on moving it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thanks, Craig, for joining us today. Next, we have Jeff Cattell. Good morning, Jeff. Looks like you're unmuted, Jeff. Let's try this one more time. Can you hear me? Okay, Jeff, we're going to get you to call in.
Hello?
There you are, Jeff.
Hello?
Good morning. Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, yes. Thank you, Chair Balayo. I'm Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. This is to provide comments on the report We note the report is intended for public consultation and not for decision on the proposals. The proposals are generally satisfactory. However, the details may need adjusting depending on the feedback and also on the results of the laneway housing review. The report recognizes that neighborhood character should be protected and the consultation with the affected neighborhoods is essential. We note that while the learnings from the laneway housing experience will be useful, we continue to note there are very significant differences between laneways which automatically have public access onto a public lane, whereas garden suites do not. And so that will make a very, very significant difference in how these are looked at. Increasingly, we have some concerns, of course, around the increasing monetization of housing. The report says that condoization will be discouraged, but hell, you read the newspapers lately, and there are a lot of reports now about corporations entering the low-density field, suggesting the need, probably not by the city, but by other orders of government, the need to somehow control this in terms of regulation. It gets quite out of the way of residents when things get taken over by corporations in that way. We understand the laneway housing review is underway, but having that information available earlier would have better informed the garden suites proposal. So the question is, how can the laneway housing review be fed into the current consultation? And how have the applicants and neighbors, particularly, how have they accepted the bylaw regulations under the laneway? It is proposed that garden suites be introduced as of right, but of course they're eligible for committee of adjustment application for minor variances, and therefore for appeals to the Toronto Local Appeal Body. And as we know, the C of A and the TLAB approval can overrule, in fact, 95% of the time, they overrule what neighbors expect and where they oppose a variance. So this is the problem that basically it gets out of the control of the community. Often the C of A does not support resident concerns. So there are a number of questions that can be learned from laneway housing. How many involved C of A applications? What were the decisions? How many involved TLAB appeals? And how were TLAB decisions? Were they in favor of the applicant or of the neighbors? Committee members should have committee of adjustment members should have training in the amendments and understand that the neighbors have special concerns around the introduction of garden suites that may be disruptive to their homes. However, we look forward to continuing dialogue regarding these matters until it gets resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, that concludes the list of speakers on this item. Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Bradford.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Chair. And, I would just like to offer some quick comments and to thank staff for all the work that they've done on bringing this forward so far. I think with the approval of the entire EHON work program, recognizing that the garden suite is just a piece of that, we're kind of at the 1 year anniversary next month of this coming forward. And this is yet another big advancement. Despite all of the challenges over the pandemic and the past sort of 15 months, our staff team have found a way to continue to move this forward thoughtfully and bringing new ways of engaging the public. I know that's not easy. We all see that in our offices as councillors and elected officials, just some of the challenges of reaching out and finding new ways to connect on these files that are really important and will be really important going forward. So it's the first program piece of the EHON program. I think you're setting a great direction for the work pieces to follow. I will give a shout out to David Drager and Allison Reed for their team on taking the lead here, and Greg Ewins, and of course our chief planner, Greg Lintern, for their continued work on this particular bucket and EHON more broadly. Today, we have a very packed agenda, as we all know, considering several items to add more desperately needed affordable housing units into our city. And it's about the absolute number of affordable units, but it's also about increasing housing options for people across Toronto, increasing housing opportunities, housing options in different neighborhoods. And I think when we look census track ward by ward, you look at the inflow and outflow of population decline in many parts of the city, despite overall population increases. But there are parts of our city that haven't seen those population increases despite record numbers of folks coming to Toronto. So this is about more housing options for more people in more places. And I think it's worth reiterating that, looking at this for our residents really involves developing and bringing forward numerous pieces of ways that we do housing options. And it can't just be the way that we've always done it. We need to evolve in the same way our city evolves. Planning historically, planning framework tends to be very static. And when you look at our zoning bylaw, of course, that is largely a static document. And we take an approach where we go site by site to update that, over the years and decades. And expanding housing opportunities in our neighborhoods is a way to advance that work in a broader framework. And I think that that's really important. None of the steps outlined in EHON or Garden Suites, none of these pieces taken in isolation represents a panacea to our housing crisis. This we know, and I think it's disingenuous if it's portrayed that way. It's a collection of doing a number of things across the housing continuum, whether we're talking about laneway suites or modular housing or housing now or garden suites as we're discussing today, missing middle as we will be discussing in the coming weeks and months. All of these things taken in the collective, that's how we move the needle forward on affordable housing in the city of Toronto. So, I think it's when you consider the context of families looking to take care of loved ones closer to home, folks who are looking to downsize, perhaps age in place, or people who are just starting out in the city. Permitting this housing form goes a lot further than just adding a new typology to our lots. And it's a response to an increasing need for our housing choices to meet the way that we'd like to live here in Toronto. So looking forward to seeing this over the finish line at the end of 2021. Staff have a lot of work to do. And as we've heard from the deputants today, there's a big desire in our communities and our neighborhoods to be a part of that conversation. And just note of gratitude. Thanks for everyone's hard work on this. It's great to see it moving forward. Back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting this report, but I think it's very important that we be clear about what allowing garden suites or laneway houses or intensification in the yellow belt or any of these other measures achieves and what it does not. Yes, it does provide for more variation, more options for people to live in our neighborhoods, and that's a good thing. Also, in certain parts of the city, will allow us to make sure that we're not depopulating and instead actually gradually increasing the population in our so-called stable neighborhoods, which has always been what the official plan imagined. But I want to be clear that the actual evidence is that allowing typologies like laneway houses or garden suites does not contribute to affordable housing. The actual rents being charged in the few instances that we've managed to succeed in Toronto in laneway suites are anything but affordable. And that's unsurprising. The rent paid for a separated ground-related unit in a desirable neighborhood in the city of Toronto will never be an affordable rent unless it's socially owned and subsidized somehow, or built with public money and rented for below market rates. The other thing it will achieve is that every single property capable of having a garden suite will suddenly be upzoned and therefore become the target for speculative investment. So that will cause those properties to increase in value. This is not an affordable housing strategy. It's got other built form and range of unit benefits, but to characterize this as anything to do with affordable housing is a mistake. I only point that mistake out because if we think that these kinds of moves are going to be helping with affordable housing, we take our eye off the ball. We don't concentrate on the things that will actually deliver affordable housing, and we must not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers on this item? Nope. Okay. I would like to say a few words. I first want to start by thanking staff on their work, not only on the garden suites, but on the missing middle work that is being done in the city. As Councillor Perks said, this is not affordable housing, absolutely not. But it does create a level of affordability to some people and some families by creating these housing options and these housing choices. And I encourage all of you to read through some of the consultation reports and some of the testimonials that were given on the impact that this will have on their lives. Because maybe it will be an apartment for their kids or their parents or rental apartment. And I think that does bring a level of affordability and a level of diversity into our neighborhoods that is quite important. But I think Councillor Perks does a distinction that is important to notice. This does not replace the need for governments to invest in affordable and in particular the deep affordable housing. But it does create that diversity in our neighborhoods that I'm afraid if we don't have solutions like this, we'll keep losing more and more. This will bring some rental stock into our neighborhoods. This will bring some diversity into our neighborhoods. This is an environmentally approach to housing. We can't just, in a growing city with 700,000 people coming to this city, just think that we're going to be just expanding, our boundaries or just building 60, 80, 70-story buildings. I think we need to start understanding that in this growing environment, we need to look for other options. And right now, this zoning form occupies the most amount of land available for residential form right now. And so can we have more people living in that area that is zoned for residential? A lot of it that is only for a detached, many not even semi-detached homes. And I think this is the work that we're undertaking in here is how can we, in an environment way, sustainable way, bring some options to families and Torontonians so that literally they don't get pushed out of their neighborhoods. Because that's what's happening to a lot of our neighborhoods is I'm sure we all hear from our residents saying, my kids can't afford to buy in this area. We grew up here. We can't afford. We're being pushed out of the city. And so bringing some of these solutions might be that they're able to live in the neighborhood that they grew up. It might mean that, those seniors can downsize and have, that rental unit, which somebody that might choose to rent can live inside that neighborhood. So I think this is really important work that we're creating and advancing on even the fabric. And when I talk about fabric, not the bricks and mortars fabric, but actually the social fabric of our neighborhoods. I think that one of the deputants said the devil is in the details, and I think that this proposal is going to go out to deal with some of those details to make sure that we get it right. I know that, through the laneway, there has been even some fine tuning that had to happen even after we approved the bylaw. So I think that having this going out, having the consultation done, I think it's important, and I'm looking forward to getting those details as right as much as possible. So looking forward to continue this conversation with Torontonians, but excited as well to be moving this forward and bringing this forward to give Torontonians in our neighborhoods more options, more choice, and not having people constantly having to be pushed out of our neighborhoods. So that's what this is all about for me, and doing it in an environmentally friendly way. Because I think even with these bylaws, there was care to do it in that way. So it's not only to prevent sprawl, but even the way that the guidelines were done, there was an environmental lens that was put on it that I appreciate as well. So thank you to staff on that. Okay. With that, we can vote on this item. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Next item we have, it is 12:30. Okay, give me 1 second here. So let me, so members, we have about half an hour of deputations with other items before we go into our 1:30 item. My suggestion is that we deal with items 16, 17, 18, and 23. That means half an hour of deputations, and then start with our 1:30 item, which we have a few hours of deputations, if everybody agrees on that.
Sorry, Madam Chair, do you mean now or?
No. When we come back from lunch, I just want to give heads up to everybody. Instead of going straight into the 1:30 item, which has a few hours of deputations, that we deal with the other items that have deputations. It's about half an hour of deputations that we have on items 16, 17, 18, and 23. So we deal with those 4 items first, and then at around 2 o'clock, we start with our item 10 that has a few hours of deputations. Seems reasonable? Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. So once
Madam
again,
Chair, I'll just ask the clerks to pre-circulate or post the motion I sent in for 25.16, please.
Okay.
I have a motion. Make it faster. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we'll see everyone at 1:30.
Thank you.
really need to connect through IT, please. And
Okay, we now have quorum and we can resume our business.
sorry, Madam Chair, I was just asking for the clerk to have IT look at why I'm unable to get my clerk's
CMP
on one of my iPads. It's sending me to a very secure site and I don't have enough secure, et cetera, et cetera. I have both of them working and one's running down on battery. So I wonder if somebody could look into that, please.
We will look.
Madam Chair, I also have a note that Cynthia Lai, Councillor Lai, is trying to access the meeting and asking for clerks to let her in as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. I'm in.
Okay, so just to remind everybody on what we agreed just before lunch, and to the visiting members that have joined us now, we will be just going through items 16, 17, 18, and 23. That should take us about half an hour to do those items. And then we'll start with item 10, which has over 50 speakers. So we're gonna just try to get through these that has a few speakers each and get it done with. So item 25.16, East Harbour Transit Oriented Communities Proposal. We have one speaker, Mariana Valverde. No? Not present? Okay. Questions of staff?
It's Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor
Fletcher. Of
Fletcher.
course, it's East Harbour. We just finished rezoning it for employment, and this is a ministerial zoning order. Now I'm joining your lead. Where's Councillor Wong Tam? Is she on the call? Bouncing across the river for one of these. Just wanted to, this is going to City Council, just to be clear. Clarification, this will go to Council.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Fletcher.
And I'm not sure what robust and timely engagement Cadillac Fairview would have with the community outside of proposing their proposal over and over in a robust way. I don't understand how the city's goals for this site and the previous master plan would be addressed in any public consultation. I'm quite concerned about that.
Through the chair, it is a complex matter, to be sure. We are only now in the beginning of setting up a conversation with Cadillac Fairview about a consultation strategy. That consultation strategy would, of course, be framed around the issues both previously canvassed in over the last number of years around the employment uses on the site, and then also considering how one goes about introducing a residential component, which is part of what the submission has been about from Cadillac Fairview, starting with the April announcement of the province. So the conversation with the public would be about both of those matters. And I don't know if James wants to comment further on the initial discussions we've had about consultation. Clearly, it will require, we've been thinking about a third party facilitator and a wide range and nature of consultation to capture the issues that are before us.
I guess that I am quite concerned by that one recommendation, in that ensuring that the city's very, clear work that's gone on in this site, the existing master plan, the reason for employment. If there's an MZO, that's one thing. For somebody to bring in a conversion request of this nature, and now we are leaving the, and there's no application yet. I believe I'm correct on that. But we're leaving all of the consultation in their hands. I'm extremely, extremely concerned. So would you rather if I delete that recommendation, or we work to fix that for council?
Well, Councillor, it is part of the challenge of this is that the proponency, not unlike a development application, is in part with Cadillac Fairview, but also with the province. It's a provincially sponsored, if you will, transit-oriented community proposal. So in that respect, there are aspects of this that are driven by the province. Certainly in our normal course, the city would also be playing a strong role and often leading a consultation. So we're trying to find a way to participate and influence and direct as much as possible the nature of the consultation, knowing full well that we don't control all the reins here. So we want to work as much as possible collaboratively in partnership in order to canvass and properly consider the matter.
Yes, well, I've been to the properly considered matters where we just hear how important residential is in an employment zone. So I'm not interested in that. But I believe Smart Track station is there. There's city funding for Smart Track. The Broadview extension is there. 2 of the stations in the transit-oriented so-called community are city stations funded through the city. So I do not understand why we can either take out those 2 stations and then it's primarily their site, but those are our 2 stations. So I don't feel like we are represented properly given the nature of the funding and all of the work done on the 2 stations out of the 3. 2 of the 3 are basically city stations. Am I correct?
Again, I mean, I would just reiterate that we are operating under our MOU with the province. We're trying very hard to advocate as we normally would on cities' behalf with the issues.
I just guess the question was, would you rather if I delete that recommendation or try to fix that for council?
Well, certainly we'd be happy to speak to you about it further. I would not think that deleting it would be appropriate, but if we're always open to discussions about how to improve and accentuate our recommendations.
Because this does not work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah. I have a number of motions here, please. Thank you. There they are. Oh, I believe they were pre-circulated. I would like the chief planner and the acting general manager economic development, unless there's a permanent manager by that time, confirm the south of eastern employment area boundaries as part of the municipal comprehensive review in light of the possible loss of employment lands resulting from the anticipated ministerial zoning order and conversion request on the East Harbour transit-oriented community. And second, request the chief planner and executive director, city planning and acting general manager, economic development, or the permanent one, should that person be in place, report to a meeting of the Planning Housing Committee in the first quarter of 2022 on relevance of the south of eastern employment area, and B, high-level overview of the critical features of core employment districts and their contributions to Toronto's economy. And I'll just start from the bottom up. That I think we always need to be reminded of the importance of employment districts and how they contribute to Toronto's economy in so many ways. Taxes, jobs, as being an integral, really critical part of the ecology of the city. And we hear, oh, it's just one little thing, or we're just putting a few of this in there. But realistically, a few of this and that starts looking at the conversion of these districts. So, so far, the city has been very clear about maintaining employment zones, places for jobs and places for residential. These aren't the mixed use type of jobs that people love to talk about, which are, a Rabba Foods or dry cleaners or small something. These are big bread basket jobs. And currently, Scarborough and Etobicoke, they are the bread baskets of this city. They are heavy lifters as far as employment is concerned. This is the last little employment area in the old city of Toronto intact, and we're now finding that incursion. So that's why I would like to have that motion. The second motion, just looking at the relevance of this, including what jobs are there, why is it there, why didn't it get wiped out in the last, somebody, when we went to amalgamation, why wasn't that taken out? What does it contribute? What should it contribute? What are we thinking of? Its relationship to the Portlands, very important. And for the first one, it really has to do with just looking at where and how those boundaries are. They go right to the river. I will just move those motions and then speak really quickly about that conversation I started with the chief planner. In particular, and I will have this conversation before council and look to amend that in some way. I understand that the province is taking control. We all understand the province is taking control, and with their ally, development partner, which is Cadillac Fairview. I would remind everybody that within this council's lifetime or previous term, we did actually approve all the transit, create a transit hub with 3 lines, the relief line at that time, which is now the Ontario line, the GO Smart Track station, which we're paying for, and the Broadview extension, which brings a streetcar into the Portland. So it's not like we're late to the party. We actually started the party. It's our party. And I really want everyone to respect that. There, as I said earlier with Councillor Wong-Tam, you have your MZO, and now it looks like we'll have an MZO here. This is not a great way to plan things, but I am very concerned about allowing the developer to go out and paint their wonderful picture without being clear about what's gone on here, the city's role here, the amount of time and attention that we put onto this site. And when First Gulf bought it, they did many things. They had an earlier consultation. It did not replace anything that the city did. It may have informed a few things, but it did not replace it. Because just as you can imagine, you've heard some pressure about conversion. There is a lot of pressure from residential developers to convert every single inch of employment. It's still there. It's land that appears available. It is not available. It is a critical part of our economy. And we need to smarten up, and they need to smarten up and understand that for Toronto to stay strong. Those are my motions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, can we move to vote on Councillor Fletcher's motions? All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you so much. We're now moving into item PH 25.17, Toronto Green Standard Review and Update. And the first speaker we have is Brian Purcell. Good afternoon, Brian. Just to remind all speakers that we have 3 minutes for deputations today. So Bruce, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, Brian.
Good afternoon.
It's Brian, not Bruce, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair, and hello, councillors. My name is Brian Purcell with the Atmospheric Fund. We strongly support the adoption of the Toronto Green Standard version 4. Version 4 will ensure Toronto remains among the leading jurisdictions for low-carbon new construction. It will ensure home and business owners benefit from reduced energy costs, improved air quality, and enhanced resilience. Most importantly, it is critical if Toronto is to achieve its climate targets. With a rapidly growing city, there's simply no path to net zero that does not require a rapid transition to near zero new construction. The Toronto Green Standard is by far Toronto's most important and successful climate policy. We estimate that version 4 will reduce Toronto's cumulative carbon emissions by almost 2 million tons by 2050. This update follows the pathway laid out in the Zero Emissions Building Framework developed by the city in partnership with industry stakeholders in 2017. The framework detailed the timing and substance of Toronto Green Standard versions 4, 5, and 6, enabling industry to prepare many years in advance for each update. While we support adopting version 4, we have a couple of additional recommendations or concerns. First, on electric vehicle charging. Version 4 increases the EV ready requirement for multi-residential buildings from 20 to 25%. This is a good step, but insufficient. Leading jurisdictions, including Richmond and Vancouver, BC, as well as waterfront Toronto, are already requiring 100% EV ready. We're concerned that 25% EV ready will leave the majority of future building residents unable to adopt EVs because retrofitting buildings to enable charging can be expensive and complicated. The city is participating in a TAF-funded study on the cost effectiveness of stronger EV-ready requirements, which should be completed later this year. So we recommend that city planning report back next year with recommendations for an interim update to strengthen the EV-ready requirements. The second point I'd like to make is around enhancing the incentives for the voluntary Tier 2 and Tier 3. Participation in the voluntary tiers is critical because it builds industry capacity for achieving the performance targets that will be mandatory by 2030. Participation in Tier 2 has declined sharply. The reason is clear. The incentive has fallen from 20% of development charges in Toronto Green Standard version 1 to about 7% today, while the stringency of the requirements have increased twice. If the city does not enhance incentives for Tier 2, participation will continue declining. Further, there has never been an additional incentive for Tier 3, which is a big omission. Staff have recommended a report back on options to encourage higher uptake of the voluntary tiers. Such a report, though, was completed 3 years ago, and there were no recommendations and no action was taken. So we recommend that this report back should specifically include actionable recommendations to enhance the incentives for Tier 2 and 3, including consideration of enhancing the development charge refund incentive levels. And that's really the key points I wanted to make. To reiterate, we're strongly supportive of Toronto Green Standard version 4 as proposed by staff. And we certainly encourage council to pass it today, or committee, excuse me. And thanks for your time and attention, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Perks.
Sorry. Hey, Brian. I'm sorry. Did I hear you say you want us to increase the amount of development charge subsidy that we give?
For the projects that achieve the voluntary Tier 2 and Tier 3 targets.
And how would you backfill that money, which we need for implementing some of our own climate work?
Well, that's a good question and is kind of beyond my knowledge of the city budget. I think the cost of the Tier 2 incentive has been about $1.5 million a year in recent years, so it's not an expensive program.
Well, never mind. Thank you, Brian. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Brian. Next, we have Michael Mazur. Michael? Okay. Good afternoon, Michael. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll be as quick as I can here. First, I want to, I'm speaking on behalf of FLAP Canada. I'm Executive Director of FLAP Canada, who focuses on the issue of burn collisions with buildings. I want to thank the City of Toronto for its continued support in this concern, being a world leader in this particular issue. And also wanted to acknowledge the city's most recent certification, Bird Friendly Cities certification, which City of Toronto has just received through Nature Canada. And it just goes to show, the role that the City of Toronto is playing. Now, there's only one concern that FLAP Canada has with the current version 4 of the TGS under the bird collision deterrent section, and that is specifically related to bird visual markers on glass. In everything that we understand with the issue of bird collisions with windows, markers on windows are essential for a bird to be able to decipher the surface of glass. And there is some allowance for other deterrents, such as overhangs, awnings, and balconies to substitute markers on windows. And all the research to date is now pointing toward the fact that awnings, overhangs, and balconies, which create shadows on glass, does little, if anything, to actually reduce bird collisions. So I can only ask that you consider making visual markers on glass mandatory throughout the 85% allowance for coverage. And you will be addressing the bulk of this concern. And a very timely example I can give you, Cadillac Fairview, funny enough, has just launched a retrofit at the TD Centre, this landmark site, over 100,000 square feet of bird collision deterrents going up on their windows, including those surface areas underneath overhangs, awnings, and so forth throughout the site. Why? That's simply because birds are also colliding beneath those awnings. And to save the building owner, operator in the long haul down the road, having to reinvest their money again to mitigate this concern, it's best to do it out of the starting gate. So with that, I just would ask that you consider making all bird collision deterrents up to the 85% coverage apply as a mandatory requirement under the current TGS. Outside of that, that's it for me. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks, Michael. Next, we have Chris Ballard. Chris? Good afternoon. Hi, Chris. It seems like you are unmuted, so you should be good to go. Good afternoon. Okay. So we're going to get you to call in. We'll now move to Emily Alford, and we'll go back to Chris right after Emily. Good afternoon, Emily.
Good afternoon.
You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks for having me here today. So I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Environmental Alliance to express our support for version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard. The TGS is an important and valuable tool for achieving multiple Toronto strategies to make our city more livable, sustainable, and healthy. The effective implementation of the TGS is critical for Toronto to achieve its climate emergency commitment to become a net zero city by 2050 or sooner, and to achieve its 2030 greenhouse gas reduction target. Progressively increasing requirements for buildings to a tiered system is a key strategy for addressing Toronto's largest source of carbon emissions, buildings. We're encouraged to see the inclusion of the new Tier 2 and 3 requirement to conduct a material emissions assessment of the upfront embodied carbon of structural and envelope components. With mandatory 2030 performance targets for all buildings on the horizon, it is vital that the city closely monitors participation in the voluntary tiers and reviews measures frequently to ensure Toronto stays on track with a zero emission pathway. The TGS includes some important changes, but has some room for improvement when it comes to waste management and incorporation of circular economy principles. Creating a regenerative circular economy is a key part of meeting our climate goals, since waste reduction and diversion does more than just prevent the greenhouse gas emissions from landfill, but has a much bigger impact upstream in avoided energy and resource use, processing, and transport. In the last 3 years, T has been working closely with multi-residential building stakeholders as part of a project to assess opportunities for increased waste diversion. A constant theme that arises from every building we've worked with, including residents, superintendent staff, property managers, and developers, is that dedicated, accessible space for waste diversion plays a key role in how easy it is for that building to reduce waste. In Tier 1 and Tier 2, the only reference is to current waste diversion streams required by the province or provided by the city, recycling, organics, and garbage, and e-waste. But there's no plan for future diversion streams. I think there's an opportunity and a need for the city to look forward to future-proof our waste management in future buildings. When it comes to building design and construction waste, we're encouraged that Tier 2 promotes reuse, salvage, and sustainable material choices, but it could go much further to promote design for disassembly or future adaptation of new building uses. A similar requirement is included in the waterfront TO green building requirements, and I think that's something that the city should look at including. Circularity in design and construction is a growing area of study around the world, and as Toronto has been recognized internationally for commitments to facilitating a circular economy, there's growing expertise and knowledge right here in our city. We urge the city to work to investigate opportunities to further integrate circular principles and sustainable materials management into future revisions and standards. One small correction I would like to suggest that this committee make is that in the Tier 2 requirements regarding waste diversion for construction waste, the language in the standard refers to diversion from landfill. And what we would like to see is diversion from landfill or incinerator, as incineration and landfill are both forms of disposal in Ontario, and incineration is not a form of diversion. So just a small correction. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily, you've worked in the waste field for a while. One of the issues that some people have raised on this notion of what we can do in terms of waste diversion at buildings is whether or not we can regulate differently from the province of Ontario. Isn't it the case that the courts have said that municipalities can regulate differently so long as the difference doesn't contradict, but rather enhances?
That sounds accurate to me. I would trust your view on this. I know that the city does have its own waste regulations that go above and beyond what the province does in terms of, local litter regulations. We look at the single-use items regulations that the city of Toronto is already looking at. I think there's, as far as I understand, there is room for the city to go above and beyond what the province requires.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Okay. Let's try Chris Ballard once again. Good afternoon, Chris. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Right. Well, thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to delegate. My name is Chris Ballard, and I'm CEO of Passive House Canada. We're a national organization representing architects, engineers, manufacturers, trade, general contractors, everyone who builds to the international house high performance building standard. And I'm here today to express our support for Toronto moving to version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard. We believe it's critically important for Toronto to take this next step now to improve the Toronto Green Standard. We hear from our members that while Toronto is headed in the direction regarding GHG emission reductions, it needs to do more, and it needs to do it faster to both mitigate adapt to the reality of climate change. In fact, we'd encourage the city not only to adopt version 4, but also to move adoption of version 5 by 2025. Now, some in the development industry would have you believe that there's not the capacity to build to the upper tiers of version 4. But the experience of our members and those of our colleagues operating worldwide is that capacity to build to these standards only happens when change is legislated. Developers and designers will reach the upper tiers and create demand for high-performance building products. Suppliers of high-performance building components are ready to meet demand. They are already selling in major markets in the rest of the world. So while the Toronto Green Standard establishes the city as a leading municipality in Ontario, if not the world, when it comes to advocating sustainability building practices, it's not alone. Internationally, many cities are already doing what version 4 will have Toronto do. In Canada, Vancouver just reaffirmed its commitment to aggressively promoting passive house buildings in the future. So please don't buy into the notion that version 4 will require something that cannot be done, or it will cause great disruption, or will add significantly to the cost of the building. The experience of our members, and we're quite happy and do share it with your folks, our experience is that's just not so. Time is of the essence, and we urge you to vote on in the positive on these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks, Chris. That concludes the speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? Councillor Perks.
Hi. I think it's Ms. Welsh, I'm not sure. First of all, I want to thank you. I sent some questions to you earlier, and I got an answer back. There seems to be an issue around some of the proposals that the environmental community has put forward and some councillors put forward to enhance what we can do in the way of solid waste management. But the answers I get suggest somehow that we can't go beyond provincial standards. Isn't it the case that we already do? And in fact, have done several times in waste management. I'm thinking of the plastic bag ban, where the advice from city legal has been based on the Supreme Court decision on Hudson v. Spraytech that we're allowed to do that.
Through the chair, I can ask Jane or Lisa to help Councillor Perks with his question.
Through the chair, thanks, Greg. I was going to turn that question over to Brian Haley to answer.
Madam Chair, through you, I'd ask Mr. Almadani to respond. He's assisting on PGS.
You guys, you're going to dribble me all the way down the court for 5 minutes. Maybe, Madam Chair, with your permission, I could ask a simpler to answer question. Is it possible for the staff at planning who worked on this and the staff from legal who are familiar with the area of law that I've just asked about commit to meet with me before the council meeting when we consider this?
I think we could answer in the affirmative to that, Councillor Perks.
Mr. Haley?
Yes, definitely, Councillor.
Okay, maybe that's the easy answer then. Thank you very much. Sorry, I tried to get these questions to you in advance, but it's a very busy week.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So in recommendation 4, to require the application of the Toronto Green Standard for all developments agreements, including Housing Now initiative. Can I just ask a question? When we get an application in for a new build of a school, that we're finding that the board, it's very hard when you do request the Green Standard in their new schools because they haven't received the funding. So what are we doing about that?
Jane, do you want to try that?
Sure.
Because I have a couple of schools in my ward where they're telling me they don't have the funding for it, so we have to exempt them.
Through the chair, yes, it can be more expensive to build, certainly to the higher tiers, to tier 2. And there is another report before council in July dealing with the corporate real estate's plan to achieve net zero, which includes their existing portfolio and their new buildings. And what this recommendation does is really say where the city owns the land, we should be building to the higher standard.
For schools, Councillor Nunziata, this matter has come up. They are both subject to the green roof bylaw, and for the TGS, typically they're tier 1. I think if I'm not mistaken, we have worked through our differences. I'm trying to recall one off the top of my head where we haven't been able to reach some resolution with the school boards. It has been in place now for quite a number of years, and as their capital budget matures, they're increasingly able to accommodate these new standards.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? 1 second, just. Okay, seeing none. Speakers on the item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion, if the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is fairly straightforward, but it's to direct the city staff to consult with the stakeholders from the sector as well as marketing professionals to evaluate ways to rebrand the tier process in the Toronto Green Standards. And the impetus for doing so is to actually promote the public awareness of the program, but also to try to drive a higher uptake for the Toronto Green Standards, going beyond tier 1. And of course, tier 1 is the minimum achievement, is what we achieve through the planning process. But recognizing that tier 2, tier 3, sorry, not tier 2, it's all relatively, it's all voluntary afterwards. And we've heard that the voluntary uptake is not as high as it can be. Perhaps it's a combination of different financial incentives that need to take place. Perhaps it's a issue around a further refined policy adjustment. But I can't help but think, as I read the report, that we need to simplify what these tiers mean. And even by way of version 4 that we're on and talking about version 1, 2, 3, it becomes a little bit convoluted, I think, for the average person that's out there. But more importantly, I think consumers need to be part of the public demand, asking developers to achieve standards that will promote more sustainable development, green building metrics, and I think that has got to be the other approach. For sure, the work can be accelerated. I know we've had these discussions before on all our resiliency, climate positivity efforts. I think there can always be a massive acceleration. It will take time and energy, and most importantly, money. It has to go through the budget process, but I don't think what I'm proposing today necessarily needs to do that. And I just want to recognize that, I think there's a lot of, if I break it down to basic consumer awareness, your average resident on the street, they know that, when it comes to grades, you get 5-star, it means you did very well. If you achieve a platinum status, you've done extremely well. And we need to be able to simplify what 1, 2, 3, and 4 mean. When we talk about the tiering system, just perhaps similar to the LEED certification, because behind the standard certification to the platinum certification is a whole body of policy, and that matrix is extremely heavy on how they get to that outcome. But what they've been able to do is break it down to a small iconic badge that is easily accessible to the consumer. And I think it says something when the developers are so proud to promote their development because it's met one type of LEED certification or the other. And I don't think we see developers bragging about hitting the city's Toronto Green standards with the same type of enthusiasm. And it's not because for anything else other than the fact that it doesn't carry as much currency as it should. So I'm going to leave my remarks there and hopefully have the support of the committee, and then we can get the work done. And looking forward to seeing what the staff come up with in 2022 in the first quarter when they report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Just give me 1 second, just getting my screen back. Okay, no speakers. I do have a motion and just want to say a few words. I just like to get some report back on the EV stations and also on ways to reducing barriers to the installation of the EV charging stations. I think that we've heard that we could be doing better on this one, and so I think it is important that we hear back from our staff on this report, on this subject. Sorry. So with that, can we move it as a package if the committee is okay with that? So we can move ahead. Okay, looks like it's a yes. All those in favor, and that carries. Okay, item 25.18, development pipeline. We have one speaker, Daryl Chong. Good afternoon, Daryl.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of the committee, visiting councillors, thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I'd just like to highlight another great report from the staff with lots of insightful data. This year's development pipeline 2021 reports that the city averaged 1,644 rental completions per year over the past 10 years. There's a nice table on page 47, which I've copied and pasted into my very short letter. Earlier this month, another great staff report, the first time I've seen this one, right-sizing housing and generational turnover from the planning staff, noted on page 105, and that's a very lengthy, detailed report, that there's a deficit. The city needs 4,114 rental units built every year just to sustain or to meet current demand and growing demand. But unfortunately, from the previous table and from the right-sizing housing report, they note a deficit of about 2,500 rental units per year. That sustained 4114 per year needs to continue for 35 years. So every year we seem to be short about 2,500. You know, nice round math. Every term of council we're about 10,000 short. You need to take both of these reports together. We need to somehow figure out how to create and produce 2.5 times the current completion rate annually for a whole generation. You know, and the table shows from the last 10 years that there have been existing challenges which have really stunted rental development, not just recently, but for the last 40 years. We're not going to get into those today, but there have also been dramatic increases that are COVID related that have increased the cost of construction, you know, caused all sorts of disruptions in the supply chain and lots of delays because of, you know, outbreaks in workplaces and things like that. So these new obstacles, pandemic-related obstacles, layered on top of the current challenges, pose even more challenges. And we're already short. Just want to conclude with saying we're here as potential developers of rental housing. We want to figure out how we can work collaboratively with city council and staff to figure out how we can create some more new rental housing under the current circumstances. And thank you for your time and attention, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions of the speaker.
Hi, Mr. Chong, how many of your members have adopted a voluntary moratorium on evicting people who fall into rental arrears because of COVID-related problems?
There was a voluntary adoption of something like that during the peak part of COVID. But you know, so you get it's a tough question to answer. Well, it's not a tough question to answer, but it's a complicated question because you're now in a situation where somebody that's been in rental arrears may have been in rental arrears for a year and change. So that poses problems for both sides. Obviously, the resident who doesn't have the money to pay, but also for the owner and operator of that unit that has carrying costs. And you know, landlords come in all different shapes and sizes.
You can't give me a number of how many currently have.
No, I cannot.
In place. Okay, thank you.
I cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Daryl. That concludes our speakers for this item. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Seeing none, I will move staff recommendations to receive. All those in favor? Thank you. And with a note of thanks for the amount of work that is undergoing and with all the departments involved in the development process. Item 25.3, actions to address renovictions in Toronto. Our first speaker is Mohsen Abidi. Not present. Okay. Next speaker we have Kiri Vadivolo. Kiri? Yeah, Kiri's here. And you're connected. Good afternoon, Kiri. Okay, we're going to get Kiri to call. So we'll move to Earl LeBlanc and then go back to Kiri. Good afternoon, Earl. Not present. Monique Gordon. Good afternoon, Monique. Okay, not present. And Bob Murphy. Okay, so that concludes the list of speakers. Let's try Kiri one more time. Good afternoon, Kiri. Members, just give us 1 second here. IT is just trying to connect with the speaker. Okay, we seem not to be able to make contact with Kiri, so questions of staff on this item? No? Okay, speakers on the item? Any speakers on the item? Nope. Okay. I will, I'll just thank the subcommittee for their work. This was the good work of our subcommittee that we're seeing here today, so thank you.
Sorry, I have a motion. Sorry, I'm sorry. Which item are we on? I'm just having such trouble with my devices. I apologize.
Item 23, actions to address renovictions in Toronto.
That is it. Thank you very much.
There you go. You would like to speak,
That
wouldn't
is
you?
it. Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
I would like to speak. I'd just like to apologize. I don't have all of the apps necessary to run all the devices. I'm running out of battery.
Councillor Fletcher, just give me 1 second. We've been able to contact Kiri, and we're going to allow our 3 minutes to speak. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Kiri. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. Obviously, I'm Kiri. I'm a member of ACON, Scarborough ACON. ACON has been fighting for affordable housing, internet, and justice for low-income families across the nation. And one of the key issues that ACON members and as an organization is standing up is for affordable housing. And what's happening right now is opposite of what we actually needed. Right now, we are having renovation in a crisis where we already have housing crisis. We have shortage of housing. And unfortunately, the rents are going up, keep going up. And there's right now there's a belief that the rents are lower. It's just because we have Airbnb rooming houses came to the market all of a sudden. We see a slight lower of some of the units, but that doesn't mean the real tenants are seeing any benefit of it. I mean, for an example, I'm still renting and I never seen a penny less. I mean, I'm still paying the same. And there's a lot of ACON members, we are tenants, we are renters, we don't see any benefit of it. And right now, the talk about the rent being low is only a marketing scheme. And we've seen that year after year. So what we are asking is, as all the ACON members, is adopt the policy that is already working well in BC, the new Westminster's policy. That is what is going to protect our housing here, and that is going to help us set in the right step forward. Unfortunately, we have people in whether it's councillors or whether it's people in the organizations in the lead hand, they have so invested in the interest of landlords, and then they are themselves landlords, and that doesn't help us to do the right thing for the tenant. And that's why we tenants are putting ourselves day and night. We are going to the street and asking the city to do the right thing and making this as a public issue. And it shouldn't be happening this way. The reason people elect councillors and people elect officials is to represent the people who don't have a voice. But unfortunately, it is not what's happening nowadays. And COVID is just a perfect example that across everything. And renovation, it shouldn't be happening this day and age, and right now in this crisis. And everything we are asking right now is housing is a human right, and that need to be acknowledged. Unless we acknowledge the housing is a human right, we are not going to solve the problem. And are we going to put our people on the street? What's happening right now? All the prices are going up. Tenants cannot afford to buy groceries and then pay rent at the same time. It's just that for some odd reason, landlords have hard time understanding tenants have other expenses. All they're seeing is, oh yes, did you collect SERP? Okay, you can pay rent. That is the mindset we have right now, and that needs to change. And that is a socio-psychopath mentality, and that does not do any good to our community.
Thank you, Kiri.
If we invest in people.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Now, once again, questions of staff. Anybody with questions of staff? No? Speakers, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And at our subcommittee with Councillor Bradford and Councillor Perks, we certainly heard a lot from renters about renovictions and their concerns. And we were grappling with the best way to proceed to really have a deep dive into what might be possible in Toronto, not exactly what's happened in New Westminster, where they have arrived at a way to end renovictions through different city levers, but at least to look and see what might be possible. So here's the motion. And thank you to the staff for having worked through about 4 different versions until we're at this one. So I would just ask for your support. My colleagues on the committee haven't seen it because we've been revising it until we get to today. There's tremendous interest in this issue, and this seems to be a very good way forward.
Thank you. If I could get my screen back. All those in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion? That carries. And item as amended, all those in favor, that carries. Okay, thank you so much. Members, that brings us to item 10. We're going to have a short staff presentation. Yep.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
On a point of order, earlier in the meeting, we introduced PH 2524 and said sometime when it was convenient, we could consider it. Would now be appropriate?
Councillor, can you repeat that? Your sound was cutting off a little bit. I didn't understand.
Sure. At the beginning of the meeting, I introduced a piece of new business, and you suggested that after it had been posted for a while, we could consider it. I was wondering if now is appropriate. Just get it out of the way.
Yep, I'm okay with that. If there's no questions, then we just vote on it. All members, all in favor? All those in favor? That carries. Councillor, item 25.24 is dealt with. So now let's move to 25.10, a new regulatory framework of multi-tenant houses. Staff will do a presentation. Michael, will you start us off?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I won't be part of the presentation. Corolla is putting it on the screen, and it will start with Kyle Connect.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and committee members. I'm Kyle Connect. I'm the manager of the zoning section and the city planning division. I'll be joined today by colleagues in municipal licensing and standards, as well as the housing secretariat. And we've got a brief presentation for you to summarize the recommendations that staff are bringing forward with respect to multi-tenant housing. As a bit of background, multi-tenant houses exist across the city. They contain single-room dwelling accommodation with a shared kitchen and washroom. And this form of housing is one of the most affordable housing options in the private rental market. They've been a part of Toronto's housing stock for well over a century. Multi-tenant houses have been permitted by zoning and licensed in the former city of Toronto and parts of the former cities of Etobicoke and York for decades. However, these regulations are outdated and not consistent in the different areas of the city where multi-tenant houses are permitted. And I'm sure you understand, multi-tenant houses are not permitted outside of those areas. Furthermore, the regulations that we currently have are under appeal, with 2 appeals of the city's comprehensive citywide zoning bylaw that remain outstanding from 2013. These appeals by the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario and the Rupert Coalition focus on the lack of harmonized regulations across the city. The need for multi-tenant houses exists in Toronto, but as we've explained, the opportunities for this form of housing are not equal across the city. Currently, we know that there are approximately 350 licensed multi-tenant houses in Toronto. And it's important to recognize that licensing and its associated requirements can only be applied in those parts of the city where zoning permits multi-tenant houses as a land use. In other parts of the city, unlicensed and illegal multi-tenant houses can make for inadequate and unsafe living conditions, and also property maintenance concerns, which are often of concern to neighbors and the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Safe and well-maintained affordable houses, safe and well-maintained houses and housing choices are only achievable through effective regulation. And it's for these reasons, as I've described, that staff are bringing forward a zoning and licensing regime with the objective to provide for affordable, equitable, and livable housing choices that fit within their communities. Next slide, please. The framework that staff are proposing consists of 5 components. I think it's reflective of the fact that this is a complex issue with a wide range of viewpoints, that the framework has so many pieces that need to fit together. Next slide, please. The first part of this framework is zoning. And to summarize this, I'll explain that staff propose that multi-tenant houses will be permitted in all zones across the city that permit residential uses. Staff also proposed that this use would be subject to a maximum number of dwelling rooms. In most zones, the residential detached, the residential semi, and the residential townhouse zones, that maximum number of dwelling rooms would be 6. There would be a maximum of 12 rooms in higher density residential zones, namely the residential apartment zone, and a maximum of 25 rooms in mixed-use zones. Those are the CR zones that are mostly found along main streets and in the downtown. Parking is also a zoning standard that we are recommending be applied. With respect to parking, if a multi-tenant house is one of the zoning bylaws, parking policy overlay areas, there would be no parking required. And these overlay areas are parts of the city that are essentially very close to or even on top of transit. Most of the city, however, would be subject to a different parking rate. So those parts of the city that are not in an overlay area would have a requirement of 1 parking space for every 0.34 rooms. And to do the math for you, this would result in 2 parking spaces for a 6-room multi-tenant house. There would also be a zoning standard related to washrooms. The zoning proposes a requirement of 1 washroom for every 4 dwelling rooms. And so rounding up, that would mean that a 6-room multi-tenant house would require 2 bathrooms. Lastly, I'll point out that the bylaw would harmonize definitions so that there would be a single set of zoning definitions for multi-tenant house and dwelling room that would apply across the city, and that those definitions would be coordinated with the definition proposed in the licensing bylaw. For the next part of the framework, I'm going to turn it over to Ginny Adey in Municipal Licensing and Standards to explain the licensing and enforcement frameworks.
Thank you, Kyle. So we'll move on to the second part of the framework, which is a new licensing bylaw that we're proposing with increased standards and reviews for compliance across some related rules. So some of the things to highlight here is the introduction of a new requirement for operators, which is a property standards plan, which will ensure that MLS can have oversight over the maintenance and standards that the operators will be maintaining in their homes. We are also proposing a new multi-tenant housing licensing tribunal, which is a critical part of our enforcement toolbox as we can work with operators to add conditions to their licenses. I'll also highlight regulatory oversight, a new framework that we've developed in partnership with Toronto Public Health for personal care multi-tenant houses, which are also part of the licensing framework. We'll move on to the next slide. The third part of the framework is the compliance and enforcement program. And we know, and we've heard through consultations, that it's critical that we get this right. What we're proposing is a coordinated, interdivisional, and dedicated set of resources from various divisions in the city who will take action together to promote safe and livable houses. There's 4 main aspects of this program, as you can see here. Just touch on the first. The collaborative approach is really a team coming together between MLS, Toronto Fire, Toronto Building, and Toronto Public Health to work together, as I mentioned, to ensure safety and livability in these houses. Education and outreach is always a critical part of a bylaw implementation. We need to ensure that people understand what the rules are so that they know how to follow them. We'll be working with operators on some communications for them, as well as working with students and tenants to ensure that they understand their rights, things like how to submit a complaint and what their rights are as tenants of a multi-tenant house. There will also be a public campaign aspect to the education and outreach campaign. Compliance and enforcement, there's a series of new tools that we'll be introducing, including increased fines and new tools around remedial action. So for the next slide, I'll turn it over to Sherry in the Housing Secretariat.
Thanks, Jenny. This slide gives an overview of what we propose to do to support tenants and maintain the affordability of these multi-tenant homes under the new licensing standards. So one of the concerns we heard from operators and tenants was that these new standards would result in additional costs, and tenants fearing that the cost would be trickled down to tenants, making these rooms in the multi-tenant homes no longer affordable. The Housing Secretariat is working with the Toronto Building Department that's undertaking a study to look at the Ontario Building Code and Fire Code, to look at more cost-effective ways to ensure compliance. Once that study is complete, the Housing Secretariat will be developing a financial incentive program for eligible operators to offset costs. So we're looking to build on successful programs like the Toronto Renovates program and the Open Door program and others to provide city incentives to operators to offset the cost. And we would do that in exchange for affordability agreements, negotiated agreements for terms of affordability to make sure that the rents remain affordable. Another concern that's been raised by the housing sector in particular has been fear of displacement due to the room caps and possible closures due to fire and life safety concerns. We're taking a 2-track approach to this. We'll be coming back in November of this year with a new approach to emergency relocations, working with an interdivisional team to look at different categories of emergencies and how we would address them in terms of tenant support, whether things are emergencies in the moment or we have a few days to work with folks, and looking at pathways and soft landings for tenants in those moments. The other piece is building on the project management table that Jenny mentioned in the past slide. We'll be creating a housing at risk table that would work from an interdivisional perspective and over the first year of implementation with the community sector and the tenant advisory committee to look at tools and resources we can bring to the table to mitigate the loss of affordable housing units in existing housing. The final piece that was raised, there were a lot of concerns around student housing in different parts of the city, in particular students living in very crowded homes, not knowing their rights, but also not having a good range of affordable housing options on or near campus. As part of the city manager's partnership table with post-secondary institutions, we'll be advancing our commitment in the Housing 2 Action Plan to work with post-secondary institutions to explore the development of affordable housing on or near campus for students, faculty, and staff, using something similar to what we've done with with land banking with different city partners. Another piece around that, we know that students are often first-time renters and may not know what to look for in terms of safe accommodations and knowing their rights. So we're also having a commitment to work with student unions to develop material in multiple languages for students to know what is safe accommodations and how to find it. Next slide.
Okay, so the fifth part of the framework is an implementation plan. And we're developing an overall implementation plan with a phased approach, and this will help ensure a smooth and orderly transition to a new framework. We need to take the time to get this right, both from the city's perspective, as there are multiple changes and multiple divisions, to make sure that the program will be successful, council, but also from the operator's perspective, as we know it will take time to transition and come into compliance. The year one of the plan is really about laying the foundation for program success. So it would include things like hiring the dedicated enforcement teams, setting up a project management table, setting up the systems needed for the tribunal, and the work with the post-secondary opportunities that Sherry mentioned. Year two kicks in November 2022, and that's when the zoning and licensing bylaws would come into effect. We'd move into more of a compliance and enforcement phase, where we would be working with existing licensed operators to bring them into the new framework, as well as identifying and transitioning unlicensed operators and bringing them into the new framework. Throughout this year, it would also be critical to monitor any potential displacement, as Sherry mentioned, that may occur with tenants. In year three, we would turn our minds to licensing new operators that may choose to enter into this new framework. And I would say throughout, it's important that we monitor the impact using data and building up our ability to monitor data around housing affordability, the impact on communities, and the impact. Next slide, last slide. A critical part of the implementation plan is the financial impact, and we need to dedicate the resources to make sure that this is a success. While there may not be a financial implication this year, the report outlines a series of projections for different divisions that would be brought forward as part of their 2022 operating budget process. So as an example, MLS would look to hire up to 22 new officers, depending on uptake of the program. And similarly, Toronto Fire is projecting up to about 16 new officers that would be required. As I said, the other divisions would require funding, and they may bring that forward through the 2022 budget process. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to speakers. Our first speaker on this item is William Guest. Okay. Vanessa Kilvijar. Good afternoon, Vanessa. Okay. Carol James. Good afternoon, Carol. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a Scarborough resident. I'm a homeowner. I want to ask you please to reject the zoning law change. I do not believe it will help solve affordable housing. Its benefits are short-term and far overshadowed by unsafe, unmaintained, overcrowded elements. Consider affordability. If family homes are converted into rooming houses, the prices of remaining family homes will jump up and rent hikes will follow. Rooms will not be affordable for long. Consider first-time family home buyers. It's already difficult to buy a home in the GTA due to decreasing supply and surging house prices. It would be irresponsible to further exacerbate the family home shortage by allowing family homes to be converted into multi-tenant investments. Lastly, consider safety. Corporations tend to put profit above all else. Private long-term care facilities made this painfully clear during COVID. According to CBC, 85% of nursing homes break the law repeatedly and with almost no consequences. Is there any reason to believe rooming houses will be better run? In my neighborhood, houses that are most run down tend to be houses that are bought as investments and rented or left vacant. When we contact 311, tall grass continues growing for weeks before it's mowed. Fed up with weeds and wary of ticks causing Lyme disease, neighbors often cut the lawns for them. City promises to keep us safe, but doesn't even force lawn mowing effectively. It would be negligent to allow more multi-tenant rooming houses when our governments have already proven themselves unable to enforce safety standards. Are there better solutions? Yes, there are. We could raise the minimum wage in the GTA to a living wage of $22. Other big cities do this, like New York City and London, England. A second idea is to promote the rental of good quality, low-cost rooms in homes that are the owner's primary residence by giving owner-landlords a tax cut. When owners reside in homes, they tend to maintain properties and keep them safe. and allow triplexes as long as the owner lives in the house and the driveway is big enough for all cars. A third possibility is to promote affordable housing where it's needed, near public transportation. Give tax breaks to groups that convert closed schools and malls into rental units. Tax breaks could be funded by putting higher taxes on Toronto's 66,000 vacant homes. Lastly, fund affordable housing with higher property taxes on Toronto businesses that could have employees work at home more. Working at home addresses the root problem rather than trying to fix a myriad of problems created by having too many people working in Toronto. And I just want to comment on your to maintain affordability, financial incentives for operators to offset costs. I do not want to subsidize corporations. I am tired of subsidizing corporations. If you want to subsidize somebody, subsidize the young first-time home buyers and the elderly who want to stay at the home in their homes by letting them rent out more of their homes. In conclusion, based on government and corporation tax records, rooming houses will be unsafe, unpleasant, unmaintained, and unaffordable. And dealing with violations will be costly and ineffective. Councillors, please consider better options and please reject multi-tenant housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No, seeing none. Okay, thank you, Carol. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Howard Tam.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Howard.
Hello?
Howard,
Hi,
go
thank
ahead. You
Madam
have
Chair
3
and Council.
minutes.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you, Madam Chair and Councillors. I come here today to support the proposed bylaw on multi-tenant housing. I actually live in Ward 22 in Old Agent Court, and I have for many years. The issues that have been raised around the impact of multi-tenant housing, such as parking or substandard conditions in the inner suburbs like Scarborough, are definitely real experiences that we should not ignore. However, we should be clear that these are issues that can be addressed within the proposed framework, and they are solvable with some creative solutions and good management. As a result, we should see that these are concerns alone should not be the reason to reject this policy wholesale, more an invitation to do comprehensive design to truly address the needs that are currently not being met. Concerns about health and safety and lack of regulation enforcement, to me, are really a call for better enforcement, and a need for more resources and capacity to deal with the expected increase in issues and complaints that will come with this legalization. And let this be a warning to the city. The fact that this issue is being raised shows that residents are becoming distrustful of how enforcement is currently being carried out. If the city is serious about wanting this policy to be successful from a policy and political perspective, you do need to match this with adequate enforcement budget and adequate penalties. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself in the foot long term. To address the parking concern, this is definitely manageable and can be resolved by requiring multi-tenant owners to expand driveway parking facilities or pay for parking permits for their tenants in designated spots. Once again, enforcement of this is vital to ensuring trust in the policy. The truth is that multi-tenant housing up to code or not already exists, and tenants are worse off when we adopt a see no evil, hear no evil approach. If we truly cared about their welfare, we should actually say yes to this to ensure that proper enforcement can exist. My support for this is also guided by the overarching need of my generation, reasonable priced housing. Note I didn't say affordable. I'll settle these days for reasonable. We're in a housing crisis, and we all need to wake up and see the economic indicators. We have the highest price increases among OECD countries. Prices rose even amidst a global pandemic. And now, as reported a couple of weeks ago, a developer is actively buying up single houses to rent back to us because the current conditions actually make this a viable business model. Allowing multi-tenant sites, while not the perfect solution, at least will add to the stock of the system and provide some short-term relief. Make no mistake, this is not a permanent solution. As I've stated on my own social media before, market intervention is needed to address this market failure, and our government, note public trust being at stake here again, are just not doing enough. From the perspective of those 40 and under, this is actually being silly for somebody to complain that a multi-tenant housing site might depreciate property values. I've actually never seen any study that shows this in Toronto, and most of my generation has only ever seen housing prices go up, wherever they're located in this town, almost regardless of global economic conditions. With these thoughts in mind, I do hope that you'll vote yes and support this motion, and let's definitely talk more about further housing interventions and adequate enforcement. Just as a point, I mean, the last speaker's ideas I thought were really good. I thank you for your time today, and I hope you'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Theo Calamaros. Okay, not present. Dan Binningham? Bingham. Okay, next, Arthur Lofsky. Good afternoon, Arthur.
Hi there. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I got my political awakening 25 years ago fighting the amalgamation of the city of Toronto. Some of you may recall, particularly Councillor Carroll, that the stated reasons were not the real reasons for this amalgamation. It was Mike Harris government wanted to subsume the old city of Toronto and its politics with the politics of the suburbs. I fought strongly against this, along with Kathleen Wynne and John Sewell. I was on their steering committee. I ended up working for the finance minister of Ontario and tried to help the city of Toronto restore some of its powers and autonomy. There is this blockbuster bylaw, which I oppose, is the result of Mike Harris's vision, but reversed. And unfortunately, if this is passed, you're going to homogenize and impose a regime on the entire city, not recognizing a one-size-fits-all approach, not recognizing the unique quality of life issues and built form issues in different parts of this city. I note that there are no councillors here on this Planning and Housing Committee that are representing North York, Etobicoke, and Scarborough. And I've read the summary report, and there are some really remarkable things that are in here. One of the things to justify this is that, according to the Human Rights Commission, municipalities do not have a responsibility for people, only for land use. Well, that's an extraordinary thing to say to justify this. This Planning and Housing Committee is not about zoning. It is about zoning, but by this report, it's not about people. Then what are you about? This thing should be deferred. I have a couple questions because I don't have a lot of time. How are you going to enforce this? You can't enforce the encampments in parks for safety reasons. You can't enforce all the stuff with fireworks and all the various other things that you need to enforce. You don't have officers, bylaw officers, after 6 p.m. Are foreign owners going to be allowed to do this and be absentee? How many homes are going to be allowed to be licensed on a street? Is it 1? Is it 10? Is it unlimited? And I go back to this blockbuster bylaw. This will be the new form of blockbuster 2.0. I dare you to ask me any questions.
Any questions of the speaker? I guess not, Arthur. Thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Sarah Abdillahi. Okay, Farah Ahmad. Good afternoon, Farah.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Farah, and I'm here representing over 14,000 undergraduate students from the University of Toronto, Scarborough. We're here to speak in favor of this motion, but also bring to light serious student concerns relating to multi-tenant rooming housing. On May 30th, 2018, Helen Gao lost her life in an electrical fire incident in a multi-tenant rooming house. Other tenants suffered minor injuries trying to escape. All 4 occupants were international students who attended our university. We ask ourselves, how is this possible? And we think that the fragmented zoning and licensing bylaws have systemically created a dynamic that functions with Scarborough being second class to the rest of the city. Too many times have we seen Scarborough being left behind in policies that protect our basic human rights. We are now here to make sure that Scarborough once again is not forgotten in this regulatory framework. While the cost of university serves as the most significant barrier to accessing higher education, there's a multitude of economic barriers that shut down many communities from our institution. Across the province, students have reported finding it nearly impossible to access safe, affordable, and accessible housing. Many students, and disproportionately international students, have shared their experiences being mistreated within their tenant-landlord relationships. We have heard from students who are forced out of rooming housing during inspections with nowhere to go, or live in unsafe conditions with more than 7 individuals living in a space with 1 bathroom, kitchen, and common space. Students have long called for the government to invest in affordable housing. We believe that safe and regulated multi-tenant rooming housing could be a solution for many students' housing needs. Based on the findings of an internal consultation hosted by U of T SMART, the new framework was unanimously supported as it would improve tenant safety, but many expressed concerns regarding the possibility of said requirements reducing affordable housing stocks by overburdening the current and potential multi-tenant housing operators. Through this framework, we hope to see streamlined regulatory compliance so that the cost of compliance do not be put on tenants. We support and encourage the creation of educational and outreach materials directly towards students and new renters. Videos, guidebooks, and accessible documents, both in print and digital, were some of the favored methods of information delivery. We also believe that continued workshops and town halls in partnership with landlords and tenant boards could be an asset to help current and potential renters better understand their rights. Further, we hope to work collaboratively with the city, university, and other unions to identify locations for safe multi-tenant houses and to create and distribute educational materials to our students. I would like to sincerely thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Farah. Any questions of the speaker?
Councillor
Fletcher.
I do
Go
have.
ahead.
Thank you. I just was very intrigued with what you said. I'm assuming from what you said that if this doesn't proceed, then we would be relegating Scarborough to second-class citizenship. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I'm new to this position on the Students' Union, but I just graduated from the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, and on multiple occasions, whether it's housing or transit, we feel like Scarborough is in a way being neglected because we see that there's a lack of funding. We see how disproportionately we are receiving fundings and policies compared to the rest of the city.
Yeah, we could have a long discussion about your LRT that got canceled, not by the city either.
Yeah.
But we won't go there today. Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next, Roberta Taylor. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Roberta?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Roberta Taylor, and I'm with the Membership Advocacy Committee at St. Stephen's Community House, and I'm a peer. I was a peer support worker here too, and I'm talking to you because multi-dwelling housing is important to me. I feel that it is a way to keep housing in Toronto affordable, as there is not enough affordable housing in Toronto. And I firmly support the idea of multi-dwelling housing as long as it is regulated. But I feel that the city has to help offset the costs of the regulations, because otherwise the tenants would be unable to afford living in housing. One of the things that they must be able to do is make sure that people with special needs and people with disabilities have adequate, have adequate staff caring for them, such as PSW workers or people who come and check on them that know what they're doing, make sure their medication isn't given to people that it doesn't belong to. When I had some experiences when I lived in a rooming house where people would steal my medication and people would do some strange things, but I see someone raising their hand already to talk to me. I also wanted to say that the first part of the presentation I thought was incredibly important, and that the steps that were taken are very good. But they have to make sure that people on disability or people on Ontario Works can afford to live in multi-dwelling housing, because we are on limited budgets. The rent that most people can afford is only around $500 a month, and sometimes that it's $200 or $300 more than that, and that does not include room and board. People who are paying room and board could add another couple $100 because all their food is provided, but they have to make sure that their dietary requirements are met. And I just want to thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. And I've learned a lot today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Roberta. And Councillor Perks has some questions of you.
Sure.
Thank you, Roberta. You were talking about supports with people for disability and people who take medication and so on. Am I to take it you live in what we call a personal care rooming house?
No, I lived in a rooming house that was I had my own space, but they did room and board, and often the food that they served was not good for me for my dietary needs. I'm a type 2 diabetic, right. And they didn't really follow through with what I needed to have to eat. But I could manage to take care of myself because I go to drop-ins and do other things. So it wasn't as bad as what some people might have had. And I was paying almost $700, and that was 14 years ago. So the cost of living has not really expanded too much. That's the main problem, I think, on disability that people have, is the cost of living is still way under the poverty line. And the city is not responsible for that. It's just the way things are.
Well, that's very helpful. Thank you. I agree with you. The provincial ODSP payments are scandalously low. So in this report, where people do have those kinds of needs, we're creating a new team that would include nursing visits regularly. Would that be helpful?
Oh, definitely. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think people who are on disability or who have special needs would definitely, once a week, somebody from St. Elizabeth's coming to check everyone that lives within one rooming house even would be a fantastic thing.
Thank you so much for coming today. That's very helpful to me to hear.
Thank you so much for having me. I had this whole experience. We did the surveys. We worked with this for a while now. I'm really appreciative of everything you've let us do. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Next, we have Henry James. Hi, Henry. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, we'll go to next one, and then we'll come back to Henry. Magda Barrera. Good afternoon,
Hi.
Magda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario. We're a community legal clinic with a provincial mandate to advance and protect the interests of tenants across the province. We support the report's proposal to legalize multi-tenant houses across the city and the creation of a comprehensive citywide regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses. Multi-tenant houses have been an important part of the housing stock in the city for decades, and they constitute one of the city's few options for deeply affordable housing. ACTO has advocated for a comprehensive framework for multi-tenant houses since September 30th, 2010, when we wrote Planning and Growth Management Committee about the consolidated zoning bylaw. That bylaw left in place the zoning patchwork of the former municipalities and continues to this day. As a result, multi-tenant houses that are not allowed by zoning regulations must function underground. This creates instability when it comes to providing a basic need for tenants, such as housing, and it increases risks to health and safety. The lack of uniformity in licensing and the enforcement of safety standards can often result in inadequate and unsafe living conditions for tenants. And this is particularly troubling, given that multi-tenant houses provide one of the few deeply affordable housing options left in Toronto and serve a very diverse range of tenants, including students, seniors, new immigrant, and low and moderate income individuals. The comprehensive set of measures that is proposed, starting with citywide zoning standards, are necessary to achieve meaningful recognition of multi-tenant houses as a legitimate form of residential land use. We're very encouraged to see a human rights-based approach to multi-tenant houses in accordance with the city's new housing charter. Surely this must include granting residents of multi-tenant houses their long overdue recognition as legitimate members of our communities. While we support the proposed framework, we also urge the city to include a strong displacement prevention strategy in its implementation. Enhanced operator licensing requirements are very important for the health and safety of the tenants, but we also want to prevent unintended consequences, such as the loss of existing dwelling rooms and the resulting displacement of tenants who have very few other options. Therefore, we recommend that the city prioritize working with tenants, with community organizations, and with multi-tenant housing operators to support the transition to the new standards and prevent any displacement of current tenants. In sum, we urge you to adopt this proposed framework and to use your efforts as councillors and as housing advocates to bring the members of council around to a position that sees everyone as deserving of a home in the community of their choosing. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. Councillor Carroll. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I wonder if I could ask some questions of Magda. You mentioned in your deputation the inconsistency of having some rooming houses legal, some illegal. I'm wondering if your organization could, sort of flesh that out for me, clarify for me. Does having illegal and legal ones lead to you get radically different types of requests for advocacy based on whether or not they're in a legitimate rooming house versus an illegitimate? Is it an entirely different kind of complaint once you're into the illegal zones?
I would have to get back to you in specific examples, but in general, I think what one hears about also from other community partners is that there are a lot of health and safety concerns in the illegal rooming houses, and many tenants, because they know that these are illegal rooming houses, they're afraid to make any complaints. They are afraid to enforce their rights as tenants because they know that they can just get kicked out or that their home can be closed down. So it creates a lot of issues, and it creates a lack of follow-up since people feel they have no recourse.
So even when it's a non-governmental complaint, a not-for-profit like yourself, even when it's something like that, it's not so much different complaints as they don't feel they can complain about an operator at all. So you hear fewer complaints from them. Those living in illegal.
I said, I would have to follow up on specific numbers, but in general, I think there are two main, shall we say, issues that we feel come about because of the illegal act of some rooming houses. One is that greater risk to health and safety. The other is, are we just we feel we're not hearing a lot of these complaints because people are afraid.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Magda. Let's try Henry James again. Henry? Hi, Henry. I think it seems like you're having some technical difficulties. Next, we have Regini David.
My name is Regini David. I'm representing West Scarborough Community Legal Services and a coalition of residents and low and moderate income tenants and housing advocates called Carbone Community Fighting for Affordable Homes for Scarborough. I live in Scarborough Centre and I have been working with Scarborough residents regarding issues affecting Scarborough for over 25 years. Carbone Community and West Scarborough have had many community discussions with rooming house tenants and rooming house landlords in Scarborough about the city report and citywide regulatory framework for multi-tenant housing. Through our work, we have learned that multi-tenant housing is not only providing deeply affordable homes to low-income individuals, but it is also helping middle-income families to pay mortgage and maintain their home. Many Scarborough middle-income families are also unable to pay market rent or full mortgage to keep roof over their head. Therefore, we see many rooming house landlords are renting their portion of their house to keep up their bills payment. Furthermore, these rooming houses are the only housing option available to many low-income individuals, such as students, seniors, newcomers, people on social assistance, and minimum wage earners. it is important for city to keep these homes safe and available to avoid homelessness. Therefore, we strongly support the city's staff report and proposal of implementation of comprehensive citywide regulatory framework for multi-tenant housing. We are also happy to see that city staff have applied the human rights-based approach while reviewing proposal change to a citywide zoning approach. However, we ask that the proposed zoning approach consider the following. The city should also ensure to prevent tenant displacement and support tenants in the event of required any emergency relocation. We have also witnessed that many rooming house landlords from Scarborough come from racialized community and are struggling to pay bills. Of course, we know that Scarborough population, more than 70% come from racialized community. And so the city should provide incentives to landlord to comply with the licensing requirements so people can be safely housed. So even rooming house landlord needs support. They are also in one way is vulnerable as well. Any bylaw changes should be educated and communicated clearly for tenants and landlords in their own respective languages. Finally, the bylaw changes. Finally, I'm also a house owner and neighbor of rooming house tenants in Scarborough. I support the regulating and legalizing these homes and keeping my neighbors safe in my neighborhood. This is better than seeing people on my street or in my backyard or even a shelter. It is also benefit for all of us to ensure a safety and well-being of people living in the rooming house. We urge the city councillors to support the proposed city staff report and move forward as it's an important issue. And we are dealing with this issue for over a decade. Thank you, everyone who worked on the report.
Thank you, Regina. Any questions? Councillor Carroll. Sorry about that.
Well, I wasn't going to until the very last moment, and I'd like to ask the deputy about, they have been advocating on this issue for 10 years. For 10 years, you've been asking for a change to what is now the illegal rooming houses. Is that the case? It's the illegality of it that is the long-standing issue?
Yes, in Scarborough, the rooming houses are illegal, as you know, and we know that by legalizing, many tenants and even neighbors can benefit from this. And over 10 years, I know that there's so many consultation, meetings, discussion, and research. The city was working on it, and I'm really glad to see the report now, and hopefully this can be addressed and legalized so tenants can live in a safe condition. At the same time, we can address the housing issue. This is one of the deeply affordable way of providing homes to people who are with a very low income, because we don't have affordable housing. If we close all these rooming houses, for example, where will we put these people? Do we have enough affordable homes for our city that we can relocate them? No. So we have to keep everything is available to us.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Sean Mahar. Good afternoon, Sean.
Hi, and thanks for having us have an opportunity to speak to this important issue today. I'm speaking as somebody who's worked on this issue for a very long time. I first sat on the city's rooming house working group in 1989 on behalf of then City Councillor Marilyn Shirley. I served on a similar body after amalgamation on behalf of the late Pam McConnell, and I've carried out 2 studies for the city on rooming houses, one in 2015 and one in 2017. I have met with rooming house tenants and owners and neighbors and heard their stories, and there are some clear facts that come out of it. One is that decades lost failing to resolve this issue have come at a very, very high cost. In terms of municipal dollars spent wrestling with it, in terms of neighborhoods riven by conflict over it, and most of all, in terms of the lives, both damaged and lost, of tenants who live in them. The second is that there are a lot of emotions involved, and we've heard some of them expressed today, and we owe it to our neighbors to respect those emotions. I sympathize with the councillors who feel pressed on this issue. I know what it's like. I've been in rooms in Agent Court and Port Union filled to bursting with 200 homeowners forcefully expressing the absolute need to remove all rooming houses from their areas. I know they are decent people who are genuinely afraid of the impact of rooming houses on their community. But good public policy isn't made by stoking fear or by succumbing to it. It's made by addressing it and helping people resolve it. And these are resolvable fears if we can ensure that in addition to respecting those emotions, we also respect the facts. And there's some really clear facts. The first is that unregulated rooming houses with no bylaw enforcement and no compliance measures governing them are far more disruptive to their neighbors and their tenants than the regulated ones. We know that from the research. We know that from talking to all of those people. The second is if there aren't enough regulated rooming houses, there are going to be unregulated ones. We have over 100,000 people in the city who can't possibly afford the rent on a bachelor. And with a market that big, we will, and as anyone can see, we have, see illegal rooming houses established in every corner of the city. And the third is that the fear that people have about rooming houses is resolvable. Once, as part of my work for Councillor McConnell, we had to help a community come to terms with their fears of affordable housing. And they told us they knew what affordable housing was like and the impact it would have on their community. So we got them together and we drove them up and down streets that affordable housing was on and asked them to pick out the affordable homes. Not once could they do it. And that's not surprising. The research is clear. There are no measurable negative effects from having neighbors in low-income homes. The fact is that people who live in affordable housing are just like the rest of us all over this city. Every neighborhood we can have, owning or renting at market rates or below, have good mental health days and bad mental health days. Times when they keep the raccoons out of the garbage and the music turned down, and times when they don't. Some days rooming houses fail at that. Some days ownership houses fail at that. And what we know for sure is that tenure simply is not a good predictor of who will do which of those things on any given day. I encourage the members of City Council to work with the facts and work with their residents to address them. Because the alternative is to do what we've done for 20 years, to pretend the problem isn't there and kick the can down a very expensive road, leaving all of us and our neighbors in the same predicament we're in right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Fletcher. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
Hi, Sean.
Let me go to the members of the outside the committee first, if you don't mind. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question through you to Mr. Meager. Sean, you said that you were in, that you have come into Ward 22 and that you've seen how a tenant or residents are against the rooming houses, that it's a bit of fear mongering. Can you please explain why you believe that the residents in my ward are against the rooming houses?
So, as I said before, I carried out consultations on behalf of the city around rooming houses, and at the time, I was working with Councillor Kelly in that ward, and we held meetings all up and down that what is now your ward, Councillor, and residents expressed a lot of fear. And interestingly, the fears they expressed consistently were fears that were the consequence of the rooming houses being unregulated. And when we got into the conversations more fully, it became clearer and clearer that their problems weren't actually with a form of housing. Their problems were with the fact that this housing was unregulated. And so having a regulation that makes sure that somebody is watching and that when tenants are there and they're experiencing situations that are unsafe or untenable, they can safely go to the city and say this is an issue and get it addressed instead of risking being evicted because the house is illegal. All of those things would have helped your residents and the residents all across Agincourt. And that's really the conclusion that we arrived at when we had those conversations. Because yes, they were very concerned. But no, those concerns weren't really about whether or not there were rooming houses, but whether or not they were properly regulated and properly overseen.
Through Madam Chair, was it because of the legality or was it because the form of the house in Scarborough Agincourt does not permit for a multi-tenant home as a type of home that you would probably see downtown? Because the homes in Scarborough Agincourt are very different in their architectural plans and how they're designed. And they don't allow for the threeplexes and the duplexes to have every room as a rooming house.
For the most part, the residents that I spoke to, and I spoke with hundreds of them in your ward alone, had never been inside those rooming houses, didn't have a good sense of the architectural strengths or weaknesses of them. What they were aware of was problems with maintenance, problems with tenants who were in crisis. And those were all problems that were a consequence of the illegality, not of the built form. They were consequence of the fact that there was nobody regulating those houses, and that when even the tenants were wanting to say, there's something wrong here and somebody should do something about it, they were afraid to go to the city and get enforcement because they were afraid that their housing would be shut down and they'd end up homeless. So your residents really were much more focused on issues that when you trace it back to the fundamental cause were issues of illegality there, not issues of the built form.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Meager, did your team explain to the residents or show the residents what these houses look for in a built form?
So what we did is we talked to the residents about their experiences of those houses, and what they pointed to very, very consistently were maintenance issues and lack of support for tenants in crisis, both of which would be certainly resolved if there were a proper regulatory regime in place governing those houses.
Well, I see that, as we say, that a picture is also 1,000 words. So if they had seen what it looked like, maybe they would actually have reinforced their opinion of why they didn't want them for the first place.
They didn't generally, I don't actually recall any of those hundreds of residents raising architectural concerns. All of the concerns they raised were around maintenance and around safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Maher, just around architectural concerns, I think that you've probably seen a lot of rooming houses in your day, and there's no one built form for rooming houses. In the areas where they're legal, they can take many forms. I'm sure you would agree. Could you agree that there's semi-detached homes that are rooming houses? There are standalone detached homes that are rooming houses. They weren't built architecturally to be a rooming house, but they simply are now licensed with 6 rooms. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I've been a community organizer in Toronto for a long time, and so I've been in and out of a lot of rooming houses, and in and out of a lot of houses in Scarborough. And I haven't seen a pattern of built form that makes Scarborough less likely to be a viable place to create rooming houses than we have in downtown Toronto or in other places in the city where rooming houses are legal. Toronto is, we have the planning system we have, and people build houses in lots of different shapes and sizes in every corner of the city.
And so many of them have just grown up as rooming houses at a certain point. So the architectural part, I'm interested in the fact you had all these conversations, people dwelling in rooming houses, who then, knowing that if you're in one and the operator is not great, you at least can be assured. You can't be that assured of your tenancy because it's simply a dwelling room, as far as I know, unless we're changing that. But the other thing is, for the surrounding neighborhood, once something's licensed, it either lives up to the conditions on its license or it doesn't. So in the regular regimen of relicensing places, if there has been a pattern of terrible disregard for neighbors, the operator or owner, whoever has the license, can be made to come into compliance. Would you not agree with that?
Absolutely, and we've spoken to rooming house tenants who are eager to bring their the operator of their rooming house to the attention of the city to make sure that maintenance is improved, but they're afraid to do that because it's illegal.
I'm not really talking about that, Mr. Meager.
But the other thing,
I'm talking about the neighbors, people not living in the rooming house, but living near the rooming house. That when they have an issue of some kind with the operation, whether it's just garbage out front or music late into the night, that there is a regimen to address that through the licensing, where right now there's no regimen to address that. You can look at 15 garbage cans sitting in a in a driveway long after solid waste pickup, many things of this nature that could actually be managed if they were licensed. Would you agree with that? I'm not looking at it from the point of view of the person living there. I'm looking at the point of view of people living around it.
Yeah, and we've seen neighbors and frankly city staff express frustration about trying to ensure that illegal rooming houses in the inner suburbs have decent maintenance because they're not part of a regulatory regime that guarantees access and guarantees connection. And we've also seen neighbors allied with tenants when the rooming houses are legal, working together to ensure enforcement on maintenance, something they can't do when rooming houses are illegal. Most of the situations that we've seen where neighbors are able to do something that really gets at maintenance, we've seen because it's under a regime that has appropriate regulation that everyone can work together on applying in the house.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for the speaker? Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahar, thank you for this. I want to ask a question similar to the ones that Councillor Mantis asked, but I want to ask them in terms of your experience doing consultations around rooming houses in areas where they are legal. So did you experience any of the consultations you ran in areas where rooming houses are currently legal, hundreds of people coming out and complaining?
I have to say that the consultations, and we held them in every corner of the city, were incredibly powerful in the inner suburbs, and they were very, very boring in the downtown core. Very few people came out. Mostly what they wanted to talk about were particular individual issues. For the most part, when we probed them around the regulatory regime, they found it adequate. And we didn't have anything like rooms full of angry people when we were in areas where rooming houses were legal and we had a regulatory regime that was overseeing them properly.
So, would I then conclude from your experience that the people who are unhappiest in the city of Toronto with our current system are people in Scarborough and other suburban parts of the city?
Yes, who don't have the tools that the legal rooming house system provides to neighbors of rooming houses to ensure that maintenance is done.
And that the people who are, let's say most satisfied are the people who live in areas where they are licensed and inspected and legal.
Yes, because they can get action on their complaints because there's a regulatory regime in place.
Thank you, Mr. Mahar.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Mahar? Seeing none, I just have a very quick one. Mr. Mahar, do you happen to know how long rooming houses have been legal in the old city of Toronto?
Oh my goodness, no, I have no idea. It's a very, very, very long time.
But maybe a few decades, no? It's been for sure a few decades.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they were certainly legal when I sat on the rooming house working group in 1989. So they had, time to iron out the kinks, and that was certainly also helpful. And I'm not going to pretend that any regime is perfect. It takes work to make regulatory frameworks function well, and that's something that councillors can play a much more active role in areas where the regulatory regime is in place, where they can tweak the regime and adjust it to meet local needs, which you can't do if there's no regime at all.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, next we have Joanne Knudsen.
Hi there, it's Chris Prasad speaking on behalf of Joanne Knudsen and Habitat Services.
Go ahead,
Habitat Services, thank you. Habitat Services is a nonprofit organization that contracts with select owners and operators for the provision of housing, mainly in rooming houses or personal care rooming houses, also known as boarding homes. Since 1987, our agency has referred eligible individuals with serious mental health issues to these homes, subsidized the housing, monitored the homes for compliance with our contractual agreement and standards, and provided supports to the tenants. All homes that have a habitat contract meet the licensing requirements as part of the city. This ensures a level of quality and stability, as well as the oversight of MLS, Toronto Public Health, Toronto Fire Services, in addition to our own comprehensive and more regular inspections and monitoring. We work with both nonprofit organizations and private sector landlords, many of whom have been in the business of caring for vulnerable populations for decades, and in some cases, generations. These landlords commit to maintaining our prescribed standards and providing deeply affordable housing. Habitat Services and the landlords whom we work with support all efforts to increase quality and improve the safety of multi-tenant housing. The challenge will be the affordability of upgrades, new requirements, and fees. As stated, the landlords receive a subsidy from Habitat Services to provide deeply affordable housing. Tenants on the Ontario Disability Support Plan pay $543 for room and board, which includes 3 meals a day, snacks, toiletries, light housekeeping, and 24-hour staffing. After paying room and board, they have about $350 in pocket for all their other needs. Habitat Services has had a moratorium on rental increases for many years to keep the housing deeply affordable. During this time, landlords' incomes has lagged behind the rental guideline increases, and they have gained an average of less than 1% a year for the past 13 years in a climate of rising costs. Landlords in the Habitat program who provide housing and care services to the vulnerable populations will need a comprehensive incentive package and exemptions in order to continue to serve these communities. In developing incentive programs that include possible exemptions or reduced fees, we urge the city to take into account not the private sector or nonprofit status of the landlord, but whether they are or will provide deeply affordable housing. Private sector landlords house 708 vulnerable tenants across the Habitat portfolio. Overall, Habitat Services works with 36 licensed homes representing the majority of the personal care rooming houses in the City of Toronto. Most exceed the proposed room caps. In order for these businesses to be viable, a certain economy of scale is needed. It is fairly safe to say that the room caps proposed for the newly licensed homes will not result in an increased supply of deeply affordable housing and actually may cause a loss of housing instead. This is a disappointment to us, as we had hoped that licensing across the amalgamated city, which we fully support and have long advocated for, might give us and other low-income tenants access to new options. In recent years, we have struggled to replace homes we lose in our portfolio, often to development of non-affordable housing. Habitat Services urges the approach to take into consideration the size and layout of the building rather than a set room cap. We ask the city to grandparent homes that meet the safety requirements and prevent the loss of housing and increase costs. I know that my fellow deputants have or will speak to the housing crisis in the City of Toronto, particularly the deeply affordable housing market. We'd like to thank the city for applying a human rights lens to the housing and giving us the opportunity to participate in fulsome consultations around multi-tenant housing. The city staff who participated from different departments.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You're well over your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks has some questions of you. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So, a couple questions. My understanding is that, at least in Parkdale, the rooming houses that are there were granted spot zonings, and that this bylaw doesn't alter those spot zonings, so the cap doesn't affect them. Is that your understanding too?
That's been presented as an option. It wasn't my understanding that that was the case yet.
Okay. The city is proposing to move for personal care rooming houses to an inspection system that has interdisciplinary teams. Mm-hmm. Nurses, firefighters, and property standards. Do you think that's an improvement?
From my perspective, that's the existing. Right now, the licensed rooming houses have a multidisciplinary approach. They have an annual inspection from MLS, that involves fire and public health, which I think is what you're calling nurses. And so right now that's the status quo. So I don't see any difference in.
But to have them integrated into a single operating unit right now, I think having them integrated into a single operating unit would be better.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And finally, in terms of the costs, I take your point. Can I ask you this? Which is the bigger contributor to the financial viability of rooming houses and personal care rooming houses? The amount of subsidy available for things like building repairs from the city, or the scandalously low OW and ODSP rates? Which of those is actually the big problem in terms of the affordability for the owner?
So, I mean, speaking from the Habitat's perspective, it would be the cost for any upgrades or additional requirements, because we cap the rent for the tenants and we've maintained a low rent. We wouldn't be looking to pass the cost down to the tenants. That wouldn't be what Habitat would do ourselves.
So let's suppose a world where I think for a single individual on OW, your rent amount is $350 a month or something. If the province increased that number to something that's closer to what it actually costs to own, operate, maintain a unit, would that give you a better ability to manage repairs than you currently have?
So, I mean, yes, if the ODSP or OW increased, then the rent could possibly be increased for sure to pass it on to the landlords. Habitat doesn't collect rent or do the repairs ourselves.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, we can now move to the next speaker, Pablo Escobar. Good afternoon, Pablo.
Good afternoon. Just give me a second. They close these doors so we don't get other noise. My apologies. I'm in an air-conditioned space, so I had to have doors open. My name is Pablo Escobar, and I represent Dixon Hall Neighborhood Services, and I want to thank the members of the Planning and Growth Committee for giving us this opportunity to speak to PH 2510, a new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses. Dixon Hall supports the staff report and the recommendations put forth within it to allow zoning and licensing of multi-tenant houses across the City of Toronto. We support this report because it responds to one undeniable, practical consideration. Regardless of the decisions made today at the committee and subsequent decisions made at City Council, multi-tenant houses will remain a substantial part of the city's affordable housing stock. As rents continue to outpace income, Toronto residents will continue to access dwelling rooms and property owners will continue to rent them out. The question then is not whether multi-tenant houses should continue to be part of the City of Toronto's housing stock. The question is whether we want to support a legal and regulated housing market or one that is illegal and unregulated. Dixon Hall's position on this issue is clear. If there will continue to be a market for multi-tenant houses, it must be legalized and regulated. Dixon Hall supports this report because legalizing, regulating, and inspecting rooming houses across the city is good for the city as a whole. Firstly, it provides for a pathway to resolve the clear violations of human rights and housing that the current policy towards dwelling rooms perpetuates. Currently, as the committee knows, dwelling room tenants are provided unequal housing access, stability, and property and safety standards depending on where they live within the city. There's also unequal access and protections afforded between types of renters. This report provides the opportunity to operationalize the policy statements regarding human rights and housing found in the Housing TO 2020-2030 Action Plan. The report is good for landlords in providing a pathway to meet zoning and licensing. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I want to talk the benefits for residents of communities where dwelling rooms are found. The choices are clear. Do you want to live in communities with legal or illegal rooming houses? Because living in communities communities without rooming houses is not an option. Through the proposed bylaw, however, the site-specific issues can be dealt with as they arise. There are many risks in this report that you have, and we've spoken to the city in consultations about these, and we really look forward to continuing to work to minimize those risks that are existing in the implementation. But despite these risks, Dixon Hall supports the report and its recommendations because the status quo of allowing ongoing human rights violations and above average number of dwelling room fires and disrupted communities is untenable. And I just want to end by making an important note that this report responds, and rightly so, to a wide range of issues championed by well-meaning individuals on all sides of this debate. In doing so, it resolves none of these issues completely.
Thank you, Pablo.
But I believe that this is one of its strengths. And if we all give up a little, I think we're in the position to gain a lot as a city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Pablo. I know you worked with my office many times in resolving issues. I found it very interesting when you indicate that rooming houses aren't going to be going away. If they were, they would have gone already from pressure. So the notion of having something licensed allows providers like Dixon Hall or community workers to assist people living there. But I think you also pointed out, it also allows people who are living around a rooming house to have expectations as to how it would be operated. Did I hear you say that?
100%. And I think one of the fundamental principles that licensing of rooming houses allows for is integration of the housing stock into community, right? So I agree with many speakers that have spoken today and with a lot of the concerns that folks have. When I walk down a street, I should not be able to say, that's a rooming house, that's a rooming house. And when licensing and community agencies and tenants all work together, instead of fighting each other, community integration of rooming houses with a strong property standard focus is possible, achievable, and has been done.
Anyway, this is just a speculative question. Why do you think so many people think that that don't have licensed rooming houses, that somehow it will get worse with licensing? So as you just noted, you can walk down the street, well, you could walk down streets that we've walked down, and you would never know where the rooming house was because neat and tidy, garbage not out, or you could walk down the street. Let's take Councillor Mantis, who I think is on the call there, and you would see in a whole swath of homes a place that someone would say, well, that's a rooming house. So I think people, they seem to be worried that there'll be worse problems rather than less problems. Do you have any idea why that is?
So it's hard for me, obviously, to speak to what motivates others, right? What I can say, though, is, and to reflect what was said earlier by other speakers, is that individuals, for example, in Scarborough or East York, where rooming houses are not allowed, do not have the tools to deal with issues as they arise. So there are challenges in Scarborough with unregulated stock related to property management, community integration, and tenant safety, 100%. But the way in which to deal with these things is through a regulatory framework. And the residents within Scarborough will benefit from being able to deal with these issues as they arise on a local level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we now have Erez Babican.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors, for this opportunity to raise my concerns and provide some input on this very important issue. I'm here on behalf of over 100,000 residents of Scarborough Agent Court to bring to your attention a grave concern my neighbors and residents have in regards to the new regulatory framework for multi-tenant housing, commonly known as rooming housing. Regarding the proposal, I must say that I wholeheartedly support the resident anxiety, anger, and empathize with their frustrations. This proposal is fraught with so many deficiencies and problems where instead of solving and addressing an issue, it will have the potential to create many indescribable and mind-boggling enforcement and social troubles for the resident of the City of Toronto. The approval of this notion will destroy our family-oriented and traditional neighborhoods. This proposal will create chaos in the city that will drastically affect the safety and security of our peaceful, hardworking, and law-abiding citizens, where crime and illegal activities will thrive. Another major concern regarding these rooming houses will be the increased danger of fire hazards to our neighbors and residents. According to the Toronto Star, 10% of the fire fatalities in the past decades were in rooming houses. I'm confident that if this proposal is approved, the number of the fire fatalities will increase drastically. Congestion and on our streets and the illegal parking are major concern to the resident also. As we know, most of our dwellings and infrastructure in Sherbourne and Toronto are very old. I do not believe that our current infrastructure can cope with the substantial pressure this initiative would bring. The enforcement of the current proposal will be another major troubling issue. If it is passed, it will be a nightmare to enforce the regulation. I do not think the city has sufficient number of bylaw officers to enforce the regulation, and neither has the resources to hire and train adequate officers for properly enforce the regulation. In your presentation, you mentioned 25 bylaw officers. I don't think it is adequate and it is enough. I am cognizant that there is an affordable housing crisis in the city, but this proposal is not the answer. This framework is a short-term band-aid solution. We need permanent solution. I have spoken to many city councillors and law enforcement officers. They are against the proposal. They raised many concerns with the proposal that will take more than 3 minutes allowance afforded to me to make my deputation. If this proposal is approved by the committee and the city council, you are going to forever ruin the peace, tranquility, and the cohesion of our city and turn neighbors against neighbors and family against families. Furthermore, you will stigmatize certain segments of our society and our communities. I plead with you to reject this proposal.
Thank you. We have some questions of you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Aros.
Hello.
Aros, you mentioned right at the beginning of your deputation the difficulties of enforcement. Are you aware of the current difficulties of enforcement that under provincial law we don't even have power of entry in an illegal rooming house unless we're invited in? You're aware of that constraint?
Well, you have a bylaw officer, Councillor Shelley, and
no, but I'm referring to the provincial law that says we don't have power of entry unless invited in when it's an illegal rooming house. Were you aware of that as an MPP?
Well, to be honest with you, I have heard. I was listening to the other deputants, and to frame the issue between legal and legal, it is not a fair question to anyone, because all of us know there are problems with the illegal housing, and in our streets we see the illegal places. But what did the city do to shut down these places? Nothing.
So,
and when you have six bylaw officers,
I'm not sure that I will.
Sorry?
My question is, are you aware that currently under provincial law, when the rooming house is illegal, we do not have power of entry for our bylaw officers if the house is not licensed?
Well, I am sure
unless we are invited in by the owner or a tenant. Were you aware of that?
I am sure that
are you aware of that? It's a yes or no question.
Councillor Kelly, you asked Carol. I asked me a question. Let me answer it. If the city
I would love an answer to my
province, if the city approached the province, I'm sure that the province will have worked with the city to find a solution.
Are you aware that we have approached the province multiple times under your government and previous governments, in our City of Toronto Act updates. We have approached them multiple times on this issue.
Councillor Carroll, the issue of affordable housing and illegal rooming houses, it's not a new issue. It's not a yesterday. It's not a year. It is 30 years of problem, and it has been a cumulative problem. And all three levels of government, they have a role in this situation.
Right. So I'm not going to get an answer to that question, Madam Speaker. I would ask another one. In raising the issue of fires in rooming houses, are you aware of where there have been fires and deaths from fire, whether those houses where rooming house deaths happen, the most recent one was in North York, not Scarborough, whether the rooming house was legal or illegal? Have there been deaths in legal legal rooming houses recently?
Well, according to the Toronto Star, these fatalities were in rooming houses.
Yes, were they inside licensed rooming houses or unlicensed rooming houses?
Well, it looks like it was in licensed rooming houses.
No, I'm afraid that's not correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I'm going to get my answers today.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. So the current amount of money your government offers to an individual on Ontario Works to pay rent each month is $390. Can you name a single apartment anywhere in the city of Toronto that is rentable at $390?
I am here speaking as a resident of Scarborough Aging Court. I
You're
cannot.
also a member of provincial parliament and a member of the government side. Can you? I'll take that as a no.
The issue is that I mean, you, Councillor, you're asking question. You don't let me answer the question. Because I know you're not. You don't want to listen to my question. You are here just to make your point. That's the whole
well,
process.
my point is you don't know. So why don't we move to the next one? The current provincial minister of seniors and accessibility. The first place he lived when arriving in Toronto was in a licensed rooming house. If we get rid of licensed rooming houses, won't we take away the ability of people who move to Canada to have the opportunity to get established and become members of provincial cabinet?
Councillor Perk, you are asking question. You're trying to address the issue of affordable housing and housing availability. Are you aware that by licensing the rooming houses, there are companies, foreign investment, overseas investment, they are ready to jump to Toronto. According to some news recently published, the U.S. company is ready to invest $1 billion in Toronto in partnership with another Canadian company to buy all these single dwelling houses to create affordable housing, to create rooming housing so that they can benefit from it. The only person who will benefit is the foreign investment. We have already crisis with affordability of houses in Toronto. And today you are creating situation where future generations.
A member of your cabinet was able to establish his life here because licensed rooming houses. You didn't seem to have a good answer for Councillor Carroll's question. Perhaps I could ask something that you might be able to answer around fires. Are you aware that in order to get your license renewed, if you are a licensed rooming house, you have to be inspected by a trained inspector from the Toronto Fire Service, who, if he finds that there are deficiencies, can block your license from being approved and take you to court?
How you're going to enforce these regulations, the new regulation?
We do currently. I'm asking you, are you aware that we currently
Councillor
do
Perk,
that?
you asked me a question, let me answer it. It is very obvious that you don't want to listen my answer. How you're going to enforce these bylaws and regulations with the 25, so-called 25 that the proposal is suggesting? 25 bylaw officers with hundreds of thousands of rooming houses. Can you answer that question?
Thousands of rooming houses? Wow. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's clear that the member doesn't have answers to any of these questions.
It's not. I have an answer, but you don't want to listen to my answer.
Than't you. Any other, Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah. Hi. Nice to see you today. Thanks for coming. I'm just going to follow up on a couple of things. That the province also licenses things, correct? Like the AGCO. You have to have a license in order to operate your bar. Would you agree with me? Hello?
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing Councillor Fletcher. Yes, okay, continue your question.
Yes. So, yeah, so we're agreed that the city can license things, the province licenses things. One of the things the province licenses through the AGCO is bars, correct?
Yeah.
And there has to be a hearing for the bar to say, yes, they can have their license. And sometimes there's conditions. So if people are abusing their license, then it can be shut down or closed for a couple of weeks if they don't have, if they're not living up to their license. So you're not opposed to licensing, because in that circumstance, you see that it's a very good thing that the province has this licensing regime for bars, correct?
I don't understand your question, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, I'm asking.
Can you put it in a clear term? What is your question?
Well, I'm asking you, do you think it's a good thing that the province licenses bars?
Well, the bars or other AGCO licensing process and rooming houses licensing, how can you compare them with each other?
Well, because there's a hearing, just as there would be for a rooming house. And if something goes wrong at the bar, the AGCO can intervene.
It's the police department who intervenes.
Yes, but there has to be another hearing, correct? There's always a hearing with a license. There's a higher body that you can take your complaints to. Just as a bad bar or a bad operator, cannabis operator, can be brought to the AGCO, a bad operator of a rooming house, as long as it's licensed, can be brought to the city licensing tribunal. It's an administrative body, both of them.
Okay. Do you have a question to answer me, or you're just comparing two different things to each other?
I'm just kind of interested in your approach, and because they are two different things, but there are licensed and there is a hearing and there can be conditions. In other words, there's a control. So I'm assuming you support licensing for bars. Or do you think bars should just be unlicensed?
Councillor Fletcher, if you make this proposal legal, the most important and difficult aspect of this whole issue is that enforcement and compliance. And let's suppose that your proposal suggesting that you're going to hire 25 bylaw officers to train. Can you explain to me how can you enforce the regulation with 25 bylaw officers? It's impossible. Let's not kid ourselves.
Are you aware the police also might attend? I just don't think you're used to the regulation. That's all. You're used to your provincial one. And I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just saying you have a regimen. It's licensed. You know how it's monitored. And we also have that in existence in the city. So I'd be happy to let you know more about that, actually.
No, Councillor, I live on the ground in Scarborough. I have been a resident of Scarborough Agent Court for 32 years, and I have seen what happened so many times. I called personnel, the city, to send the bylaw officers. No one showed up. So the issue is not, you are trying to deflect the questions to another levels of government, which you are going to. So that's the whole issue. And for some deputant to come and say that they have gone through the streets and they cannot tell the illegal or legal rooming houses from the residential houses, this is little bit disingenuous, because we, the one who lives in the region, we witness on a daily basis, not only me, everyone who lives in this place, we know which one are illegal houses, but you don't have the will to shut them down.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that you can tell the ones, but where you have licensed ones, you can't tell where they are. That's why I'd like to help you a bit more.
Councillor, in a Scarborough, for now, at least in a Scarborough agent court, it is illegal to have rooming houses.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Those were your 5 minutes. Any other councillors with questions? I do have a few questions to the member. So you believe that there's hundreds of thousands of rooming houses in the city, is that correct?
Well, not currently. After you regulate after you pass the resolution, the motion, expectation is that
so you expect,
there will be yeah.
So you expect hundreds of. Are you aware that the old city of Toronto has had licensed rooming houses for decades and decades, and that we have just over 300 licensed rooming houses?
And how many illegal rooming houses?
We're talking about licensed rooming houses. We're talking about licensed rooming houses. We are legal to have it here. So we have over 300 rooming houses that are licensed with decades. So, but you do recognize that you have a number of them in your area and in areas across the city where they're not legal, correct?
Yeah.
And you do believe that the way for us to deal with this issue is to shut them down?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So do you have any suggestions on what to do with the people that live there that can only afford about $500 of housing costs?
Councillor, Madam Chair, I agree with you, and I mentioned in my deputation that we have a housing crisis in Toronto, in GTA, and this proposal, it will not solve the problem. It is a temporary solution, and I believe that the three levels of government, they should come together and put a strategy for affordable housing where this issue will address once for all and permanently.
Okay.
I am not blind that there is.
You would be supportive of the provincial government having a bigger role in financing affordable housing. So you would be supportive of a request of the City of Toronto to the provincial government to assist us with more funds for affordable housing.
Madam Chair,
it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Remember, it's really a yes or no question. Can you please just tell me if we can count on your support to get more funds from the provincial government for affordable housing?
Madam Chair, we need to identify the.
We'll identify thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that will need affordable housing,
issues,
according to what you just
problems.
said. Okay.
Okay. Madam Chair, again, I need to see what is it that the city is offering. What are the concrete suggestions in consultation with the federal and the provincial government to address this issue? And after that, I can answer you yes or no. I cannot answer you in a hypothetical situation or a question.
Well, it's not a hypothetical situation for the people that will be dehousing that live on these homes right now. So, but thank you for your answers, and thank you for joining us here today. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I ask some questions, please?
We're done with the questions, Councillor. We're moving to the next.
No, I want to ask the deputy questions.
I've done questions of the outside councillors and moved it inside, and we're now going to the next speaker.
Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Silva, Speaker Silva Arul.
Hello, hi there. Hi everyone. My name is Siva Arul. I'm living in Ward 20, South Carbone Southwest. Thank you for having me here today. I'm a former rooming house tenant. When I was rooming house tenant, I struggled to pay rent. I cut food expenses to pay for rent. It was overcrowded in my living area. I always slept on the couch. I had issues with sharing with washroom and kitchen. There wasn't a proper ventilation in my unit. It was stressful. Right now, I live with my family and I am still struggling to pay rent in Toronto. The cost of living continued to increase. I always worry about paying next month rent. I continue to struggle supporting my family on my income alone. When we are sick, we have a hard time affording medicine because most of our income goes toward paying rent. In Toronto, you also have to wait a long time for government subsidies. If the rooming housing is regulated and legalized, rent will become more affordable in Toronto, and tenants will speak out about the issues in houses, making them safer. Therefore, I support the legislation of rooming housing. Thank you for the time. Thanks for everyone.
Thank you. Going to members outside committee for questions. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, bring it into committee. Members of the committee, any questions? No. Thank you for joining us today, Silva. Next, we have Gautam Maran.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. I'm Sokumaran Gauthaman, an international Master of Computer Science student living in Carbone. Thanks for having me here. So I'm in support for legalizing the framework for multi-tenant houses. So as an international student, like I feel that mostly we are in search of rooming houses near the institution where we are going to study. For example, in order to access lab facilities, libraries, and even for group studies, it's really helpful to be located somewhere near the institution where we are studying. For example, as an international student, we are paying 2 to 3 times of hefty tuition fees when compared to local students. And as a result, if this multi-tenant house is not an option, then it will be a huge burden on our shoulders. And the second thing is, as there is a cultural and climate change most of the international students are facing when they are migrating to come to study here. So like having a rooming house or like any other accommodation near where their community lives is a huge advantage to amalgamate or to mingle with the community in the first place. So in that way also, like to be living around the community is one of the need why international students are going for rooming houses. And I believe by legalizing this multi-tenant rooming houses, it will be a win-win situation for international students. And as a result, nearly each and every international student is pouring around 40,000 Canadian dollars each year. So it's also again given to the local community. So I believe having a legal take on multi-tenant house would be a huge help. Thank you. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much. Members outside the committee, any questions? Seeing none, bring it inside. Members of the committee, questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Moving on, next speaker, Harriet Friedman. Okay, we'll move to the next. Oh. 1 second, members. Hi, is this Kathy on the line?
It is, yes.
There we
Hello.
go, Kathy. Sorry. Go ahead, Kathy. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, great. I'm speaking for Harriet Friedman.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I live in Harbour Village, next to the University of Toronto. This neighborhood has high demand for low-cost, multi-tenant housing by students and others. High turnover means the need for proactive means to ensure student rights to decent, safe housing. It is crucial to supplement accessible, complaint-driven enforcement with annual inspections and investigations of unlicensed operators and remedial action to ensure bylaw compliance. This is also a neighborhood with many attached houses directly affected by the dangers of unlicensed rooming houses. One of the many reasons I've decided to sell my beloved home where I've lived for almost half a century is the refusal of the absentee landlord of the attached house to provide protection against safety hazards, including vermin, dangerous roof, and fire hazards. I'm concerned for the new owners of my house and for the community. The unlicensed rooming house attached to my home is disguised as 2 apartments. The owner has evaded existing City of Toronto indicators of a rooming house, which would have required investment in fire safety. He does so by dividing the 8 bedrooms between 2 apartments with separate entrances, each with kitchen and bathroom as the only shared space, no sitting room. By signing a lease.
Kathy, can you hear me? It seems like we've lost you. You still connected? Okay. Okay. We'll go to the next speaker and then hopefully we'll be able to get back to her. Next, we have Kira Heineke. Kira? Nope. Not present. Okay. Jordy Dent. Okay. Kevin Tuttle. Good afternoon, Kevin. Thanks for joining us today. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. So my name is Kevin Tuttle, and I'm president of the SOFR Federation of Toronto, representing 19 sorority and fraternity chapter houses that accommodate about 300 student members in affordable, below-market housing. I'm here specifically to explain why the committee should move to strike paragraph 3 of the recommendation 5 that staff have included in the draft bylaw that defines sorority and fraternity chapter houses as multi-tenant houses. First is that the clause singles out one very small group of 19 properties out of about 400,000 single-family properties in the city. It's discriminatory to explicitly include our properties when, during the public consultation a few weeks ago, one of the staff on the call suggested that they could possibly carve out an exemption for our properties, like the one that was done for the old rooming house bylaw 285. But our point at that public consultation was that we do not need a carve-out because we do not meet the definition of multi-tenant housing. Simply put, we do not accept the premise. Paragraph 1 states that households that operate as a single housekeeping unit are specifically not multi-tenant houses. That describes our chapter houses exactly. And then paragraph 4 provides exemptions for cooperative student residences owned or leased by a non-profit, non-share corporation and providing housing accommodation on a cooperative basis, which once again exactly describes our chapter houses. This is circular logic. Furthermore, our houses do not fall under the Residential Tenancies Act. The residents of our houses are not tenants. So how can these houses be regulated by the city as multi-tenant housing? Staff didn't fully think through this clause, and here are just 2 reasons. One is that if we are licensed multi-tenant houses, then men could insist that bedrooms be rented to them at the women's chapter houses, not only pushing out sorority members, but also taking away a key part of their security and quiet enjoyment. And second, in 2018, council directed staff to research about writing in our houses as multi-tenant houses, but staff never completed sufficient research. SOFR initiated one meeting in 2019, but staff brought legal counsel to a courtesy meeting and the discussion immediately bogged down. A few months ago, when the city's consultants started public engagement, SOFR again had to be the one to reach out and arrange a session for our members. Simply put, there has been completely inadequate research done by staff. All they had to do was review the extensive report from ML&S in 2011 that concluded, and I'm quoting, that fraternities and sororities can neither be licensed as businesses under the Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 545 licensing, nor under the former City of Toronto's Municipal Code Chapter 285 rooming houses. And that, quote, the city solicitor was consulted in the preparation of this report. They went on, quote, in the opinion of staff, fraternities and sororities clearly do not fall under the definition of business and as such cannot be licensed under business licensing. So I'll wrap up. In the intervening 10 years, our chapter houses do not operate any differently than in 2011. Everyone we speak to about these two issues, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the time. We used to have 5 minutes, so I hope I didn't speak too quickly.
I understand. We have some questions for you. Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you very much for that. Are you aware that just because we put the word tenant in the title of a city report doesn't mean that we bring it under the Landlord-Tenant Act, and that's an entirely separate regulatory regime than zoning and licensing?
I think I understand that, yes, but
okay, good.
I'm not.
So we're in no way violating the exemption from the Provincial Tenancies Act. Are any of the units in any fraternities or sororities anywhere in the city of Toronto units that do not have both a kitchen and a bathroom within the unit?
None of the bedrooms have both a kitchen or a bathroom.
That's actually the exact definition of a dwelling room that would go in a rooming house. So that takes care of your second point.
So also my house in East York, the bedrooms don't all have a bathroom and a kitchen.
Your house is considered a single unit, sir. And if you knew anything about planning law, you'd understand that.
And all of our fraternities and sororities operate as single housekeeping units. Exactly. That's what I just said in my comments.
No, a single housekeeping unit has a bathroom and a kitchen in it. Your house is a single unit. The definition of a dwelling unit or dwelling room, a dwelling room is a unit that does not have both a bathroom and a kitchen. So the units that you have within a fraternity or sorority would be dwelling rooms.
We have bedrooms in private single-family residences, Councillor.
Okay, I'll try this one more time. Yes, we have bedrooms in single-family homes. Single-family homes, for the purposes of our zoning bylaw, are considered to be a single household. If they get a separate unit, they have to get permission from the city to create that dwelling room and have a kitchen and a bathroom in it. So referring to houses and bedrooms within houses does not pertain to the issue here. Are you aware that for the purposes of multi-tenant houses and rooming houses, that the way we define them is if they contain dwelling rooms that do not have both a bathroom and a kitchen? And further, wouldn't that properly define fraternities and sororities?
Well, you're implying that they're rented separately and dwelling rooms are rented separately. They aren't separate dwelling rooms. It's a house.
Oh, so the individual members of the fraternity or sorority pay no fee, no rent, no nothing? They're just there for free?
They collectively cover the cost of operating the house like any house.
No, they individually contribute to that collective cost, don't they? Just as individuals in a rooming house pay individual rent, that collectively pay for the boiler and the roof.
Right, so the entire
Anyway, your legal arguments are nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. We're going to go back to Kathy Merkel. Kathy?
Yes, hi.
There you go. So you were a minute into your presentation, so hopefully you can just pick up where you were, or a little bit before, to be safe.
Thank you very much. I'll start at the paragraph. The unlicensed rooming house attached to my house is disguised as 2 apartments. The owner has evaded existing City of Toronto indicators of a rooming house, which would have required investment in fire safety, among other things. He does so by dividing the 8 bedrooms between 2 apartments with separate entrances, each with a kitchen and bathroom as the only shared space, no sitting room, by signing a lease with one person who then brings in as many roommates as necessary to pay the high rent, at least $7,000 a month for both units, by not having locks on individual rooms, and by including utility bills in rent, thus avoiding separate bills that would trigger rooming house designation. His attempts to shift responsibility either to tenants or to me. The students who recently moved out were young women from Calgary. They told me that they had not imagined that conditions in Toronto could be so appalling. For instance, mattresses he left as part of the furnished rooms were disgusting. They threw them out, and their parents had to buy them new ones. I once cleaned the garbage on his porch, but declined his offer to tend his yard. The new licensing framework should include existing multi-tenant rentals disguised as apartments and owned by absentee landlords, who should be required to apply for and obtain a zoning and building permit so that they meet the life safety requirements of the Ontario Building Code. Support for cost impacts should distinguish between owners with legitimate need for support and those who can well afford to make the changes they should have made from the onset. In conclusion, the needs for safety for homes attached to multi-tenant buildings overlap with those of tenants. As for short-term rental regulations, safety for both requires distinction between owner-occupied and absentee landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the deputant, members outside the committee? No? Bringing into committee, members of the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Kathy. And I understand Kira Heineck is back with us. Kira?
Hello.
Madam.
Hello. Go ahead, Kira.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Today's report includes many strong ideas that we are pleased to support. These include taking a phased approach, a funding plan for upgrades, strategies for tenant and landlord outreach, and an interdivisional housing at risk working group. And we do support other calls to include more of these and actual recommendations to come. As you know, our priorities include the existence of enough deeply affordable housing in Toronto to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Therefore, our priority is that any next steps do not create more homelessness. We are pleased to see that today's report repeatedly states that this is not the city's intent, nor does our experience of the city suggest it is. Therefore, we propose the following amendments to make the new framework stronger in its ability to avoid this. 1. Exempt all nonprofit operators of multi-tenant homes from the proposed room caps. The TAH fully understands the concerns that higher rooms per building can sometimes create, but believe that nonprofit agencies with a proven history of quality programming and a relationship with the city to support smooth operations can avoid these concerns. Not limiting the number of rooms in nonprofit homes will go a long way to avoiding unnecessary homelessness. As you've heard from many today, a room cap of 6 means that it is entirely unfeasible financially to support a home. We will lose hundreds of units, if not more, if this is not changed. Therefore, the Alliance urges this committee to amend the report to include a recommendation to avoid this unnecessary outcome. Additionally, as the city continues to make unprecedented progress in creating more housing options to address homelessness, a more flexible approach to room caps will allow many more suitable homes to be created. Therefore, amending today's report is also a cost-effective way to create more housing. 2. Put measures in place to both prevent and, if they occur, quickly respond to displacements of tenants. Firstly, throughout the consultations and deputations, you have and will continue to hear the concerns of displacements loud and clear. To further aid in their prevention, we suggest amending recommendation number 21 to strengthen it by adding a direction to the Multi-Tenant Housing License Tribunal to have regard for the risk of displacement to tenants. Secondly, Any emergency relocation strategy must include specific commitments that are robust enough to truly rehouse people as quickly as possible. We support Recommendation 49 and its direction to staff to report back on such a plan. And we are more than ready to work with staff to help develop this strategy and recommend that measures, including the following, are seriously considered. A new housing allowance program for those being displaced, a constructive process to work with landlords to support compliance in ways that avoid displacement, and having a set of units on standby for immediate needs. In addition to these points above, the TAH also urges the City to continue to engage and work with operators of personal care multi-tenant houses. For these programs to comply with the new bylaw, not to mention creating even more quality personal care multi-tenant homes, as today's report also acknowledges is needed, operators must be supported financially in compliance and be part of developing strategies that do not become barriers to operating their programs.
Kira, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. It's 3 minutes deputation.
That was my end. I was just going to say thank you very much for letting me speak today.
Sounds good. I'm going to ask members outside the committee if they have any questions. No? Seeing none. Members inside the committee? Questions? No? Thank you, Kira, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have William Roberts.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, William. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Yes, I quite understand that. I'm going to shorten my brief. You've got the letter. Basically, the Corps' position is you're not in compliance with your official plan. You're supposed to hold community meetings in the affected communities. I look at Scarborough, you have several bylaws. In theory, the ward councillor should have held meetings in each of those or groupings of those affected existing geographic neighborhoods to view the exact impacts the proposal is having on each of those geographic neighborhoods. What you're proposing is that one plan will work totally in every part of the city and solve all the problems immediately. In fact, it won't. You're assuming that once you create an as of right permission for multi-tenant housing, that every operation will immediately become licensed. In fact, because it says of right, illegal operators will be able to operate under the radar, and so long as they continue to pretend it's private attached houses, you can't get a search warrant. We've had this existing problem in some parts of Swansea where two owners have effectively operated for 20 years. Even when we provided the city with affidavits from former tenants, the city refused to inspect. The concern is that you're now replicating the mistake you made in the 70s, where you loosened boarding and lodging house standards. Eventually, all the boarding and lodging houses became bachelorettes. The rents were skyjacked, and in fact, you lost control. And then the result is the 6 and 12 boarding and lodging rooms per each different area as a result of what happened. Ironically enough, when you got rid of private attached dwellings, you got rid of the permission for boarders. Up until the 70s, you were allowed 2 boarders per private dwelling. That was eliminated. So all I'm saying is you have to make sure you do this right. Take the time. That's why Core is suggesting to put this over to October or November to allow, if councillors want to hold meetings in their community and to hammer through and make sure you get your regulations right. If you don't, I'm going to say the same thing I said to John Sewell back in the late 70s. If it's not right, you're going to get a backlash, and the backlash may well end it. There are a lot of flats in affordable apartment buildings in South Parkdale that were converted into bachelorettes, and the family housing disappeared. I have the same concern once you start putting multi-tenant housing into apartment buildings. The family housing will go, and you'll get 6 units per dwelling in an apartment building. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions of the speaker. Oh, Councillor, let me just check if there's any members outside the committee that have questions. Any members outside the committee with questions? Seeing none, Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Hi, Bill. It's nice to hear someone depute who actually knows the history of boarding homes and all of that back in the 70s. I find myself getting quite lonely with people who don't know that history. Are you aware that probably about a third of Swansea, like the whole area south of Rennie Park, some areas along Kennedy Avenue, some areas along South Kingsway, currently fall under the current permission for licensed rooming houses. So we've already got lots of Swansea covered with this. You aware of that?
Actually, the zoning for large, actually, no, because what you're talking about is the RU2 zoning, which only permits 2 units.
No. I'm talking about the current permission in the City of Toronto zoning bylaw about where rooming houses are permitted and where they are not. I have a map for you. I'll send it to you after the meeting.
You can send it to me,
You
but
might be
zoning...
surprised, but about a third of Swansea already has rooming houses permitted. Are you aware that this report would improve the city's ability to manage in those existing areas?
Well, here's the problem. We have examples.
No, Bill, I'm asking you.
You asked the question. I'm going to answer it. Unless there's no point, and this is just whatever. The problem still remains. If the tenants and the owner claim it's a single-family home, you can't get in. If you can't get in, they don't have to license. If they don't have to license, they continue to operate illegally. That's like saying, because we have liquor control, there's no bootleggers. Because we have legalized pot, there's no illegal pot dealers. Because we have bars, we have after-hour bars. Excuse me, doesn't work that way.
Sure, Bill. Now, you make an assertion that when you legalize, people don't come in. And you mentioned Parkdale earlier. Are you familiar with the Parkdale pilot project? Where we brought, you realize that through that project, we brought in, I think it's about 85 that were illegal, and we actually closed 5 that were illegal, and another 10 simply packed up on their own, and the number that are illegal operating now is 0. So that by using a transition, which the current report did, we got rid of the illegal ones, just the way that, you don't really have people making illegal alcohol and selling it in corner stores in the province of Ontario right now.
I'm aware of that, but that was also a several-year project involved also taking the owners to court, and they had a choice of being prosecuted in court or coming across. But they were obviously operating illegally. Everybody knew they were operating illegally, and they had done things not in accordance with the law, like putting in, additional kitchens or additional bathrooms without the proper permits.
Right.
Okay,
so that's actually exactly the circumstance.
The city legal made a recommendation to legalize, as part of that process, having a bathroom and a kitchen in the same unit, and I pointed out to them that would make them bachelorettes, and then the city withdrew it. But originally, city legal and city planning were going to allow a bathroom and a kitchen in each unit.
Oh, Bill, listen, one day when COVID is over, I'd love to take you out for a beer or a coffee, and we can tell all the old war stories about the different regulatory bits that we've gone through here. I'm just glad to hear your acknowledgement that when we made them legal in Parkdale, we were able to transition to successfully getting everyone either licensed or closed. Thank you for that, Bill.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Thanks, William. Now we have Victor Willis. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee and for the opportunity to share my observations and experiences about the new regulatory framework. And in fact, Gord, kind of nice that I'm following up on the previous deputant. The Parkdale Activity Recreation Centre has been providing support to a number of the poorest and most disenfranchised residents of Parkdale for over the past 40 years. For much of this time, thousands of people with mental health histories have come through our doors seeking solace, social connection, assistance with income advocacy, and most often, housing supports and interventions. Our history and focus on resident living experiences has meant that we've seen lots of housing in Parkdale, both legal and illegal rooming houses. As the executive director of the Parkdale Activity Recreation Centre, I began my career in 1999 with the advent of the Parkdale mediation process. and subsequent Parkdale Housing Committee, where over 900 units of illegal non-conforming affordable housing were regularized, legalized, made available to tenants, and with most of those units still safely housing tenants today. A quick internet search identified that the Toronto Fire Marshal confirmed 69 fires in illegal rooming houses between 2013 and 2017. Therefore, I'm deputing here today to encourage the Planning and Housing Committee to pass this framework from a standpoint of regularization across the amalgamated city that upholds resident safety. Park's history with rooming houses is not just at arm's length. In 2006, Parks applied to the Affordable Housing Office call for proposals and subsequently developed a derelict former rooming house into 29 units of supportive housing, partnering with Habitat Services. In 2019, Park was able to purchase 2 adjoining buildings that make up 17 dwelling units in a licensed rooming house, or 2 licensed rooming houses. And all of the above speaks to why I'm here today to support the goals of the framework. A citywide zoning standards that permit the use consistently and enable equal access to multi-tenant houses across the city, enhanced multi-tenant operator licensing requirements to promote health and safety, a strategic interdivisional enforcement and compliance program that will ensure effective enforcement of non-compliant operators, initiatives to support tenants and maintain affordability of housing, and a phased implementation to launch the framework over the next 3 years. If the city requires some guidance on how to move forward, you have the results of the Park to mediation process. My biggest concerns with the framework are the proposed cap on units and the lack of a real strategy that prevents tenant displacement during this process. I think there are many others deputing here today that will speak to a variety of these issues. My message is that this framework has been a long time coming, and it is fundamental if the city intends to get even close to achieving its Housing TO Action Plan goal of 40,000 affordable units. In 2015, Park had 39 units of supportive and affordable housing and set a goal of having 100 units by 2020. Last year, we achieved 109 units. Park is doing its part. Now it's time for council to do theirs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk, and it's been very enlightening hearing the deputants.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You spoke to your experience in Parkdale, so I have a couple questions. So one of the earlier deputants said, in neighborhoods where multi-tenant homes are regulated, you can't tell where they are. So did you see that transition? Was it, clearly visible where illegal homes were, and now that they've gone through that process, property standards are better, parking is better, and you can, it just looks like part of the neighborhood? Can you maybe speak to that?
Yeah, generally, yes. That's been my experience over my 22 years in Parkdale and watching this process.
And then the other thing is, in my community, I have students, mostly international students, so they're living in illegal rooming houses, and they're told not to talk to their neighbors because they're hidden and nobody's supposed to know that they're there. They're told not to answer the door. So it's not a great community experience for either residents or, the existing residents or the tenants that are living in the homes. So could you maybe speak to what are community relationships like between people that live in the homes and people that own homes in the neighborhood?
Well, to give you an example, on one of the streets where we bought the 2 rooming houses, we've put in gardens, and we've had an outpouring from other residents on the street to say, hey, we've got some extra tomato plants. We've got a community garden that is offering to help people with how to grow and to tend to the gardens that we're putting in. Whenever we have a community meeting, and Gord can speak to this, we have many people who come out and talk about the residents in these homes that they've gotten to know. I think it's actually a healthy community. And I've got family who live in Scarborough. And I think that one of the big challenges, of course, is that, and it's come up, the crux of this is, as long as you continue to have illegal housing, and no way to really look at this from a way to allow tenants to talk about their own aspirations to live in a safe community and in safe housing, I think you've created sort of exploitative opportunities for landowners and, of course, exploitative experiences for tenants, which is terrible. And so it's partly why I'm here today to support the framework.
So another concern is just the number of homes that there are. So how has that balanced out or leveled out? People are worried about entire streets being converted. If, for example, like, what has been your experience with that? How has it impacted, the cost of homes for families that still want to live in Parkdale as well?
Yeah, well, Parkdale used to be one of the hotter markets. And I think that one of the challenges about using that as an argument is that there are no streets where there are only rooming houses on the streets or boarding homes. But 90% of the people that live in Parkdale are tenants, and that's for a whole bunch of historical reasons. So there's really sort of and some of the buildings, which are very large, these Victorian homes, they're mansions, quite frankly. I don't know whether people, that's not really a single family dwelling. I don't live in a single family dwelling of that nature, and I've got two kids. So I think we have to also talk about, what used to be considered the kind of housing that was built, a century and a half ago.
Okay, right. Okay, good point. Your community is considerably older than mine. Okay, thank you very much for your comments today. Enjoy.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Perks. Oh, Mantas, didn't see you there. Councillor Mantas, go ahead. Councillor Mantas.
Do you find that Yes.
Never mind. It sounded as if you were muted. Sorry, that's all.
I was at the moment, Madam Chair. I was. Sir, do you find that the houses that are in Parkdale High Park, and as the houses that you mentioned about the mansions, that they are they have a different configuration than homes that we would have in Scarborough that would maybe not at this moment allow for rooming houses to be implemented?
Interestingly enough, my brother lived in a rooming house in Scarborough. It was actually a very large home. Some might have called it a monster home. And there were 6 units in the basement. And that was partly how the owners were paying for the building, for their mortgage. I actually think that there's quite a lot of similarities in built form, depending on what kind of a unit is on what kind of a lot.
Okay. No other questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members outside the committee with questions? Seeing none, bring it in committee. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, and thank you very much for being here, Victor, and thanks for all the work you've done on this issue over decades. Is it a common thing in Parkdale to walk down a street in Parkdale and see a BMW parked in one house, and then the next house beside it might be a rooming house? Does that kind of stuff happen often?
It's increasingly happening.
Yeah. So, and it's also the case that the former Ward 14, so the area that includes Parkdale, what is the ward that had individual postal codes in every income quintile?
Yeah, we did some research, and that's certainly what we found across certainly South Parkdale. South and North Parkdale, Ward 14, absolutely. We had some of the richest people in the city and some of the poorest people in the city.
Living on the same street, sometimes as direct neighbors.
Direct neighbors, and sometimes I'm sure they were sharing a beer across the back fence.
I've seen it happen. Victor, I attended an awful lot of public meetings, maybe not as many as you, to bring illegal rooming houses into conformity. And my experience was that having watched it over a decade and a half now, that many of the people who came out and were opposed to regularizing a rooming house are now quite content, and that if you ask them directly, they would say things are much better now that we made this illegal rooming house into a legal one. Is that your experience too?
Absolutely, and it's in fact what we've heard from our neighbors of the rooming house that we bought. That they're happy to see us step in and continue to increase the standards that were applied as rooming houses were regularized.
Thank you very much. And thanks again for the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks, Victor. Seeing no more questions, we can move to next speaker, William Heritage. William? Not present? Okay. Next, Alexa Ballies. Good afternoon,
Yes,
Alexa.
hello.
Hello. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors, staff members, and committee observers, and thank you for having me today. My name is Alexa Ballas, and I'm the current president of the University of Toronto Students' Union. Collectively, we represent over 38,000 full-time undergraduate students at the University of Toronto St. George campus. I'm joined here today by the Scarborough Campus Students' Union, and we are grateful to have this opportunity to speak with the committee in favor of the recommendations brought forth within staff report on the new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses, while highlighting critical student perspectives that ought to be prioritized in these rooming house proposals. As the largest post-secondary institution within a world-class city, the University of Toronto annually attracts international students, scholars, and talent, with nearly 63,000 students enrolled at U of T's downtown campus in the 2019-2020 academic year. Of those 63,000, over 20,000 are international newcomers, and a similar proportion of approximately 20,000 are domestic students who rely on OSAP funding to barely stay atop of student debt. As such, multi-tenant rooming houses on campus and in the surrounding neighborhoods are popular and oftentimes the only choice for students who make up a disproportionate amount of the low-income demographic in Toronto. That is why it is imperative that student concerns continue to be reflected in the finalization of this new framework. Just 2 weeks ago, a house fire ravaged 373 Ontario Street, the site of a Cabbagetown rooming house, and made its way to 2 adjacent houses. Multiple rooming houses in Kensington Market have fallen victim to devastating fires in 2014 and 2019. These are not isolated incidents, nor are these limited to incendiary tragedies. My friend, fellow colleague, and second-year U of T student, Catherine Lai, had to move 5 times in the span of 2 years until she was able to settle in a legal, livable home. For months at a time, she would lose sleep over pest infestations, rodents, inadequate heating, and felt unsafe in her own home as the privacy of her space would be compromised. That is not to say that all multi-tenant houses are the culprit. In fact, Catherine currently resides in a rooming house in Huron, Sussex, with 7 other University of Toronto students, all of whom have gladly lived there for 3+ years on average. Such is the result when multi-tenant housing properties operate in compliance with municipal standards and licensing regulations. Housing is a basic human right, and the stock of multi-tenant rooming houses bridges the high demand of affordable housing in student-populated neighborhoods. Where multi-tenant houses frequently run into problem lies in the cooperation and adhering to zoning and licensing bylaws, which can be attributed to either a defiance to or unfamiliarity with current rental housing regulations. That's why I would especially like to draw your attention to the importance of upholding the commitments detailed in the 4-pillar strategic compliance and enforcement program in the report. Students are left in a precarious position as new renters in a competitive market. Many of us are still trying to navigate independence, fiscal management, academic standing, employment, and in the case of our out-of-province and international peers, a foreign city. In this time of COVID-19 reopening, students are so preoccupied with, as we scramble to sign leases in time for the fall semester, that we have little time to acquaint ourselves with the concepts of tenant rights, insurance, let alone the ins and outs of multi-tenant housing. So sorry.
Alexa, if you could wrap up.
Yes. Enforcement would not be equitable if residents are unaware of the updated bylaws. So the city plays a vital role in circulating the new framework to tenants and operators alike.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Mantas?
Ms. Ballas, do you believe that all residents, no matter, or tenants, no matter if it's an illegal rooming house or a legal tenant rooming house or facility, should all live with adequate housing, and they should have, and it's a human right to live in a dignified place where it's safe?
Yes.
Then shouldn't the landlord, no matter if it was illegal or not illegal, follow all the property standards that the city and the building code allows?
Yes.
So do you think that maybe it's not that part of your question, that maybe it's not a matter of the legality or the illegality, but the fact that we all need to live with proper standards?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understand that the housing around the university, that a lot of the students live in houses that are not legal, as you're saying. Do you believe that maybe the city, with the help of the universities and the cooperation of the universities or colleges, we should find a formula to how to create more student housing for the students in those areas around the universities?
I do agree with that, but I think that the multi-tenant housing framework is also a really good step, and it will help a lot of students in the University of Toronto area.
Okay. So it's not always a matter of having it them being illegal or not illegal or conforming or not illegal. It's also a matter of creating more housing for the residents and for the students, which could be affordable. It could be in different ways.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Alexa, for coming in. Thank you for the concerns of the university. Unfortunately, in 2018, as you know, we did mourn the loss of Helen Guo, who died in an illegal rooming house fire near the university. But my question is, if the city moves forward with a multi-tenant regulatory framework, do you think that you'd be willing to kind of participate in conversations with students so that they can start to know about, if their their house is illegal or legal, or participate in that conversation so that we can start to bring these into compliance, have conversations with students about, what's a fire hazard look like, so that they can start to kind of be aware. Because I am worried that, the first steps through this would be identifying these homes. And I think students know where they are too. Residents know based on property standards, but students know based on safety. So I'm just wondering if you think the Students' Union might be willing to help share information with students so that we can help to identify some of these homes and bring them into compliance.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love that. I actually had a ending paragraph in my original statement about wanting to work together on that and moving forward with potential consultations as well, because we're really grateful that those
Members? Oh, no?
Your opinion.
Shocking,
Gord,
isn't it?
I have 20 more unless other people have signed in, but I have 20.
Oh, I thought I did a pretty careful count, Francis. I'll do it again. So that was just Alexa.
Yeah.
Ballas. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it's 30.
Okay. I think I'm back, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Welcome home.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay.
Oh, there are 3 counselors. Francis, 25.
So Councillor McKelvey was asking questions, and can somebody tell me if she did have an opportunity to finish? Yep.
No, they finished.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we can move now to the next speaker, Ambalika Roy. Ambalika?
Yeah, hi. Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Can you hear
afternoon.
me? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ambalika Roy, and I am speaking on behalf of the Right to Housing Toronto, a coalition of organizations and individuals working to support the implementation of human right to housing by the City of Toronto. The affordable housing crisis in Toronto has forced many residents of our city to live in unsafe and inadequate homes. Too many Torontonians do not have an affordable housing options and live in a constant state of housing precarity. Too many are experiencing homelessness and forced into the emergency shelter system. When the City of Toronto made a commitment to advance the right to housing through its housing policy, it made a promise to ensure that its housing policies will lead to affordable, adequate, and accessible housing for everyone in the city. Our residents need adequate housing choices. We need our city to prioritize solutions and not only build affordable housing, but also preserve the affordable homes we currently have. One of the main sources of deep affordable housing in Toronto are multi-tenant houses. For decades, these have been an important part of our city's housing stock, where residents call home. But for many of these residents, the current bylaws have forced them to live in illegal multi-tenant houses that operate in the shadows. These residents live in unsafe and unhealthy conditions, but are too afraid to have their voices heard, fearing that they will lose their home. We are deputing today to provide our support to the City of Toronto's policy framework to regulate multi-tenant housing. We urge the City of Toronto to legalize multi-tenant house across the city. The current rules that ban multi-tenant houses in some parts of the city are discriminatory and against many of our residents. The Ontario Human Rights Commission has written at length about the discriminatory nature of these bylaws. We too have urged the city time and again to protect its residents and legalize multi-tenant homes across the city. This new framework will finally bring an end to long-standing discriminatory housing policy. While we are in support of the proposed framework, we are also aware that sometimes good policies lead to unintended consequences. One of the main concerns that we have heard from residents, housing workers, and advocates from across the city is whether the current framework may lead to the closure of the homes in operations today. We hope that this is not the intention of the proposed framework, especially as the city proposes a phased implementation plan. We therefore urge the city to make a commitment to a citywide no displacement policy that will protect people from living in multi-tenant housing from becoming homeless. It is vital to the efforts to improve the conditions of these homes for these residents are balanced balanced with the efforts to support landlords of these homes to meet new standards. As always, Right to Housing Toronto is available to the city to discuss this regulatory framework and provide recommendations that ensure no tenant is displaced from their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members outside the committee, any questions? No? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and thank you for that very thoughtful deputation. When you say no displacement, I have a question around that. So when we were regularizing rooming houses in Parkdale, in a few situations, we found that there was simply no way to reconfigure the rooming house to give everyone a safe unit. And there's just been too many people jammed in the basement, say. And we undertook a process of making sure that as we were regularizing it, we found housing for anyone who would lose that unit, or in many cases, it just through the natural transition and churn of tenancies, we were able to solve it that way. When you say no displacement, would that be an adequate approach?
Yes, I think so to some extent. And of course, we're kind of building partnerships with more not-for-profit housing providers or incentivizing programs which you already have in the framework. I think that would be could be one of the approach to enforce a no displacement policy.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Bahar Shadpur. Bahar, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Bahar, and I'm here on behalf of the Center for Equality, Rights and Accommodation. CERA is a nonprofit organization working to advance the right to adequate housing for over 30 years. For years, we urged the City of Toronto to harmonize the regulatory and licensing requirements for multi-tenant houses across the city. I'm here in full support of the city's proposed regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses, which recognizes the importance of these homes in providing a range of housing choices for our residents and takes a human rights approach to finally address a discriminatory bylaw practiced in many parts of our city for far too long. Licensing multi-tenant houses will help many renters live in safe and adequate homes while creating more vibrant neighborhoods across Toronto where residents can simply live in harmony with one another. We held a workshop to hear from communities across the city about the proposed framework, especially from those living outside of the downtown core. Nearly all our participants were in support. Many expressed the need for a citywide no displacement policy that protects those living in unlicensed multi-tenant houses from losing their homes. We agree that a human rights approach to this regulatory framework must be rooted in a proactive no displacement policy that would prevent evictions. We know that the best response to homelessness is eviction prevention, and so we urge the city to make a commitment that residents will not lose their home and be displaced from their communities as a result of this regulatory framework. Also, the proposed licensing framework will help many multi-tenant homeowners to stay in their neighborhoods and pay for their growing housing costs. Licensing also means that multi-tenant housing operators will properly manage their properties, which not only benefits the residents of these homes who will live in safe and adequate conditions, but it also benefits the neighborhood at large. These can range from reduced garbage and waste issues to proper pest management and well-maintained houses. The neighborhoods will also benefit as more correct statistical information about these communities will be made available to the city and other government bodies, which will help with proper needs assessment and the allocation of funds and resources to these neighborhoods. This can lead to better roads, enhanced transportation services, as well as meeting some of the service needs of these neighborhoods. We all know that vibrant neighborhoods start with health and safety of all residents, and we really hope that the leadership at the city will vote in support of this framework. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Maria Perrin. No, not present. Okay. Ben Lee So. Ben Lee. Good afternoon.
Here. Good afternoon.
You have 3 minutes. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councillor. Good afternoon, everyone. Some years ago, it was 8:30 p.m. With two-man truck, I came to a rooming house to move in. Before moving in, the landlord told me, I can give you the letter to your caseworker. You can file your rental income tax, or otherwise you pay 50 more rent each month if you want to file the rental income tax. I told him, I need a letter to caseworker to prove that I rent your place. I don't get $50 each month on my rental tax return. It's your responsibility to pay rental tax as landlord. He refused to rent the place to me if I file rental income tax. Thinking that I'll be homeless and had no extra money to pay the two-man truck hourly, I had no choice and promised him not to file rental income tax so to secure the place to move in and not be homeless. Recently, arrived with my things in a truck, but was told by the landlord after an hour waiting, I'm not renting to you. You're not suitable here because of your age. Go to shelter. Discrimination of landlord has put me in homeless situation. Since coming to Canada, to Toronto, with high market rent, I can only rent rooming house. And am homeless on and off because of high market rent. Even so, rooming house are not cheap. With low wages and later social assistance, the rooming house I can afford to rent is always shabby, bad living condition, which don't meet the basic requirement standard of living, plus constant discrimination, harassment, and exploitation of landlord. For example, no rental to social assistance recipient, no letter to caseworker, no rent receipt, or pay $50 more rent each month if you want to file rent income tax. Landlord turned my room into a storage room and can be in my room every time when someone or the mortgage person come for mortgage inspection. Damn cold, mold, and mosquito shabby place. I have to wear my winter coat, winter jacket all year round. I can only sleep 2 hours a day because of this mosquito harassing me. My legs sore due to dampness to a point I cannot walk. I can't get in the house for 2 days when ice storm hit in the winter because landlord only shower and ice his entrance. Share kitchen and washroom with another 6 or 7 tenants in a cramped basement with no window except the basement door to access when a fire occurs. No carbon monoxide detector. I forced to pay rent 2 weeks early just because landlord went back home for holiday. With no fridge and no washroom to use. To get me out of the house quickly. Landlady refused to pay me back the money she owed me. Used physical force to...
Bentley, I'm going to have to ask you to give us your last thought, okay?
Okay. So, okay. I'll go to my last thought. So these are just some of my rooming house experience of the landlord, discrimination, harassment, and exploitation. Counselor, please put yourself in my shoes. Imagine that you are me, a social assistance recipient who are looking for a deeply affordable place to live. With social assistance shelter money of $330, you can afford to rent the high market rent high-rise apartment.
Thank you,
rooming
Ben.
house which is cheaper than the high-rise apartment is the only choice.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for sharing your experiences with us today, Bentley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rita Billerman.
Hi there. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rita. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rita Billerman, and I am representing the Annex Residents Association. To begin, we would like to express our support for harmonizing the rules around rooming houses, primarily since this offers much needed affordable housing and provides a more consistent regulatory framework. But as we have heard from many people, there seems to be a major concern with the lack of enforcement as well as the resulting safety issues. This doesn't bode well, as we just heard, for individuals living in illegal and unlicensed houses, especially for those who may not have the ability to advocate on their own behalf. It is apparent that the city must first get a handle of and ramp up its enforcement of the illegal and unlicensed rooming houses already in operation and ensure they are safe and compliant. It is also apparent that the city needs the ability to properly assess potentially illegal and unlicensed rooming houses to ensure compliance, and obviously, as we've heard, with provincial support. Clearly, offering affordable options to people is a desirable goal, but unsafe, illegal, and unlicensed houses can't be tolerated. As it goes without saying, the city needs the ability to effectively deal with all law-compliant operators. Just in the last few weeks alone, there have been fires at rooming houses in the Cabbagetown area, and as other speakers have confirmed, there have been other tragic fires and issues at these houses. Closer to our neighborhood, we have unlicensed rooming houses. For example, over 3 years ago, the city removed the rooming house exemption for fraternity and sorority houses. Yet to date, none of these houses have been licensed. Currently, we do not believe the illegal and unlicensed rooming houses are safe, and they present real and potential safety issues. For example, in the last few years in our neighborhood, there have been issues such as a large fire at a fraternity house, a major drug bust, stabbing, sexual assaults, and 2 unnecessary deaths at unlicensed houses. As well, these houses have had more than their fair share of MLS complaints. We are not suggesting that these houses get shut down and fully understand people need affordable housing. But the city must ensure they have adequate tools to properly regulate all operators before allowing more. To conclude, we support a harmonized regulatory framework, but urge the city to ensure it first has adequate enforcement and resources to properly regulate these houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Councillor McKelvey.
Hi, thank you for your comments. And clearly, I think you're saying that the status quo is not working and we need a better approach. You spoke to enforcement. So in the report, I don't know if you've had a look through it, but it does say that there'll be an increase to 28 bylaw officers, 16 more fire, increases fines to 100,000, a land tribunal. Is there anything else that you think we're missing or should be considering?
Well, I think it was brought up in the previous speakers that clearly, the city is somewhat handcuffed, not having the ability to get in some of these houses, right? I mean, we live around the university and clearly students need housing. We know that. And clearly what we've heard is that they're going into very unsafe houses. And it's not good, but then the city can't seem to get in, right? That's what I've heard. The city cannot gain entry to these houses to confirm that they're actually illegal rooming houses. So, I mean, I will put it out there that I will, advocate on behalf of students to get more legal houses, but I don't have the answer. I mean, clearly the province needs to support the city and its ability to enforce a proper regulatory framework.
Okay. Yeah, I don't expect you to have the answer. It's a complicated problem, right? And it's one that's certainly around universities in particular and many parts of the city we've been dealing with for a long time. But I mean, do you see that if we maybe we can start to have lists of when you walk through your neighborhood, do you know the ones you suspect are illegal rooming houses? Like, are you able to walk through and say, yeah, probably that one, maybe this one? Is that?
Oh yeah, it's quite apparent.
Okay. So if we start with some,
I want to be fair. I used to live beside a rooming house, and it was kind of the old-fashioned spinster who needed to pay her bills. And so she brought in tenants, roomers. I mean, kind of old-fashioned. And she was a lovely neighbor, and I had no issues. They were quiet. There were no issues with the property. But that's, there are other houses that are not like that. And clearly there are safety issues. And, being perfectly blunt, there are some houses that are just terrible neighbors.
Yeah, for sure. So, because right now we can't get in and they're illegal, but we also can't offer them a pathway to become legal and to fix themselves up. So I mean, from an operator standpoint, they have people living in there. They don't really have any options either right now.
Yeah, I'm willing to, be a bee in the provincial bonnet, so to speak, to help the city. to support this regulatory framework, because it sounds like the city does not have adequate enforcement tools to properly regulate these houses. That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your experience, and there are, I know it's a complicated issue, and but it's I just appreciate your frank candor in speaking about some of those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any visiting councilors with questions? No? Okay. Bringing in to committee. Any questions of the speaker? No? We'll move now to Tom Cassanda. Good afternoon, Tom.
Hello. Hi. I'm president of the Cliff Scarborough Village Residents Association. And I've really been touched by, I'm almost emotional about it, by what I've heard from a lot of the speakers have put forward. And yeah, it's a complicated issue, and I think everyone's struggling a bit with it. The proposal in front of you has received critique from residents associations across the city. And I think those associations are trying to find the line between the obvious need for affordable housing and responding to the many requests like I have received from residents who have anxiety about integrating the MTHs into family neighborhoods. And people have commented about that, and maybe there's education that needs to be done there. I think the association's critiques have been focused on optimizing the rollout, including a process that includes prototyping or testing of the framework in study areas, and ensuring the level of bylaw staffing oversight is adequate. Because frankly, the number I heard doesn't sound anywhere near like the number that's needed, and I don't know how you know when it's not being successful now. So I encourage you to consider integrating the recommendations in those letters. There's a lot of factors, even changing context, like the media, the investment companies who are spending billions to buy up homes for rental property investment. Opening up the entire city to MTHs will accelerate this practice with predictable negative impact to housing affordability. So you have a kind of a catch-22, and potentially the opposite of the desired result. As a student, I stayed in a house with a retired senior, and I don't think there's resistance to those kinds of situations that reinforce resilience of the community. But that's very different than developers buying up homes on streets, taking control and essentially taking control of the rental housing stock. We have examples where those developers put in undesirable neighbors to drive down, undesirable rumors to drive down the actual value on the street so they can buy up more houses. And so there's a corporate assault going on the future of Toronto neighborhoods with consequences potentially irreversible. So I encourage an analysis of the impact of this emerging challenge. Listening to students, it does suggest that there's definitely areas of proximity to institutions where targeted expansion of MTHs might want to proceed more quickly. But we also hope that this proposal will continue to be evaluated to make sure that the rollout is that we don't roll something out that we think will work, but may have a lot of unintended consequences.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor McKelvey.
I just missed at the beginning, what association are you with?
The Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association.
Okay, Cliffcrest. Okay, great. And so it sounds like, in principle, likewise, you're seeing that there's problems, and the current situation is not working either. But you're looking to see how the phasing is, and you had some concrete recommendations around the phasing of the rollout.
Well, the feedback that there is this balance between things are not good right now, and so but there are residents who are really uncomfortable because of the negative impacts of these of the perhaps the illegal houses in Scarborough. I actually have a question which I'd like an answer to, which would give this a little more context. because I was not able to figure out, there is this issue where the city can't get into illegal MTHs. So will passing this bylaw as is allow entry, or will the illegal MTHs continue to exist and there is no, and we're hoping that they'll come on board because we've offered them something? Because I think that some will, but I also think that if you look at the practices of many illegal houses, that if they don't have to, their motivation is going to be low to come into a framework. So will this passing of this
So
bylaw,
I can ask the staff to answer questions along that line for you, because this is our opportunity to ask you questions, and I think a staff answer would be a better answer than one I would give you anyway. So okay, thank you. And I've seen your letter, and I just wanted to thank you for your thoughts and engaging in this discussion too. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other visiting councillors? No? Councillor Perks.
I have a question that may help answer your question. Are you aware that when faced with almost exactly this problem in Parkdale, over the course of about 10 years, we had a list of 77 illegal rooming houses, and with offering basically the system you have here, slightly different. I think there's some things in here that are better inducements for property owners than what we had available at the time. Of those 77, I believe 72 became licensed, 2 the city closed, and 5 of them got converted to other uses, just, as owners will do. So we were able to get from 77 illegal to 0 illegal, offering basically the same kind of approach as this.
I heard you mention that before, and that was very heartening. It is the part that still remains or provides anxiety, I think, is the process of changing this citywide quite suddenly. And so will we get those same kind of results? And how many people did it take to do that? Because just intuitively, I think that that's a monumental task that, if the city can hire like 100 bylaw officers to do that, that's great, because then there's a little more faith in the community that you're really going to get it done. But when you say, well, the plan has 28, I'd love to see the data that shows that that's enough, because I find that impossible to believe. And so if it is an understaffed situation, and if there hasn't been, like you say, you point back to something, I'd like to see a prototype. I'd like to see a prototype where you do this in a community and you prove it worked, because then you'll know, as opposed to doing something that has a huge implication. And I don't want to take away from how important it is to provide housing, and the fact that, frankly, we should be providing student housing, better housing than, the kinds of things that are available in rooming houses. And so if the province were to, make sure that the universities had the funding to actually provide, you don't hear about problems in universities.
Could I ask you one more question before
Sure.
my time's gone?
Yep.
Sure. Were you aware that the team that did it in Parkdale was 4 members of Toronto staff?
I am, okay, so 4 people did it in one neighborhood.
77, 1 ward.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I hear your point. It's going to take a little bit of time and it needs resources. And I thank you for that very much. I just want you to be assured that I think there's a possible path here. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today, Tom. Next, we have Jeff Cattell. Jeff?
Hi there. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to be here. I have some resonating comments from the 2 previous speakers. This is to express our support in principle for the, I should have said Jeff Cattell. I'm a co-chair of Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, sponsor. We support in principle the report to create what is a new comprehensive regulatory and compliance framework zoning bylaws, licensing requirements, other assessments for multi-tenant houses. In a way, this is kind of overdue business, if you think about it. We've had the bylaws present in the old city of Toronto and bits elsewhere in Etobicoke and York, but it's been a long time since amalgamation, 1998. So things haven't happened very quickly. We appreciate that this represents a cross-divisional, multi-pronged initiative that has been a long time in development. We recognize that expanding permission for rooming housing is important to ensure affordable housing options. Experience in the city of Toronto, which has allowed rooming houses for years, shows the need for such housing, but also the need for licensing and enforcement to ensure a safe home as well as prevent problems in a neighborhood. And we also support the use of special programs to assist residents as needed. The big thing is the phasing in of the permissions. The report proposes that the first year 2, is to bring existing non-compliant, unlicensed, and illegal buildings up to standard, with the delay to November 2022 in the bylaw coming into effect, allowing time for the involved departments to prepare for implementation in November 2022. Then year 3 will open the opportunity for new applications. We support the recommendation for enhanced enforcement. This is essential to ensure that this housing is safe and healthy. It also means having a program to help support the needs of residents is an important preventative measure. We have a couple of recommendations coming out of this. One is about the transition from year 2 to year 3. We need evaluation criteria. We need key performance indicators to ensure success of the initiative. We recommend that you, as a committee, request that City Council require that a formal evaluation of year 2 be undertaken before the introduction of year 3 activities. Also, to execute this complex program successfully, as has been coming up time and time again, requires a guaranteed commitment to a major cross-divisional budget increase from 21 through to October 2024. As such, we recommend that you, PHC, request that City Council ensure that the cross-divisional budget adequately cover the costs for the initiative, including zoning bylaw enforcement, property standards, and supportive services. Finally, we would comment simply that the steep increase in resources that are required, without anything substantial in terms of accompanying revenue, but which are not specific. But these are not specifically requested in the current report. Surprisingly, it would appear, frankly, that strong political leadership will be required, the mayor and you as a council, to ensure that the adequate resources are made available, and ultimately ensure the success of the program. So we'll look for you to put your money where your mouth is. Next January, February in the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions of the speaker? No, I don't see any. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for deputation. Next, we have Sheila Harrison.
Hello, my name is Sheila Harrison, and I'm a director with the South Armor Heights Residents Association. I'm up in the Avenue Road 401. We agree with bringing multi-tenant houses into compliance across the city. They offer a necessary housing option. And the zoning bylaw changes and the new municipal bylaw are necessary to support that. But for the program to be successful, concurrent with approving the program, the city must make a guaranteed commitment to provide budget. A major problem with the current proposal is that from an enforcement inspection perspective, from now to November 22, it's business as usual with MLS, trying to deal with the existing houses with their meager allowance of 6 officers. The tenants and the neighbors want action taken now to get into control, improve the situation. This means that more officers need to be budgeted now, even before the startup of the enhanced program and new bylaws in 22. We realize that they will have to work with the current restricted regulations, but they have to try to do something with the existing homes over the next 15 months. To cope with this, we need more officers, which means budget being set aside, likely 1.67 million over the next 15 months. So my question is the city willing, able to make a financial commitment to the program in 21 and 22? The report does not provide a total cost 3-year budget across all involved departments. It states that the departments can absorb costs for this project in 21, but serious activities are scheduled to begin in September. How can these be sufficiently funded this way? New budget requests are submitted in February, but there must be a commitment made now for those funds to truly be made available. There are snippets of budget information in the report. I guess I would question what you think is the total cost of this program across 3 years. My quick estimates and calculations came to $10 to $12 million. Great activities are detailed across the departments, but many times the costs are not defined, such as a new licensing system, the multi-tenant housing renovation, the Office of Emergency Management programs, the education and outreach programs, as well as student housing. The city needs to assign a budget expert to work with the MTH review team between now and the City Council meeting on July 14th to prepare a proper total cost 3-year projection. Only then can City Council understand the total picture.
Sheila, I'm going to have to, okay, there you go. I was just asking you to wrap up. Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Sheila. Next, we have Kim Marshall. No, okay. Stephanie Chris. Good afternoon, Stephanie. Good afternoon, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for having me today. My name is Stephanie Chris, and I'm a member of the board of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Long Branch is located adjacent to Humber College Lakeshore campus. There is an on-site student residence which has plans for expansion by 2024. As a result of our neighborhood's proximity to the campus, we are experiencing an increase in the number of homes being rented out to accommodate groups of students. We raised this as a concern during community engagement. How is this being addressed in the proposed bylaw so that we do not find ourselves with an overconcentration of student housing with all of its associated problems? We also have concerns that by giving as of right permission and not limiting concentrations, that certain neighborhoods will be unfairly targeted depending on their proximity to transit and post-secondary schools. Long Branch was an established village before amalgamation, and as a result, we have every form of missing middle housing that addresses more affordable housing. This neighborhood is balanced with a 50-50 split between rental and home ownership. We know this from flyer distribution through Canada Post, and the census supports this as well. So we are confused why this plan is painted with such a broad brush. Neighborhoods that are zoned solely RD and do not demonstrate the mix that exists in Long Branch, and neighborhoods with unique circumstances need to be addressed differently. Long Branch has in place council-approved neighborhood character guidelines. So what provision has been made in the proposed bylaw so that these can be applied? Finally, we are concerned with the speed that this bylaw amendment is going through. Details may be missed and proper community input will not be considered. We do support the positions of other resident associations such as Fantra and Cora, who feel this amendment is going through at lightning speed, not leaving enough time for residents to properly review and contemplate the potential changes to their neighborhood. We ask that this matter be deferred to give staff time to consult and arrive at solutions that speak to the many concerns brought up today. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes, I just have one question.
Go ahead.
No, I do. I just have a question. Sorry. I'm saving I'm saving battery. I'm coming back on there. Just there has been discussed a large number of consultations that have taken place around this, citywide, neighborhood-wide. Were you not aware of that? Was your neighborhood association unaware of that by any chance? Curious.
I believe we were. I just think for a decision this big that there should be more consultation.
But you were able to be at consult. We heard I'm sure you've been listening all day. Chair, there's some kind of scratchy noise on this thing that's been going on all day, and it's so distracting. I don't know if it's at the clerk's table. I don't know what it is. It's very distracting for the deputies. It continues. Like somebody's digging a mine right on mine.
Madam Speaker, I think I can illuminate. We had this problem earlier in the week during North York Community Council. The committee room itself has to have all its mics muted, or that WebEx makes a funny sound. The public can't hear it on YouTube, but we all hear it. It's a mystery.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
there you go.
It's like a wind tunnel effect then. Sorry. So I guess if everybody's muted, and I see that CR2 is not muted, so we'll expect more. I'm sorry, Deputy, I'm sorry. It's just been so distracting from hearing from so many great people today. I'm just clarifying that there's been a whole number of consultations. I think this has been a rather long one. I will ask the staff. I'll clarify that just for you when we get to that part about asking staff questions. I'll make sure I get that info for you.
I think the main concern for the LBNA is that the concerns have not been addressed about the overconcentration.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it wasn't consultation. It's that the issues that you had brought forward haven't been entirely put into the report. That's what I'm hearing you say. Okay,
correct.
That's fair. Thank you. So, thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Robert Brown. Not present. Joy Connolly. Not present. Okay. Veronica Wynn. Veronica, if you could connect your microphone, that would be great. We can start. Veronica? Not yet? Okay, let's try Yvonne Ewan. Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Am I loud and clear? Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I speak for myself. In the middle of a midsummer night in June 2013, I was forced out of a rooming house. I had nowhere to go. I was an 18-year-old sophomore at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. Judging from the outside, it was a perfectly maintained detached house that sat near an intersection within walking distance to the campus. I had my own bedroom and shared most facilities with 7 other girls. My rent was $450 per month. I paid cash. We each signed 1-year contracts with the landlord that still had 2 months to go. But on that June 9th, the landlord and his wife banged on our doors, imploring us all to leave the premises immediately. It was in the middle of the night. I had just moved from the first floor to the second floor less than a week before at the request of the landlord to pass the city's inspection. He had emptied all the bedrooms on the first floor and refurnished them. The landlord's wife then stepped into my room, started to grab my belongings and put them into the boxes she prepared. She said, "I will help you pack. Please help us. There's no time to explain. You have to leave right now." She then escorted us to another large house. My new landlord greeted us in Mandarin and told us, "Stay as long as you like." But 3 days later, she asked if I had secured a new place to live. I then moved twice within 5 days. 5 years later, I heard that a house near UTSC campus burned down due to an electrical fire, causing 1 death and 3 injuries. The deceased was an 18-year-old Chinese student. The owner of the house was my previous landlady. It could have been me, and this must stop. From where I stand, legalizing rooming houses will bring 4 major benefits. First, with clear instruction for building construction, legalization will help ensure that rooming houses are not fire traps. Second, With appropriate inspection, both rooming house tenants and landlords will be recorded in city database. This would assist Scarborough to record its actual population for a variety of planning purposes. Third, based on the correct accounting of landlord's income, legalization will result in greater tax fairness. Fourth, but not least, with a transparent appeal system, landlords and tenants will be able to better secure their rights and responsibilities. We have witnessed the ineffectiveness of banning rooming houses, which only drives them underground and makes tenants more vulnerable. Access to affordable housing is a demand that will continue to exist, so the need for them is clear. Newcomers need a place to start. Students who want to save money while living close to campus may turn with confidence to a legal shared residence. With the shortages of community housing units and dormitories, a rooming house becomes the only option for many. Again, it is not legalizing what is, but what could be. Therefore, I speak in favor of the new regulatory framework. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You really summed it up at the very end. I had planned on asking a question, but you really summed it up in saying this is not about legalizing what is, but what could be. I'm wondering if you now that you're more well established, as the situation as it exists today, you can't really recommend to anyone making their start in Toronto to stay in a rooming house other than in the downtown areas. Would that be a correct assumption?
I wouldn't say so, because Scarborough, honestly, it's basically the starting point for most newcomers, and it's just, like I said, it's just a demand that will exist, whether legalized or illegal. It just exists, and it's a human right issue. So it's yeah. So I would say I would just recommend you have to have a shelter, and just to know your rights and make as many protection as you can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Vaughn. And before I start with my question, I wanted to let you know that I enjoyed your article in the Scarborough Mirror, and I did share it with my mailing list, including the line that said, we've witnessed the ineffectiveness of banning rooming houses, which only drives them underground and makes tenants more vulnerable.
Thank you.
So I've heard stories about residents being told not to answer the door, not to talk to the neighbors, stories like yours, being forced to leave in the middle of the night because you've heard there may be an inspection or inspector or somebody coming to the. So I'm just wondering, can you just speak to what are the vulnerabilities, and what are you being told in terms of interacting with community and neighbors?
So first of all, when I was in the rooming house, I didn't know for sure that it was illegal. It is more described as a gray area to us, and we were told to be quiet and try to avoid any contact with people from the city, like anyone wearing uniform. And this was actually one of my real experience. When I exit the rooming house I live in, I was stopped by a city officer, and he questioned how many people were there living in that place, and I just couldn't lie to his face, so I told him it was 10. And then after that, it was the eviction that happened in the middle of the night. So based on all that, I think all our experience, and including other rooming house tenants, our common ground or agreement is that we need to keep quiet. But if that happened, there's actually nothing we can do. Just do whatever we've been told.
And, you kind of said you didn't know really that it was an illegal rooming house. And I did ask the president of UTSC earlier, if they would be willing to kind of share that information with students. Do you think that's a story that needs to be told with students so that they can start to point out when these are illegal? Because if this process is about turning them from illegal into regulated legal, we have to identify them. I think we know many based on property standards, but we also, I'm hopeful students can have a role in that too. So do you see that we should be sharing that information with students?
Yes, I believe that that's necessary. They need to know their rights.
Okay. Thank you again. I did take that line exactly out of your story and share it with residents. So thank you for telling it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Yvonne, for sharing that personal story, and I saw it in the media as well, and I think it's very helpful for everybody to see what this issue is really about. So thank you. Aaron Kaplan, next speaker. Sorry. Oh, we have Veronica back? Okay, so let's go back to Veronica. Veronica, when?
Yes, okay, unmute.
Go ahead, Veronica, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Veronica Wynn, I'm the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. We applaud the city's efforts to provide affordable housing, but if this housing is not safe and secure and licensed and allowing the tenants to live in harmony with their neighbours, it means nothing. Before we impose the mistakes of the past across all communities in the city of Toronto, we request that this topic be deferred for further discussion, because we did take part in the discussions, but we didn't find it satisfactory, because even though the zoning bylaw was written and prepared and everything was in place, we were not shown that. So as a requirement by the official plan 5.5.1, we are supposed to be able to review that and be given time to do that. So I would ask that this matter would be deferred to allow for review and consultation, especially on the draft zoning bylaws, which we didn't see until they came up in the report. So there are 3 areas that I think that need attention: the fact of the existence of the illegal MTHs. They need to be addressed and be brought into compliance. And we would like to know the number. We would like to know, like the previous speaker said, if you have adequate staff to get them up and active as legal operations. We want you to maybe ensure the success of this expansion by providing potential tenants with access to social services and legal aid when needed, and bring all these these MTHs under the Landlord and Tenant Act, because otherwise, it's for nothing, because these people have no recourse with illegal operations. And also consult with community and residents associations on the ground to correct the compromising particulars of the presented draft zoning bylaws against the official plan policy and existing zoning regulations. Now, the reason I bring this up is because the resident association, we're noted for being very activist at the Committee of Adjustment, and our experience is that we can depute and defend the size and the zoning of a housing, and our experience is that developers, since the introduction of
Veronica, I'm going to have to ask for your last thought.
Yeah. Okay. The last thought is that the Committee of Adjustment is not in place there is not able to regulate the inside of the house. So we have no power to do that.
Okay.
So we would say,
Councillor Perks has some questions.
I just say we thought that the placement of so support services for tenants and enforcement strategies to oversee the owners is of paramount importance.
Thank you. Councillor Perks has some questions for you.
Sure. And thank you, Veronica. First question. Would you be willing to set up a meeting with me before council with some board members of the Swansea Area Ratepayers?
Absolutely.
Great.
Can I just
Veronica, if I could, we don't have a lot of time. Now, made reference to the official plan requiring a public meeting.
Yeah.
You're aware, though, of course, that the way that works is you have to have a statutory public meeting of a committee to review that, and that's what this meeting does.
But the thing is, you're also supposed to be able to review the zoning bylaw
Right.
and an adequate time for doing that, and we didn't get that. We didn't get it at the.
Okay, I'll check with the clerks that we actually followed the notice period, but thank you for raising that. I believe we did, but I'll check.
Can I just also talk to you about the Parkdale? Actually, Parkdale, a lot of Parkdale's success in remediating that illegals was the gentrification of the area. And so it was plastered all over the Toronto Star, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, I can see that 4 people might do a good job, but it was after the fact, So I would stress the fact that we need a lot of people to manage.
Absolutely. And that brings me to my next question, Veronica. One of the things that was really valuable in Parkdale is as we were bringing these houses on, there's a process by which they become licensed, and that's a public process. And people were able to come and make presentations at the Rooming House Licensing Tribunal. It's something, frankly, that's probably one of the things I spend most of my time doing. And frankly, it's a much better and more open process and more not as rigid and narrow as the Committee of Adjustment. Would a process like that be beneficial? And would you be willing to participate as individual properties coming for their license?
Well, we would participate in anything that makes it a success, for sure.
Great.
As I said, we're very active.
And final question, Veronica. Final question. So you mentioned the bringing in supports and legal aid and so on, and I agree 100%. In fact, one of the benefits that we've had in regularizing rooming houses is suddenly people are not at risk of losing their house just by talking to a city inspector or someone from legal aid or so on. So given that, and also given that in law, frankly, if you sign a lease with somebody, whether the unit's permitted or not, you have rights of tenure under the Landlord-Tenant Act. Do you think that by sort of bringing these things to the surface, we can help people understand their rights better?
Yes and no, because the thing is, the people, speaking from experience, when I first came to Canada and Toronto, I had to, myself and my friend, we were in a rooming house. It was the most terrifying experience I had in my whole life, especially coming to a new country. So I can appreciate the situation of an immigrant. They do not know the system. They do not know where to go. And in fact, that is what we have experienced, concerns that we would have is that the advocacy and the training of people, like how do you get to that? How do you get to these people to get them to be in a position where they're confident enough? Like that other person who said she was scared to death and the landlord, told her he'd throw her out, which he did actually eventually. So, it's because she was too old. Like that's terrible. And if you're not part of the Landlord and Tenant Act, you don't have those guides, like you can be tossed to the curb any minute, because at the owner's discretion, so.
Thank you so much for this, Veronica. I look forward to our conversation.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Be in touch real soon. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Veronica. Any other questions? Seeing none.
No.
Aaron Kaplan.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. Toronto St. Paul's Tenants Association Network strongly supports the new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses. The proposed licensing regime is a major step forward in ensuring that this form of housing meets stringent standards. Additional enforcement resources will further enhance the licensing regime. The introduction of the multi-tenant housing licensing tribunal is a very important function that will deal fairly and effectively with operators that violate the bylaw. Although all of the aforementioned features are important and necessary, it creates disparity between how apartment buildings and MTHs are regulated under city bylaws. For example, Chapter 354 of the Municipal Code requires registering apartment buildings, a much less stringent requirement than the proposed licensing of multi-tenant housing. Furthermore, operators that violate the proposed bylaw will be subject to a multi-tenant housing licensing tribunal hearing, a much higher standard of scrutiny than the quasi-judicial review performed by the Property Standards Committee. The proposed MTH bylaw may well lead to a charter challenge of the Rent Safe TO program, as not all tenants would be subject to the same regulatory framework. There would be one set of rules for apartment buildings and another set of rules for MTHs. We're not interested in investing in a charter challenge. We want city staff to review the applicability of licensing, coordinated and enhanced enforcement, as well as a tribunal for the Rent Safe TO program. In essence, parity with the features found in the proposed MTH regulatory framework. It's imperative that city staff review the disparity between the proposed regulatory framework and Chapter 354 to ensure that the two frameworks are harmonized to offer all tenants regulatory parity. Finally, prior to this meeting, I was looking for data on the number of multiple tenant houses in the City of Toronto, as well as the number of MTH service requests that have been responded to by MLS and fire prevention services during the past 3 years. I could not find any information. I thought we had reached a point where city policies and programs were structured on evidence-based decision-making. Although the proposed regulatory framework is definitely pointing in the right direction, it's hard to understand how the Planning and Housing Committee can make a decision on an additional $3.6 million requested for the implementation of the framework without knowing the size of the problem that the proposed framework is attempting to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Mary Taylor. Good afternoon, Mary.
Oh, hi there. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mary. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So many of us are strongly opposed to the conversion of single-family homes into rooming houses in the city of Scarborough and Agincourt particularly. We don't have confidence that the city is going to inspect and enforce these homes. Many absentee owners and investors care only about collecting rent and let their properties fall by the wayside, to say the least. This has a direct impact on the people that live on these streets, not to mention the reduction in the value of the properties in our neighborhood. Pardon me. I've personally witnessed what happens when multi-million-dollar homes are purchased as investments and then rented out. My family home was a perfect example. Used to be on Glen Watford Drive in Agincourt. 3 of the following examples are all on one street. Beautiful ranch bungalow turned into more than 3 units. The grass full of weeds. The bushes in the front of the property haven't been trimmed in over 5 years. Potholes in the driveway. Weeds on the grass. Excessive garbage. Cars in the driveway. Cars on the street. Another house down the street, no different. The police visit on a regular basis. Illegal activities, the fence is half down, paint peeling off the house, cars again on the street and on the front lawn. The lots on Glen Watford Drive are 100 by 200 feet on the west side of the street. One of the bungalows was torn down. A new monster 2-story was built. It sat empty for 10 years from the time it was built. Overgrown grass and weeds. What's the purpose of this? Perhaps severing some of these large lots for 2 to be built on these lots, or even 3 on the west side. If these people can afford to buy these homes and then convert them to rentals, they should be able to afford to keep them safe and nice looking on the outside. And it's heartbreaking for people that still live on the street to see what used to be one of the most prestigious streets in Agincourt just fall by the wayside. Scarborough already has a really bad reputation, and things are only getting worse, especially with the Delta Hotel being converted to homeless housing infested with bed bugs and COVID-19. In many cases, these illegal conversions are collecting money as income and paying the same tax as their next door neighbor, which isn't fair. You may recall an incident about 7 years ago that occurred on Oakwood and St. Clair area where a man was brutally beaten in an illegal rooming house. He was dead for 13 minutes and as a result is now living in a long-term care facility. This man is my friend and under my care. After he was released from hospital, he spent 3 years from group home to group home until a long-term care facility came up. So these existing rooming houses are not being enforced.
Mary, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
How will you enforce thousands of new ones if we can't enforce what is currently existing? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes.
Councillor Min Wong.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for coming. My first question is, let's start off from maybe the last question. Any confidence that based on the previous conduct of the city, whether the city will be able to enforce any new bylaws or any new licensing regime?
Yep, that's a concern because, we mentioned about 25 to 28 enforcement officers, and I don't think that's enough.
Right. What I've been told from the municipal licensing and standards folk that they're going to set up this new regime, and then all the illegal rooming houses will sign up for the new rooming house regime, licensing regime. Can you tell me why some illegal operators, why we should think an illegal operator is going to make themselves legal all of a sudden if they've been breaking the law up until now?
Well, they're not. I don't think that they would. Why would they all of a sudden start to comply? They're going to go underground. They might buy another property, move over to another property. I do realize that people do need more affordable housing, but let's build affordable housing. Why don't we build new places to code? Let's offer incentives for investors to build appropriate housing on main arteries.
Ma'am, a lot of these deputants have been talking about the rights of tenants. Do you think this committee and the city is paying enough respect and cares enough about the rights of homeowners and property owners?
About the homeowners? No, I don't. I think that the homeowners always get a bad rap, especially when it comes to being having maybe bad tenants and you're a good landlord. Always the tenant comes first and the landlords get to, kind of sit back and bear the grunt of a bad tenant. There are bad tenants. There's, of course, good tenants too, but I'm saying let's build something that will comply to all the health and safety regulations, can be taxed accordingly, built to code, and everybody will be happy. I don't believe in converting some of these houses. We talked a lot about Parkdale. Parkdale has huge houses down there. We don't have that in Scarborough. There's tiny bungalows with 2 and 3 bedrooms in it that are being crammed with students, as I heard. And this was very enlightening, by the way, today. I've been on the call since 9 o'clock this morning and heard everything everyone said. So I do agree that students need a reasonable rent to pay and housing, but let's be reasonable here. I mean, some streets are just being torn apart by tenants and overrun with too many people living in the same house.
If there was a rooming house, if we allowed this to go through and there was a rooming house built on your street and there were property standards violations, do you have any confidence that A, municipal standards would come by, and B, that the problem would be solved quickly?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure to answer that. I think that they would probably come if they're called, and I think that the fire department would probably get involved if there was a fire hazard. But other than that, I don't know what they would do. I'm not confident that anything would be done. And, you know, in the case of my friend that was assaulted in a rooming house down up to Oakland and St. Clair, guess what? As soon as the yellow tape from the police investigation was over, he went back to business as usual. And my friend's life is destroyed. He will never walk again, can't hardly talk.
Are you aware of a property standards bylaw that requires the owner to be proud of their house and fix it up so it fits in on the street, and so that flowers are planted, the grass is cut, the roof is fixed? Are you aware of that? And the house is painted nicely, and it's not peeling paint all over on the windowsills. Are you aware of that bylaw? Because I haven't seen it.
Well, I do recall when I lived on Glen Walker before we sold the house 5 years ago, when there was a big building frenzy. They were tearing down houses in the neighborhood around Tag Road and in behind there, just east of Midland Avenue. There was many houses where builders bought the house and just left it. No tenants, nobody living there. The grass was knee deep, and I personally picked up the phone and called the bylaw officers, or the city. I forget the number I called now, and it took about a month or longer, and then the grass was cut. So I understand that when that happens, that the cost of cutting the city sending someone to cut the grass is put on the property owner's tax bill. But
that makes the rest of the state look really bad for that month, doesn't it?
It's terrible. And so are these tenants that are living. I mean, the house that we sold, oh my gosh, my poor mother wouldn't even drive by to go look at it anymore.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other visiting councillors with questions of the speaker? Seeing none, bringing into committee. Members of the committee, any questions? No, thank you. Thanks for joining us today, Mary.
Thank you.
Next, we have Siva Sanaya.
It's after 6.
Right. We have to either extend or do the dinner break.
Yes, staff have told me that if the committee is okay, they'll be okay. There's about 11 deputations left, and they will be okay to go through. They would prefer that. How do the members of the committee would like to proceed? You want to take a break?
If that's what staff want, I'll move that we extend to finish.
Okay. We'll just continue with the deputations. Siva Sanaya.
We need to vote to extend.
Favor? That carries. Okay. Siva Sanaya. Okay. David Adamson. David, you need to connect your microphone. Good afternoon, David. Can you hear us now? No. Okay. Stephen Tomasvari. Stephen? Okay, you are unmuted, so let's see if we can connect you. Nope. Okay, Wendy Petkoff. Good afternoon, Aunt Wendy. Wendy dropped off. Nadi Zamiga.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, we can. Okay, thank you. So, my name is Natalie Zamisa. I am the co-founder and the chair of the York Village Housing Association. It's a student outreach group that's dedicated to helping people who are living in or looking for a place in the village at York University. We founded in 2018 because my friend moved out of 6 places in 6 months. I'm also a part of the Affordable Housing Committee at York University, and I'm part of the Housing Ontario University Students Equitably project, and our goal is to do just that, house Ontario University students equitably. Thanks for taking the time to hear me out. Your engagement so far has been like A1, and I really do appreciate that. I'm speaking on behalf of tenants, the student tenants, of course, from York University. There are 57,000 students enrolled there, but I'm talking about the ones that live in the village at York University. It's in Humber River Black Creek in North York, where multi-tenant housing is not permitted. And yet there's like a significant proportion of the houses there. There's 800 homes in the village. About 40% of them, so 320 homes, are multi-tenant houses, anywhere between 1,280 to 3,840 students, tenants, workers. They live there, and I want to start by echoing the sentiment shared by the Scarborough Campus Students Union. We are treated as second class. You know, people downtown have the exact same rights and privileges that we do not have in the village. It's really, there's a disparity there. And I agree with Magda, we are afraid, and I'll tell you why. But first, looking to the presentation from Sherry and the comments made by Councillor Mantis, York University is continuing to build unaffordable housing via these private-public partnerships, P3s. U of T is doing the same thing at Campus One. We have the quad. The average cost of a room there is $1,180, where the cost of a room in the village is $500 to $800. So this process and our politics of studentification, which was not specifically mentioned but alluded to, it'll absolutely continue. And so, like, my question around like how long the issue will persist, right? The regulatory framework proposed, it works for the here and now within the next 5 years. Building relationships with the university is more of a long-term plan. I see it after the next 5 years. And the reason why we need this framework is because right now we actually don't have access to a designated agent who will we can contact in case of emergencies or to discuss the operations of the house. We don't have anything about the multi-tenant housing operators information. We don't know if our house is in compliance because we don't have regular annual or biannual inspections. We don't receive notices from the city because they're given to the landlord. We don't know if our house is maintained in accordance with bylaws and legislation. We don't know anything about changing ownership or whatever that might be for the multi-tenant housing operator. And we have nobody to go to in terms of whatever it might be for the licensing commissioner. Since I've lived here in 2017, there have been 2 fires, 3 fires in homes in the village. There's 2 fires reported, 3 fires in homes in the village. I understand the complexity and the weight of the state. And just to address some of the comments made by debutants, you're worried that your house might burn down because it's ceiling or it's rusted or degrading. You're worried about being evicted, or you're worried about not having a place to go because you can't afford a lawyer. It's really, really hard to remind your landlord about the lawn or to paint the house. And we know, we live there, right? We need help. And the language of prestigious or overcrowding streets, not houses, right? This is a discourse of supremacy, and it doesn't really take a genius to find out which kind. So I do realize that I'm very short on time. And I'll leave it there. If y'all have questions, I would love to continue to speak.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? No, seeing none. Let's try, Natty, thanks for joining us today, and we'll try to go back now to some of the speakers previously called on. Is David Adamson connected? Good afternoon, David.
Hello.
There you go.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. My family have lived in Highland Creek for over 30 years and moved to this area because of the large lots, single family units, and the community atmosphere. And the housing at that time was still affordable. I'd like to start off my presentation by asking a question. Has or will a decision be made to apply the same rules and regulations citywide, that is, with the same paintbrush pertaining to multi-tenant housing, or is this still to be determined? In other words, for example, in Scarborough, where multi-tenant housing is illegal, with the support from our respective councillors, could we make our own determination in this regard and opt out of city-wide housing programs? In my letter of June 24th addressed to the city clerk, I indicated that I was in agreement with legalizing rooming houses, providing certain conditions were adhered to and enforced. This was done on the assumption that it would be applied citywide and that appropriate controls and monitoring would be in place. Numerous concerns have been brought to my attention as president of the Highland Creek Community Association that include, but not limited to, the following: the number of rental houses on residential streets, along with the number of renters in each home, additional vehicles being parked on rental properties, and the upkeep of the premises generally in an unkempt appearance, garbage, lack of grass cutting, and snow shoveling. Older homes on large properties being demolished and replaced with much larger homes for rental purposes, and in some cases, the property subdivided and an additional home built on the property. With rooming houses currently illegal, with little or no consequences, what assurance is there that they, when they do become legal and licensed, that there will be strict enforcement and inspections carried out, such as for safety reasons and the collection of appropriate taxes and everything else from the homeowner. The homeowner, in our opinion, should be a resident in the rental property to oversee and monitor the activities of the renters. Major concern pertains to overseas investors purchasing a number of homes and renting them out. What, if anything, can be done in dealing with this situation? What rights do long-term residents within the community have in objecting to an increased number of house rentals in the area? Highland Creek is close to a university and college, and it is apparent that many of the renters will be students. What steps or obligations do these institutions have in addressing this situation and in providing additional units beyond what is currently under construction?
David, I'm going to ask you for your last thought.
Okay, that pretty well sums it up with what I've got for those comments.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, David.
Okay.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Stephen Tomasvari. Is he connected? Hello, Stephen? Okay, we're going to get him to call in. So we'll go to next speaker and then come back to him. Josh Burnt. Josh? Josh, you also need to connect your Michael. Next speaker, Darnell Harris. There we go.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Darnell. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And also thank you for voting to go through dinner. As I'm speaking today both as part of the Parkdale Land Trust and also from my previous experience being part of the Board of Governors of York University. During my time and work with the Parkdale Land Trust, I've been able to see the positive effect that supply of well-regulated rooming houses has had in terms of offering safe, secure housing that allows people to live with dignity, in comparison to the situation that unfortunately developed surrounding York University, where the village, which was always intended initially by York University when it was built to be for local professors or other people who were going to live into it as their permanent residents, became effectively a sea of rooming houses and unregulated ones as well, where certainly maintenance is an issue, coal is an issue, garbage, noise, all of which are issues due to the unregulated nature of the situation. And it's been a constant back and forth, whereas in that, because there's no regulation, there is nothing that can be done. And so therefore, certainly, in a situation where, especially we're trying to have, your rooming houses with other properties, and you're trying to find a balance between homeowners and the importance and the dignity of renters, it's extremely important to be able to have a legal system of rooming houses. One that, not only one that is, of course, applied citywide, but at the same time allows the policy to have a flexible amount of rooms, because, of course, not every house is the same across the city. And certainly, applying the exact same number of rooms with one brush is a challenge. For example, speaking of other city bylaws, there was an issue with city employees who worked at the ski hill being unable to ski. But there's only one ski hill because that's where they worked. And so there was eventually a change made to that regulation. Similarly to this sort of regulation, houses are different in different parts of the city, needs are different in different parts of the city. And it's very important that multi-tenant homes are able to have appropriate numbers of rooming houses apart from a single number. To, summarize, certainly, and when it comes to student housing, it's extremely important that the other recommendations in this report be adopted that would allow the city to work with the universities and colleges in order to allow for purpose-built safe student housing, so that there can as well be a better balance of form and function within these places.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Next speaker, Stephen Temesvari. Stephen.
Hello.
Okay,
Can you hear
there
me?
we go. Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Patience. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for staying late to listen to my deputation. My name is Stephen Thomasbury. My family and I live at 137 Broadlands Boulevard in Ward 16, Don Valley East. I will admit I've changed my speech quite a bit after listening to all the deputations that we've been exposed to. I guess what I'd like to comment first is on the despicable conditions, which suggest there is a definite need to deal with illegal rooming houses and the best approach on how to approve licensed ones in a controlled manner. I would like to comment on two portions. There's likely many, but the two that I will comment with my limited knowledge. Portion one, for the different levels of government to work together to find a way to enforce base living conditions and safety measures on the non-licensed houses. I know this is not a small task, but this is long overdue, and I'm surprised that our governments can't work together to coordinate that. Next, are there any requirements for educational institutions and government organizations to educate students and new immigrants on the applicable laws and their rights as to the base living condition requirements? Portion two, licensed rooming house option. I would like to know if the Housing Committee considered a control introduction to new neighborhoods by limiting the number of licensed rooming houses per ward to allow for a monitor and control approach. After a period of time, a year or 2 years, the committee could review the details and interview local people to get perspectives and address concerns of all parties involved. And once it's addressed, everyone seems acceptable, you could increase the number of licensed owners per ward. My main concerns and questions with no limitation approach to the number of rooming houses per ward are the following. Has consideration been given to potential need for increase the city policing budget? I hear a lot of comments from the city that look at potentially decreasing budgets. With the legalization of rooming houses, what controls were in place to prevent more non-licensed rooming houses? I understand this is a pretty open, messy topic. It's just my thoughts. My other main concern is what I perceive happening is families will not be able to afford buying houses as the houses will be purchased by businesses as they will have much more capital. What controls will be in place for the rents and the increases over time as more and more people will be renting if my theory is true. Next, what controls are in place to give preferences to Canadian-owned businesses? Under the assumptions there are no restrictions to foreign businesses, has the city considered a higher tax rate for foreign investors, which I believe might fall under federal jurisdiction, but I hope that this could be addressed before openly legalizing and allowing foreign businesses to purchase a lot of the Toronto lands. If the city plans to approve the proposal, and I would urge the city to do so in a controlled manner with standards maintained, from controlled induction for monitor control approach to increased percentages after successful healthy assessment of previous introductions per ward. I believe the no restrictions over years, there will be an increased percentage of Torontonians paying rent to foreign business owners.
Last thought.
Okay, I'm on my last part. Just the foreign owners will not have the same interest in our community as those who live here. So I'd just like to say, let's keep our cities under Canadian ownership. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? No. Thank you so much for your deputation.
Have a good evening, all.
You too. Thank you so much. Josh Barnt? Josh?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I'm here representing the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, and we wanted to share that we do support the citywide legalization and licensing of multi-tenant housing. However, we do have some thoughts on some revisions that we believe are needed, and we wanted to share them. In particular, the 6-room cap we'd like to propose that the councilors consider formally grandfathering in multi-tenant properties of over 6 rooms in currently licensed areas such as Ward 4, and also consideration of a cap based on building size type, how many rooms there are, and the square footage standards per room used by city's property standards bylaw. And I wanted to provide sort of some background on why we're asking you to consider this. In 2017, the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust documented that Parkdale had 198 multi-tenant properties at that time, with a total of 2,700 dwelling rooms and units. This large number highlighted that multi-tenant housing represented the largest housing stock of affordable housing in our community. And in fact, it was more unit or dwelling rooms than existed in TCH or social housing providers put together in our community. So just a significantly important stock. Over the past years, we've researched the issue further, and through a provincially funded project with a third-party consultant, Emily Paradis, we identified just how important this housing stock is to people exiting homelessness. We interviewed 200 tenants and 30 multi-tenant homes in Parkdale and found that the average rent was $685 a month. 75% of tenants received income from social assistance, which highlighted that a majority of these tenants are, in fact, they have fixed incomes and therefore really require this housing. 80% of the tenants had experienced homelessness in the past, which highlighted the importance of this form of housing and providing pathways out of homelessness and long-term housing, not transitional housing, as many believe. We also own a 15-unit rooming house, proper multi-tenant property in Parkdale, which is operated by Park. And so this issue, through this experience of getting to know rooming house tenants and the rooming house economy in our community, as well as operating a rooming house, we do believe that the proposal to have a 6-room cap in the stable neighborhood artificially constrains the amount of affordable housing that could be provided to communities across the city, as well as the financial viability of these multi-tenant housing properties. This is an issue both for private and nonprofit owners and operators of multi-tenant housing. So we just really, I wanted to really just ask that the city consider opening up that restriction. And again, I think we already named the specific proposal we had. But just taking Parkdale as an example, which is a neighborhood with sort of a stable rooming house stock, we have 30 licensed rooming houses that are 6 or less dwelling rooms, while we have about 168 active multi-tenant housing properties, which have more than 6 dwelling rooms or units. This is not by chance. This is an issue of viability.
Josh, last
Thanks.
thought. Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Josh. Next, we have Christian Chan. Good afternoon, Christian.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Good evening.
Council. Yes, so I respectfully request that the reference to sorority and fraternity houses as multi-tenant houses in Section 3 of the proposed regulatory framework be deleted and included in Section 4 as sub F. My name is Christian Chan. I am a resident of the Annex, also a member of the ARA, Annex Residents Association, a former director of the ARA, a land use planner, and a member of Phi Kappa Pi fraternity, which had a chapter house at 85 Bedford Road. So our fraternity is a true representation of young men attending university studies in Canada. We are ethnically diverse and coming from a range of socioeconomic backgrounds. Our members learn from each other in that environment, and affords many members to contribute to the opportunities to contribute to the city's public service in both the civilian and professional emergency services field, including myself as a former member of the Toronto East York Committee of Adjustment. So when our home was sold and subsequently redeveloped into 3 luxury condos, we received no support from the ARA, Toronto Housing Secretariat, or planning to save the 14 student residences. So this confirms that the city never treated, considered, or defined or classified our home or any other fraternity, sorority house as a rooming house or a multi-tenanted house. There was no requirement from Municipal Code Chapter 667 for the demolition of the then existing 14 bedrooms, if they were considered at the time as constituting dwelling house or multi-tenanted rooming houses. There was no compensation provided thereof. So another thing I'd like to add is that the proposed regulatory framework essentially zones for the people residing in the fraternity and sorority houses and their associations to their organizations, which zoning is unlawful pursuant to Section 35(2) of the Planning Act, which means no distinction on the basis of relationship. With regards to the licensing and inclusion of fraternities and sorority houses is contrary to the findings of licensing of student residents by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, which I've provided the link thereof in my submission. So if individuals are judged on whether they not operate as a group as opposed to a family to determine whether or not they constitute a single housekeeping establishment, this may mitigate the effects on students and others with low income who wish to share accommodations in neighborhoods. So the proposed framework on multi-tenant housing as currently drafted should not include our homes, as we do not have tenants. Our resident members are all part owners in the nonprofit, non-share corporations that own our homes. We all take care of them. So our houses are not subject to the LTA or the RTA. I also note the proposed zoning bylaw amendments and the draft multi-tenanted housing licensing and zoning bylaw definition excludes every other type of student housing except for fraternity and sorority houses, which brings me to further conclude that Section 35(2) of the Act and Sections 2, 4, and 12 of the Human Rights Code is breached by the proposed framework. I respectfully request that the PHC and Council please vote to remove Section 3 from the proposed multi-tenant housing bylaw. Just like to note that we do support the continued licensing in the old former City of Toronto zoning and the expansion citywide of the proposed licensing framework. However, our particular houses should be excluded from this framework. Thank you, and those are my comments.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Perks has questions. Go ahead, Councillor.
Hi. Thank you for your deputation. I'm familiar with the Human Rights Tribunal ruling on student housing. It had to do with bylaws being under consideration in Hamilton and Oshawa, as I recall. And the reason for the finding was that municipalities are not allowed to make it illegal to house students. Am I correct in that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree in part. The OHRC's conclusions were also that the regulatory frameworks that could be passed by municipalities could be discriminatory to a protected group, which includes students.
Yes. So that's why you're not allowed to pass a bylaw saying you're not allowed to have students live in your city. Not anything about the form or the licensing. Second, you're aware that the rights and protections and obligations that exist under the Planning Act are separate legally from the rights and obligations and protections in the Landlord-Tenant Tribunal or Landlord-Tenant Act, correct?
Yes, they are separate legislations.
So, for example, no, they're not just separate legislations. If you are a leaseholder paying rent for a residential unit, you are protected under the Landlord Tribunal Act, even if the unit is not in conformity with the zoning bylaw. Correct?
Sir, I can agree with that. However, I do also like to state that the consideration of the tenure of the residents in these houses are a single housekeeping unit.
Keep moving. I've got a limited amount of time. Okay.
So these houses are considered as single housekeeping units, and there should be no distinction made based on the person's relationships to each other in which they live. This is the same example when we're talking about 4 separate persons living together in a congregate living situation. This proposed bylaw essentially states that any family that is over 4 people that lives in a house that rents their house would be considered a multi-tenanted house.
Right, and that's an entirely separate and distinct. Just if I may, do you agree with me that nothing in what you just said changes the fact that the exemption that currently exists for fraternities in the Landlord-Tenant Act does not change? Agreed?
There is no current exemption I'm aware of from the RTA with regards to
the current provision around fraternities and students and their rights of tenure. We're not changing the rights of anyone living in a fraternity under the Landlord-Tenant Act by passing this. You understand that?
I can certainly appreciate the comment. Thank you.
And as to the nature of the units, so yes, I agree that you don't have any legal definition of what a family unit is. That's all fair and good. But please explain to me that the rooms that people dwell in rely on shared kitchen or bathroom facilities in a fraternity or sorority.
That would be the same for every single family house in the city.
Right.
They all
Thank
have
you.
shared bathrooms and they all have shared kitchens.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Okay, we're now moving to our next speaker on this item, Henry James. Good afternoon, Henry. No, he's not there. Okay. Okay, so that concludes our speakers on the item. We'll now move to questions of staff. Visiting members first. Questions of staff. Councillor Mantas, go ahead.
Questions of staff. Seeing the report that it is 171 pages and we only had 7 days to process the information, do you find that we are going to have enough people, enough staff to enforce or to regulate the through MLS the proposed changes?
So thank you for the question. As you know, we typically haven't put resources into our staff reports, and as we get work added to us, we have started doing that. So this includes 22 additional bylaw officers, which brings the team to 28, which is a comparable team to the Rent Safe TO team, which deals with 3,500 apartment buildings in the city of Toronto. So it is a start to deal with what we think will be the volume of multi-tenant homes.
Through the chair, knowing that in my ward alone, we have about 10% of all illegal rooming houses, and knowing that 28 people to comply for the entire city of Toronto, which is really one person per ward, do you find that we have enough resources? Because going forward.
So bylaw enforcement and resources is only one of the issues. By allowing this regime to happen, it provides a path forward for those illegals to become legal, and enforcement may not be required. So we have looked at this, we have done an analysis, and this is our starting point, as well as enhanced staff from Toronto Fire Services.
Are we also going to be asking for the province through the city for enhanced, I don't want to call it privileges, but for staff to be able to go into rooming houses, just like Toronto Fire would be allowed to enter the premises?
So the City of Toronto Act provides us the right of entry. You do need the permission of the people in the home to gain entrance. It's important. It's a charter of rights that people don't have unwarranted access to their homes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carlton.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard for one of the councillors or the deputies saying that, there's enforcement and entry power from the province to enter illegal rooming house. And yet I heard Mr. Grant saying that, the City of Toronto Act actually give us the power to get into the house. I'm just a little bit confused here. So could you maybe clarify that a little bit for me? About the right to enter, the entry power to do enforcement?
So the City of Toronto Act provides the authorities to enter, and it requires the person in the home to provide that permission. Again, it's also a charter right that you can't have unwarranted entry into your home. Toronto Fire is also on the line, and may my colleague Larry Coco may want to add to my answer.
Carlton, through the chair,
the Fire Protection and Prevention Act is the act that empowers the Toronto Fire Services the authority to conduct an inspection. And we have warrantless rights of entry to conduct an inspection when we have grounds to believe that there's a fire safety concern. So we're afforded, for example, if there's an immediate threat to life or serious fire safety issues, Toronto Fire Service is afforded the opportunity to enter without warrant. And I can tell you from experience that we are able to execute this authority about 99% of the time. And in the instance when we're not permitted, we have legal recourse to get a judicial warrant and proceed with enforcement for obstruction.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of more questions, so I think I'm going to move on. The report actually references student housing a lot, and why did the city not discuss a solution like Waterloo or London? You know, when there's a lot of students, and you know, we have a special bylaw for areas close to universities. You know, so have you considered that? And has this been discussed by staff?
I presume Greg Lintern, the chief planner, is most appropriate for him to answer this question.
Through the speaker, and the planning staff may wish to supplement, but the general principle that we've applied is that we're looking across the city at all situations. Certainly, there are concentrations of illegal rooming houses close to schools, Humber College, or Scarborough campus, York University, but we're taking more of an equity-based approach, knowing that we will have to balance the need to provide this housing choice and this opportunity across the entire city. So it's more about addressing not just students, but as we've discussed today, newcomers to the city, seniors, other people who are looking for a different housing accommodation and addressing their needs. I'm not sure if Mike Mitzi wants to add to that.
I think I'm good with that. Okay. I don't have too much time, so I just wanted to have a couple of more questions. You know, in my consultation with my ward, there's been constituents saying that, you know, whether they could have a say to have rooming houses on their street, you know, just like what they did with the parking or with the street, you know, the speed bump and all that, you know, and whether or not they would have a say, or they being consulted, you know, the area residents, if a rooming house is going to be licensed in their area. Have you given that some thought?
It's Abby Bond here from the Housing Secretariat. Maybe I'll just say that for the preparation of this proposed bylaw and policy approach, we've very much taken a human rights-based approach. And as Mr. Linton mentioned, we're trying to find ways to make affordable housing accessible, both existing affordable housing more accessible to people who are already living in our city. And so we have tried to take the approach, a citywide approach, and one that creates equitable access.
Okay, thank you. You're speaking about human rights. Do you think that the rights of the homeowner neighbors, should they be entitled to the same right as the right of the tenants?
I think through the chair, it's really important that we are balancing the needs of people with housing in our city. And to do that is sometimes challenging when the city doesn't have all of the access to the kind of investment necessary to implement our housing TO plan. And we're strongly advocating for that. But in the meantime, the city does have some powerful tools through land use and bylaws that we can bring to make it easier for people to stay in our city, make their new homes here. And we're trying to balance those rights of new renters and existing renters in the city with also homeowners. And we see that through a kind of human rights lens, that it's really the renters in our city, many of whom in multi-tenant rooming houses are some of the poorest renters in our city, that we need to provide more protection for. And that's what we're trying to do through this proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first one's technical. I've heard several people say that the number of officers is increasing to 25, and then in the report on page 55 it says 28, and I think I've also read 25 somewhere else. Can you just confirm what is the number that you're proposing here?
Sorry for the confusion. The number is 22 new that builds upon the 6 that we have existing for a total of 28.
28, not 25. Okay. I asked at a previous planning and housing meeting for the report to include a discussion of owner occupancy, which it does. I see you're not recommending it. At that time, the concern was mostly based on property standards, which I see you've addressed through the maintenance plan. But I think people also have a very real worry that entire streets could be purchased by overseas investors or corporations and turned into rentals. And so how do you see addressing that concern?
So I would say that we haven't seen that in the current licensing regime in the former City of Toronto where it does exist. So it's very difficult for us to get involved in street by street purchases, and it's beyond our jurisdiction. Property standards, though, is our jurisdiction, and there is a property standards bylaw which has a number of requirements to upkeep your property to a certain standard, and those will be enhanced through this by educating licensed rooming houses, multi-tenant homes, of their requirements. They are not aware of those now because they are not licensed and they don't have the annual inspection or the education from our licensing and enforcement teams.
So through the license, though, there's nonprofits, there's for-profits, there's overseas companies. Like, who can get a license?
I believe you could get a license as long as you meet the definition of a multi-tenant home.
Okay. So I've asked that maybe we can have a look at if there's something that we can do in that respect, because I think people are worried that it will drive up, the price of homes, and they could become even more unaffordable for families and possibly even the renters themselves through that process. In our community, there's a very real concern about property standards and parking standards. And in the parking sense, there's G-Wagons on lawns, there's expensive cars on lawns, so it's not necessarily an affordability issue here, there's a parking issue. But my question is, I also had asked for a discussion about a security deposit, and that could be used for remediation instead of having to wait for a fine and all of that. But I see instead you're proposing kind of an enhanced remediation pathway. Could you kind of walk through what that is?
So having a security deposit on what could, how many, we're not sure of what the volume will be of these, and administering that program would be challenging. We have the powers under property standards to do remedial action. A number of deputants spoke about it, where the city comes in, cuts your grass, and puts it on your tax base. So that is what we would look at, and we would use that tool when we have egregious offenders.
Are we using that tool right now? Because that's the main complaint, is that residents are calling in the same homes for property over and over and over again. And they know where those homes are and they suspect that they're illegal. So how does a regulations system make that problem better?
So through the chair, it allows us to, with our team, to build in that capacity to do so. There is a process, though, with remedial action. You can't go to it immediately. There is a notice period, there is an appeal period, and then it is remedial action. So it's not instant. It does take, and again, it was referenced in one of the deputations, it could take up to 30 days, but that is part of the process with providing notice, providing an opportunity to appeal to a property standards committee. And then there is, again, then we would take remedial action. But if we have problem properties, we will, and we have been taking a more aggressive approach with remedial action in the past few years.
And then my last question, if the properties don't become licensed through this process and they still continue to operate illegally, are these additional resources still also able to issue them more tickets for parking, more tickets for property, and trying to, how are we encouraging them to come into this fold of regulation as well?
No, that's a good question. The intent is first to give them the opportunity and the pathway to be legalized and to follow a regime. Following that, we have enhanced fines, and we are working on enhanced enforcement tools. And again, enhanced fines, applying for larger fines as we do with all of our revised bylaws, that we're coming in with fines that are up to $100,000, which is substantial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? If I could get my screen back.
I have a question.
1 second. Okay, questions of staff?
I have a question.
Deputy Mayor Gentleman Wong, go ahead.
So firstly, I've heard from staff at a public meeting that the proposition that staff are putting forward is that once this bylaw passes, that all the illegal rooming houses will become legal. Based on the fact that they don't like to follow the law to begin with, what makes you think that they're going to follow the law after you bring this bylaw in?
So through the chair, and thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. We feel with a path forward that these operators, while knowing the rules, knowing what the regulations are, having an opportunity to follow those will come into place. And if they do not, we will again use the tools that we have to address those.
So it's just based on your sunny disposition. It's not based on any facts. I'm just asking, Carlton, like, it's got to be based on something. You got no evidence to suggest that a lawbreaker is all of a sudden going to want to come clean.
Well, they've never had a path, and it's also difficult to call them lawbreakers. When we go out to the number of complaints that are about illegal rooming houses, they are not validated as illegal rooming houses. It could potentially be 4 people living together. There are a number of areas that aren't necessarily 5 cars or 4 cars doesn't deem it to be a rooming house. So we've validated a number that aren't, and we've dealt with them appropriately. So Parkdale.
So all these illegal rooming houses you want to get rid of aren't really illegal rooming houses.
I'm not saying they're not illegal. Some of them aren't, and they don't, and they have never had the path to become legalized. And we've seen success in Parkdale, and we hope to replicate that throughout the rest of the city.
Madam Chair, I just want to say I don't mean to give Carlton a hard time. He's a good guy. My next question is, how do we get rid of one of these if we allow them? Like, because let's say we get, one of these bad apples who wants to break the rules and continues to break the rules. And, you guys are taking all sorts of time to enforce the rules, and you're going to a tribunal and this, that, and the other thing. And, the community says, enough, we want to get rid of these guys. How do we get rid of them? How do we get rid of a bad one?
And so that needs to be part of council's enforcement objective. Is our enforcement objective to shut down? Is it to dehouse? What is the objective? Our objective is to bring them into compliance and to use the tools that we have before us and work with them to bring them into compliance. And failure to do so, we would charge them, and we would go through the court process to shut them down.
But sorry, you said we can shut them down, we can close them down, we can get rid of them. Is that what you're telling me? This is really important, Carlton, to me and my constituents.
So just the term shut down is harsh. Eradicating is harsh. We will have to use the tools before us.
No more rooming house.
We will use the tools that are available to us, and we will charge, and we will take them to court. And we will, we need housing. Our objective in the city is not to remove housing. I understand the concerns that you're raising, but these are areas that we need to work through.
Okay, less than definitive, but thank you for the answer, Carlton. Final question. I've been around for a few years, and whenever you hire staff and you say you're going to use it for a certain purpose, not you, but your predecessors always kind of backslide, and then they all kind of get permeated into this, and they move over into that, and then it's hard to keep accountable in terms of them being specifically in this job, and you can never find out how much time they spend on one particular task, and it all gets watered down. Are they going to get watered down, or are these guys just going to specifically stay on this and they're not going to move for their purpose and function will continually remain the same in terms of taking care of rooming houses?
This will be a dedicated team. Their exclusive focus will be on rooming houses. I will leave the caveat, just as I did through COVID over the last 15 months when I had to reallocate staff during a global pandemic. I chose to do so. But no, we have established dedicated teams for short-term rentals, for noise, for vehicle for hire, for adult services, and we have maintained that. And one of my predecessors, who is on the line, has also done the same thing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Carlton's got a tough job. I'll give him 1 out of 3 in terms of satisfaction with the answers. Thanks, Carlton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other visiting councillors? I don't see any other visiting councillors, so bring it into committee. Members of the committee with questions. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions, and I think they're also to Carlton in MLS. We heard from some deputants today, and the proposed framework requires nationally and internationally registered fraternities to register in the framework, but local versions or similar organizations don't have to register. So why were those properties or those homes specifically targeted for inclusion while other forms of student housing are excluded?
So thank you for the question. I'm just pulling up my notes here. So the fraternities, first of all, we did a report in 2018 and they fell in the definition, and council made a decision that they be removed as an exemption that they had historically had. The other student housing has oversight through the universities and colleges, which is critical. These fraternities and sororities do not have a necessary affiliation or oversight with their particular school, so they fit into the definition. The co-ops and the other forms of student housing did not. It wasn't a matter of targeting this group. It was a matter of they fit within the definition and a previous council decision.
Okay, and so because the universities would have more specific oversight over, as you just said, co-ops or off-campus resident locations, that falls under their jurisdiction. A fraternity house would not, and so it meets the definition of the proposed framework that you have here.
That's correct. And if my colleagues in city planning want to build upon my answer, I'm fine with that.
That answers it. Yeah, that answers
the
it.
Reference, just to the references, fraternity or sorority would be the user of the house, as opposed to the land use, which is a multi-tenant.
So follow up to that, and I don't know who takes it, but how do we distinguish that particular type of student housing versus other forms? Is it ownership? Is it tenants? How does that work? Do you call it student housing, or does the city not see it that way?
Mr. Mitzi may want to comment. I think we've had some deputations by privately owned houses near Scarborough campus, for example. They would be multi-tenant houses, period. That's the land use, regardless of their ownership. I don't know, Mr. Mitzi wants to comment.
Through the chair, yeah. I mean, the multi-tenant house, Councillor Bradford, is the way that building's being used, the land use. It's about dwelling rooms. It could be seniors in there. It could be a number of unrelated people, or it could be students or those that are part of a fraternity. So the user is not the approacher identifier in this case.
Do we have a sense of, like, if we're looking at the two different examples, a co-op or another type of student housing, again, under your university jurisdiction, do we have a sense of affordability impacts or the cost that would be associated with coming into compliance in this program that we're proposing here? I know it would be case by case depending on what sort of upgrades they have to do based on room counts. But has there been any analysis or work done on that to get a sense or a range on the pathway to compliance?
So that is challenging. The licensing costs will not be cost prohibitive. I think we're looking at $50 per room, so that is not an issue. If some of the rooms need to be reconfigured, I can't imagine those costs being exorbitant either. And if they are, they would likely be for fire and safety reasons, so which would be warranted.
Right. Yeah, we need that anyways. Okay, that's all my questions. And Carlton, a 3 out of 3 on the 3-star rating scale for me. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, to Carlton. So what happens now is we get complaints from residents on a residential home that they believe is a rooming house. And you send out your inspector. And even with the new bylaw, if you knock on their door and the tenant refuses you access, you still can't access the premise, correct?
That's correct. We need the permission of the tenant.
Right. Now, you mentioned enforcement tools. So, once if you charge an illegal rooming house, if you're able to do that, you mentioned there's a court process, right? And is it not true that when you go through the courts, it takes 2 or 3 years before it does appear in court, and that actually you can fine them or charge the individual? Because as you know, there's one in my ward that's been 3 years. It's been in the courts.
So thank you for the question. Yes, the court process can take between 1 and 2 years to conclude.
So if there's a complaint from a resident, that can continue for 2 or 3 years because you're going through the whole court process, correct?
That's if we need to take it to court. We have, before then, first we'll try to bring them into compliance. This new licensing regime will allow that home to potentially be licensed and to meet the requirements that the city has and address those concerns of the community before going to the court process. But we have not had that path forward, and that is what this legislation provides for.
So when you gain access from a complaint from a resident, if you're able to gain access, so what do you look for when you gain access to prove that it's actually a rooming house and tenants are paying rent? Is it rooms with locks on the rooms, or how do you determine that it's a rooming house?
So that's quite specific, and I'll turn that over to my colleague Elizabeth Glibbery, who's the director of bylaw enforcement. Elizabeth should be here.
Like, do you not have to prove that the landlord is collecting rent and there's locks, and because that's what I was told.
So there, I'll wait for as Elizabeth's trying to unmute or get connected. You're right. It does require an inspection. We are looking at a number of rooms. It's not about the number of people. It's about the number of rooms. It's about the shared kitchen. Oh, there's Elizabeth. Elizabeth, can you just walk Councillor Nunziata through what we're looking for when we gain access to a potentially illegal rooming house? We can't hear you.
My time is going.
I'll give you an extra few seconds.
Few minutes.
Well.
So the worst part is she doesn't know she can't be heard. So again, I'll just follow up on my answer that we would go in and we would look at, again, the number of rooms, just how it's organized, and then how it fits in with the multi-tenant home definition that has been created through zoning, and we would work with that and licensing to assess if it is in fact a multi-tenant home or if it's something else.
And do you also look to, as far as the landlord or the owner of the property, rent that they're charging?
Yes, we would try to, not necessarily the amount, but that they are paying, that there is a remuneration for that unit.
So as far as this bylaw, the legal rooming houses, if an illegal rooming house applies for a license and we grant them the license, and once we grant them the license, then there's issues, complaints from residents where there's noise, illegal activities going on, drugs, and number of cars parked illegally. Police attend the premise like every weekend with parties. Can you suspend their license immediately? Or do you have to go through the courts?
The new process proposes an enhanced tribunal, which we could take them to a tribunal. It wouldn't be the 1 or 2 years that the court process. It would be, again, much quicker than that, and it would be significantly enhanced from the rooming house commissioner process that we have now. It will be operated with our colleagues in courts, services, and city clerks, and will be a really important feature for those licensed multi-tenant homes that are having issues.
Now you say it will be quicker. How fast? We talking days or?
I can't at this time commit to days or weeks, but it will be an appropriate timeline. We can also use our, other, with the police being there, that those are criminal activities such as drugs, parking. We would work with our colleagues in transportation or ourselves to deal with that parking. We do have remedies within our existing bylaws that are over and above the rooming house bylaw. So this is an additional piece that will allow us to work with these homes and to bring it to tribunal if necessary.
Yeah, but we're not doing that now, Carlton.
That's correct, because we do not have a tribunal. It's only a rooming house commissioner, and it's only in the former part of the former city of Toronto.
Yeah, but once you grant them the license, and then once they get their license, then they start with all the nonsense and problems. You're just going back to where you were. It's an illegal rooming house again.
Not necessarily. Our where we license rooming houses in the former city of Toronto, we have significantly less issues related to all of the items that you brought forward. Licensing brings a oversight tool from the city that doesn't exist right now, and we've had success. The number of complaints and issues where they are licensed is significantly lower than where they are not licensed.
That was your last question, Councillor? That was your last question.
Yes,
I gave you almost 2 minutes. So other questions, other councillors with questions? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to ask some questions that might help some of my colleagues. Councillor Lai was asking whether people are able to get involved with the issuance of a license. It is the case that whenever there is a hearing at the rooming house tribunal, that any person can attend and present and ask for remedies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So neighbors can and do go to the rooming house tribunal frequently right now, don't they?
That is correct.
Okay. In terms of some of the questions that Councillor Min Wong and Councillor Nunziata were asking, when there are problems in a licensed rooming house, we have a number of tools that we regularly use. We can impose additional conditions on the rooming house, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
For example, we have in several instances, and I think Councillor Nunziata would be interested in this, been able to impose a condition that the landlord has to give a set of keys to the Toronto Police Service and post a notice saying that the police have access to all common areas, correct?
Through the speaker, or through the chair, that's correct.
And in terms of what Councillor Min Wong was asking, if a rooming house absolutely will not come into compliance, we have, on occasion, had the rooming house commissioner decide to not grant the license, and the city has issued notices of an intention to fine them under the zoning bylaw for having a use that's not permitted because they don't have the license, which runs into very large fines. Is that correct?
Yes, that is also correct.
Is it also correct that a requirement of having a license is to permit an annual inspection of fire, municipal licensing and standards, and in the case of personal care rooming houses, public health?
Yes, through the speaker, that's one of the principal requirements and benefits of a licensing regime is that annual inspection by those three groups.
Right. So to fire, in the report, if I recall correctly, the statement is made that the number of fires and fatalities from fires is much, much higher in unlicensed rooming houses than in licensed ones. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Through the chair, Toronto Fire's history in the last 10 years, there has been 16 fatal fire deaths in 18 rooming house fires. And out of those 16 deaths, 14 have been in unlicensed rooming houses, representing 87.5%, versus 2 deaths in licensed rooming houses dating back to the last fire death we had in a licensed rooming house was 2013. So we've had, just to repeat, we've had 16 deaths in total, 14 have been unlicensed, or 87.5%.
In your opinion, which is safer from a fire point of view, a licensed or an unlicensed rooming house?
As the authority having jurisdiction and enforcing the fire code is a document that ensures the level of fire and life safety is maintained. Our experience has shown that annual inspections ensures the occupancy is in compliance with the fire safety standards. And from our experience, compliant buildings increases the likelihood that a person will survive a fire because detection, egress, and the various compartmentalization requirements of the code are in place and increases your likelihood of survival. So our professional opinion is a compliant occupancy increases the level of safety.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Grant. In 2004, the City of Toronto identified 77 illegal rooming houses in Parkdale. How many of those addresses are currently still illegal rooming houses?
I don't know exactly, but I would guess 0.
It's 0.
Elizabeth is putting up that number, so
it's 0.
I was not in this area in 2004, but 0 is the correct answer, final answer.
So to pursue a question that Councillor Min Wong was asking, would you consider the fact that a process like the one we're proposing here citywide resulted in making sure that all 77 of those addresses ceased to be illegal rooming houses as evidence that this kind of approach works?
So through the chair, yes, that is why we are proposing it, because it does work, and by expanding it to the rest of the city will ensure that people are living in safe housing.
I guess that was your score with Councillor Min Wong, up from 1 and 3 to 3 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something as for Toronto Fire. And I understand that Toronto Fire can have access to situations in which they think there might be dangerous situation or rooming house or a rooming house without fire regulations. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. When we receive a complaint of a potential multi-tenant or rooming house with fire safety concerns, the provincial legislation dictates that we assess the complaint on its merits. We have to establish there's grounds, and then we will undertake an inspection and assess if the occupancy is compliant with the fire code. If
so
we
you
find,
do have, sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, Councillor. I interrupted you. Go ahead, Councillor. My apologies.
I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. So this notion that, and the landlord or the owner, if you do believe for a reason that that is an illegal situation or a dangerous situation, you do have the right to go in. Do you need permission from the owner, or do you have the right to go in?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we do not need permission. We have warrantless rights of entry, and if the owner obstructs Toronto Fire Service, that is an offence, and we will proceed with enforcement accordingly. We have 9 options of compliance under the Act, starting from notices to orders, to even immediate threat to life and closure orders. So we have very robust enforcement options to ensure fire safety is at optimum in any occupancy in the City of Toronto.
So while bylaw enforcement officers do not have a right to enter and the landlord can refuse entry, no one can refuse entry to Toronto Fire.
That is correct, Councillor, and that could result in enforcement for obstruction, and ultimately we have the authority to get a warrant.
And you're able to say, there's nothing going on here, or there's 8 rooms and it's dangerous, etc., etc. Correct? You have pretty wide sweeping powers for fire safety, as you should.
Thank you. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. My next question is to MLS or whomever. Who is now overseeing, or where is the rooming house licensing commissioner housed? In which division?
It is housed in municipal licensing and standards.
And that is one. How many hearings do you have a year?
Elizabeth may know that.
Through the chair, we have about 1 hearing a month or as required. 2020 was an unusual year. There were less in that year, obviously, because of COVID.
Right. So you have 1 and then you have a deputy, or there's no deputy? I'm just making sure that there's enough.
There's a rooming, through the chair, there's a rooming house commissioner and a deputy commissioner. There's
a deputy. So we have good bench strength. Now, I just, in the past, many years ago, the former chief building official, Mr. Breeze, was the rooming house licensing commissioner. There have been a few since then. He certainly knew his stuff. But if there was a problem rooming house, or you were getting complaints from neighbors or people in the rooming house, you had the option, when you're asked about the renewal, to say, I'd like a hearing. Is that what you recall?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
Are you aware that we're denied hearings if we ask for a hearing? We're asked for the basis or the grounds that rooming house licensing commissioner would like to have a hearing or not? The councillor requests a hearing for a location?
Through the chair, I'm not aware specifically, Councillor.
Maybe I need to ask legal. Sorry, can you stop my time, please, while I ask legal? Whoever deals with rooming houses legally.
Anybody from legal?
Madam Chair, I don't believe anyone that provides advice with respect to rooming house, the tribunal is on the line.
Is there a reason why they would not be on the line when we're dealing with rooming houses and licensing?
I didn't anticipate this particular question, Councillor.
Well, I would anticipate a wide variety of questions here tonight. So is it, it seems to be standard practice to deny that request. I'm quite concerned about it, and I'd like an answer to that. So I guess I'll have to ask that at council, but I'd like to have actually, I'll move a motion to hear exactly what the rights are to have a hearing. These aren't frivolous hearings. these are hearings of concern when there's an issue.
Are you done with your questions, Councillor? Councillor Fletcher, can you hear me?
I said, yes, I'm done. I'm very done.
Sorry.
I waited all day to ask a question, and the staff aren't here to answer my question. And it's really important because when we're talking about licensing, I think everybody needs to know that if you have a problem, you have a pathway. And the pathway is through the licensing regime. And it isn't something where every day you're just phoning up. It has to be, you have to be taken seriously. So I'm really concerned. I think this is a really important part of the licensing regime.
Okay. Any other members of the, can I get my screen back? Any other members of the committee with questions? I think there's only Councillor Wong-Tam left. Councillor Wong-Tam, you have questions or no? No?
In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, no.
Okay. So that is just, I just have a couple of questions. So, do you feel like you're going to have better cooperation to have access to some of these homes if people understand that there's a pathway to maintaining their housing? Is that why you're proposing this model with the 4 legs of approaching to the issue?
So thank you for the question. Yeah, that is a big reason behind the approach that we're taking. To essentially to give a pathway for people to participate legally and to provide safe, affordable, and available housing, as we need many types.
And so, am I correct? I did participate in some of the consultations, and we had a lot of concerns from homeowners and a lot of concerns from people that lived in rooming houses. And at the end of the day, it seemed to me that their concerns were actually very much aligned. Is that what you got from the consultations as well? That everybody was concerned about the quality of the housing, the quality of the surroundings, the quality of the community, both, you know, the neighbors and the people that lived at the house. Is that the conclusion that you got as well?
I'll start and my colleagues can jump in, but I would say the short answer is yes. We've been consulting on this topic for since 2013. And the issues that have been raised by a number of groups are consistent over the last 8 years.
Okay.
I'll just add, Deputy Mayor, but this report is entitled "A New Framework for Multi-Tenant Housing," and I think we're really trying, from a multidisciplinary point of view, to really do a big reset on our approach overall. Having court services involved, for example, bringing the affordability lens to it, thinking about it quite differently than we have in the past, and repackaging it and resourcing it. So it really is a more of a comprehensive effort to try to deal with all sides of the stakeholder spectrum on this issue.
Okay. If we don't have a path forward to the legalization of multi-tenant homes, or how do we enforce it? How do you see this? How do you see dealing with this issue in areas of the city that we don't allow multi-tenant rooming housing?
So I can start, and my colleague from Fire may want to jump in, but we find that, again, it takes a lot more time to do work on an illegal rooming house. If they're a legal rooming house, they're within the licensing structure, we have the annual inspection, we have significantly fewer issues. Again, the approach here is to provide that path to move illegal to legal. And then when we deal with the what should be a significantly smaller number, we will take the appropriate enforcement action. But by not giving that path forward, we are using a lot of time and a lot of resources in areas, and it just takes a long time to do the investigation and to get through the court process, which is consistent with my responses to Speaker Nunziata.
Okay. To the Housing Secretariat, what if we don't have a path to create multi-tenant housing? What does this mean to housing in the city? What do we do with all these people that live in multi-tenant housing right now?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we have a high demand for rental housing in the city through over many different income bands, right from some of the people who are the poorest in the city through to middle income people, a great demand for rental housing. And right now, in our illegal rooming houses are actually providing a source of affordable housing in the city. So if we enforce those illegal rooming houses, and as a result of that fee displacement, that we are going to put additional pressure on our shelter system and even more competition in the rental housing market as we see it. So we see this as a really important step in stabilizing our rental housing stock and ensuring that people can stay living in the city in rental housing that maybe they can afford, but actually make it safer and give them more security of tenure over the long term. So that's our approach. We want to avoid a situation of mass displacement because we don't see there is not a great amount of rental housing out there that people can just move into as an alternative.
Okay. Through the fire department, to the fire, by not creating this path forward where you legalize, where you have the inspections, where you have this opportunity for you to come in and work with people that operate multi-tenant homes, are we putting people's lives at risk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fire annual inspections have shown to increase compliance with the fire code, and from a fire safety perspective, say that non-compliance does include injury and death. It's all depending on the factors and circumstances, but annual.
I'm sorry, you're really cutting off. Maybe just a yes or no, Superintendent Coco. Are we putting lives at risk if we don't have a way to legalize multi-tenant homes?
Fire safety inspections increase safety. No.
Okay. You're really cutting off.
Deputy Mayor, it's Tony.
No inspection.
Okay. Anybody from fire that can jump in here?
Deputy Mayor, it's Tony Bavoda from Toronto Fire, and Chief Coco's obviously having an issue communicating. Yep. Our experience has been that the annual inspections improve safety. The interpretation of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act is 3 lines of defense in the province of Ontario. The first line is public education, followed by code enforcement, and both of those efforts are sort of that we don't require an emergency response. The idea behind that is it makes no sense to fight fires that could have been prevented in the first place, and that's what our experience has been when we do annual inspections in these occupancies.
Okay. So I'll take that as a yes. Okay, those are my questions. Speakers on the item. Visiting counselor.
Just want to make sure, Chair, that the staff had get the motion. I sent one earlier and they didn't get it through clerk's portal, so I could be advised that they get the motion. Thank you.
Okay, now let's ask visiting councillors that would wish to speak. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. it's been a long day, but this is an issue that has been around for many years too. So it's not new. And it's an issue of interest and importance for my ward in Scarborough North. And I know this is a big and difficult issue for all councillors in the suburbs within stable residential areas, because the character of the neighborhood will change when integrating multi-tenant housing with single-family residential homes. I'm looking for a middle ground, and the report does not provide that. And it is a complicated problem, as most of the deputants said. We've heard some of the deputants saying one size doesn't fit all. A citywide framework would not work in this case, in my opinion. I would have looked at middle ground, such as some sort of consultation with area residents before multiple tenant housing is allowed on the area, or dealing with student residents near universities and colleges. The report has a human rights approach and is about the rights to provide housing to tenants. I get it. But what about the neighboring homeowners' rights? Input like they do have for on-street or permit parking, speed bumps, etc. You know, homeowners who neighboring a rooming house deserve to have the right to be heard as well. With the same equity lens in mind, I don't think it is fair to subsidize for-profit landlord owners to upgrade their rooming house with taxpayers' money. Even if we legalize them, I'm not sure all rooming houses would register. And why would they? They have to pay more and subject to inspections. I'm not sure if the problem will go away. I have hosted a virtual town hall with over 75 passionate residents in attendance on this issue. Thank you to Chair Bai Lau and the city staff for being there to hear their concerns and answer their questions. After consultation with my constituents, I'm afraid I cannot support this regulatory framework in its current form on council. I think the city needs to listen more to residents' concern and incorporate their input into the framework. Things like the number of rooms, the number of licensed multi-tenant houses allowed in each ward, the anticipated parking problems, and rooming house owners paying the same taxes as their neighbors, etc. That being said, I would support a deferral for staff to go back with directions on the middle ground, including listening to the input of homeowner neighbors. I usually don't like to procrastinate in making decisions, but this one is a very, very difficult for me. And as I describe it, I'm actually between a rock and a hard place here, because my residents, they just don't want it. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
I gave the clerk 3 slides. Does the clerk have those slides available? Excellent. So on this, we were talking about consultation. This was the first piece that came. This item came before the committee, and the item was put off, and they were supposed to consult with the public. And so I was quite suspicious, because nobody had heard about, in my ward, nobody heard about this consultation. So I conducted a poll, and we asked 500 people in my ward that the city is currently undertaking consultations on allowing rooming houses. And I asked them, are you aware of these consultations? And almost 80% said no. To me, that's a fail. That's a failure in this consultation. And to the point of deferral, you can't ram this down the throat of the the homeowners who don't want this, the thousands of people who don't want this, and who don't even know that it's coming, and who were never asked their opinion. This is completely wrong. The rights of homeowners have to be taken into consideration. And I'm afraid that this committee doesn't care about the rights of homeowners in the suburbs. And then I asked them another question. Can you scroll down a little bit? The next question, please. So I asked them the big question. I asked them, do you support allowing rooming houses in your neighborhood? 61%, very strong number, said no. Only 19% said yes in my ward. And remember, this is a 500 person sample, so the number's pretty good. It was an IVR number. So that's a big number, and so I'm not in a position to support this. So, and then I had a community meeting, just like Councillor Lai. We had over 100 people show up. And after that meeting, this was an opportunity. This was an opportunity where the people attending the meeting got a chance to ask staff, and they were great for coming in an evening, but ask staff questions to develop a position on this particular issue. And so afterwards, we had a quick poll done where they could participate in a SurveyMonkey poll. We asked them to go there and tell us what they thought. Do you have that next slide, Madam Clerk? Are you in? This was after the meeting, after they learned everything about this. Are you in favor of legalizing rooming houses across the city of Toronto? And you see that number there. Over 80% said no. There's a strong message here. The strong message is don't do this. The strong message is the city has failed to effectively consult, where people didn't know about this, and so people couldn't participate. And the ones that do know about it, they don't want it. You can't do this. You don't have a license to do this. You don't have a license to ram it down people's throats. You have an obligation to get it right. And the argument will be, well, you know, they'll never get your support. It's the job of the city and council to get the support of the public on this particular issue, because it's so important, because it has to do with people's neighborhoods. And if you can't get their support, you can't, you know, this idea that we're going to do it anyway, they don't know, they'll never support it. Well, if they'll never support it, you shouldn't do it. If you can't convince them, you shouldn't do it. And it's not their fault, it's your fault for not convincing them. So I'm not going to support this proposal, and I'm going to go to council and strongly speak against it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Other members of the visiting members that would like to speak? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an incredibly long report, lots of pieces in it. I don't know where it will end up, but I do know that the status quo isn't working. I know that residents are currently not happy. They have property standard issues. They have parking issues. They have many issues that aren't being addressed with the illegal multi-tenant homes that are in the community. Likewise, this is not a good situation for the residents that are living in the multi-tenant homes in our community. They're told not to open the door. They're told not to interact with their neighbors. And in 2018, our community had the tragic death of Helen Guillot, who died in an illegal rooming house fire. So it's clear that something has to be done. There are some questions that I still have remaining after this report that I'm hopeful that Chair Bilo will have carriage of emotion. Some of the concerns that I have unique to my neighborhood, but I'm sure others may have. One is parking. We don't have higher order transit. Many of the residents in the multi-tenant homes, the illegal ones out here, have cars, and they end up parked on lawns. They end up parked illegally on the road. So I have questions about additional resources that are needed to enforce parking. Likewise, residents don't get very much information with 311 with their request. Is there a way that we can improve some of the resources there? Maybe have some better community liaison also, so that residents are having their questions around these illegal homes answered. And I don't see anything in here covering that community engagement piece. You know, who do they call with questions? And who do they call when they have a concern about suspected illegal activity? Lastly, I think there's potentially a real concern, but I'd like staff to report back on it, that overseas purchasers could be purchasing these homes, that could be running rooming houses, that corporations could purchase them all. And there's a real worry that this could drive up the prices of the homes, and that would impact both families that want to buy into the neighborhood, but also potentially the renters themselves of these rooms, especially with the foreign buyers. So on that basis, I am asking for some additional information in the form of a supplemental report. And I'm hopeful that Chair Bailao will move that. I'm hopeful that you'll support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Other visiting councillors that would like to speak? Just give me 1 second so I can get Councillor Mantas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My residents, after consulting with my residents, having over the last 2 weeks speaking to the ratepayers associations, members of the community, receiving letters and petitions where our residents are against rooming houses. I have gone also to the downtown wards. I've visited streets where we have legal rooming houses, and seeing the transportation, the modes of transportation that exist in the downtown core compared to transportation or the non-transportation modes that we don't have in Scarborough, because we are lacking a subway, we're lacking other modes of transportation that could help us assist people that live in rooming houses, and having clearly a petition here with 1,200 signatures that I would like to present to the committee after the meeting. I am against rooming houses. I've stated the reasons before during the entire process, and I would ask that, since seeing that there's also matters that need to be addressed from a logistical standpoint from the city side also, and how we're going to address certain requirements, I would ask if we would be able to defer the item for the fourth quarter of 2022, to be able to give more time to the residents to read the report, proper consultations to be done, as well as to find other solutions that could help with this ongoing issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Just back. I believe we don't have any other visiting councillors, so I'm going to bring it into committee. Members of the committee who wish to speak. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I won't be too long on this, but I would like to thank all the divisional partners who have worked on bringing this framework forward for us today. These files are always difficult, as we've heard today from both the deputants and the questions of staff. The coordination and discussions and the consultation that's required for us to get this right is certainly no small feat. These are very challenging issues to work through, and I think the fact that we are, really decades into this file, finally bringing it towards a resolution speaks to the fact just how challenging it's been. As we've seen the work evolve over the past year, I think it's clear that there's been an incredible amount of layers and lived experience involved in this type of policy work. It's important, and I'm proud of the committee here for taking that work on and moving it forward. When we look at the fragmented series of bylaws that we have here in the city of Toronto, to my mind, they just certainly haven't kept up with the need and the demand for housing. I think everyone here would agree that rooming houses and multi-tenant houses exist in all parts of Toronto. Downtown, the suburbs, the furthest reaches of the city, we have rooming houses. The question is, are they with or without licensing? And I think that we can see the issues that arise without regulation and a pathway to conformity. Certainly, we don't get the outcomes that we would like to see for tenants. We don't get the outcomes that we would like to see for adjacent neighbors. And it eats up a ton of staff time and resources. So it's not the most efficient way of doing it either. Let's give a shout out to Deputy Mayor Bailao and certainly Councillor Perks, Councillor Fletcher, a lot of folks who have done work on this file for many, many years. They've been instrumental in shifting this conversation, moving us out of that regulatory gray area that we heard from some of the deputants today. and bringing forward an informed approach. And I think it's one that centers on the lived experience of tenants. We have multi-tenant houses across Toronto. They've been here for generations. I lived in one during my time at York University. We heard from folks at York University as well today. And I think the perspectives shared this afternoon emphasize exactly why it's important that we hear and learn directly from those who have that lived experience in multi-tenant dwellings. The insights from those who have and are currently or living in this format housing is why it's so critical that we provide this pathway to compliance in the first place. Keeping those conversations going will be important to successful implementation. And everyone, committee members, outside councillors agree that we need to get that right. So when the draft came forward in November of 2020, and as we're seeing today, the impact of the pandemic continues to accelerate the pre-existing pressures of housing on our city. And so whether you're a student who's moved to Toronto to study or a newcomer who's arrived in the city looking to build a future here, frontline workers who have been foundational to our community response to the pandemic, this multi-tenant housing is a vital housing option in Toronto. And, to my mind, it should not be a conversation about homeowners versus tenants or renters. We're all people, and we're all people living in Toronto. We're all Torontonians, and we all need safe housing options for people. And that's really it. So I'm supportive of seeing this important framework move forward today, seeing the conversations continue so that we can get it right. And big thanks to staff and community members who have been a part of that work and this conversation, and the 50 plus deputants who took time to speak with us this afternoon. Back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wong-Tam, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to everyone who spoke today. I do have a motion. If the clerk can please put that onto the screen. The motion is broken into several parts, but largely it is about trying to get us to a place of better understanding around public engagement, but also to ensure that residents as well as tenants, landlords, and all communities are aware of the new regulatory framework, including the licensing and enforcement protocols. So it's not just the fact that it's about multi-tenant housing, but it's about how to access the tools that are built into that process. And also I think it's important for us to develop some report back mechanisms so we can track and understand how this new regulatory framework is being rolled out. And so there's a request for an annual report that will have some measurements for us to look at, including how many new multi-tenant dwellings that come onto line, the number of unlicensed multi-tenant houses that are successfully brought into licensing compliance, licensed multi-tenant houses that are not meeting the property standards, and what might be the interdisciplinary enforcement approach to bring them into compliance, statistic and data with respect to complaints, and how they're being resolved in the satisfactory outcome or non-satisfactory outcome, as well as a request for enhanced funding resources if we need to increase it to meet the intended implementation around licensing as well as enforcement framework. And then finally, to make sure that all this information, whether it's active or inactive multi-tenant houses, are available through the City of Toronto's open data portal. And I just want to say that, this conversation, of course, has been not necessarily limited to today. Many councillors have noted that this has been a multi-year process. Many of the speakers have acknowledged that this has been a long time coming. And I want to just say thank you to everyone who participated in this particular consultation. It's not necessarily that city staff manufactured 190 pages of a report, plus all a supplementary report without your input. Your input has been incorporated, and I think the city staff should be commended. This is an incredible volume of work. This is very complicated because we are trying to harmonize the zoning criteria across the city, something that should have been done decades ago. So I want to recognize that the City of Toronto, the legacy City of Toronto, already has this type of zoning permissions, as well as parts of Etobicoke and parts of York. And so it creates a bit of an unbalanced and unequal city when we're not necessarily all working from a regulatory zoning criteria that meets the housing needs of every community. And I think that it's important for us to recognize that every neighborhood is diverse. Every neighborhood has a range of occupants and residents. And some of them are landowners, some of them are tenants. And tenants also require a range of housing options, including housing options that are multi-tenant homes. And I think that the important thing here, Madam Chair, is that I just want to recognize that there is no silver bullet fix, that once a property becomes licensed, that we won't necessarily have to deal with compliance and enforcement. Those of us who have rooming houses in our communities already know it is of a challenge at times, but only when we hear about things that go wrong. But what I do understand is that we have stronger controls, far more ability to bring people, including the property owners and the managers, into making their properties safer. And what that means is that we make the communities safer. Right now, rooming houses, multi-tenant houses, are operated in almost every single neighborhood across the city. They're just not safe. Not all of them. And we have seen some significant tragedies, some significant fires, loss of life. And I know that even firefighters who put their own lives on the line have been at risk. So if we want to make it safer for everyone, and if we want to democratize the zoning matters and criteria in the city, this is the right approach. Will it be perfect? Absolutely not. I don't think that it would be realistic for me to affirm to all of you that it'll be perfect, but is it a necessary, essential next step for the city? Absolutely. And I hope that the councillors who are struggling with this issue will be able to stand with their community and explain that to them, that this will make things better for them and not worse ultimately, because you need to be able to bring it all under one regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Other members of the committee that wish to speak on this item? 1 second. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. This issue is about leadership. I'm thinking of the comments that Councillor McKelvey made. Those were the comments of a leader. Looking at the current situation and realizing that it's untenable, and doing the work, the hard work, to bring all the different stakeholders to a place of yes is leadership. And finding the bits and pieces you have to do to adjust in terms of enforcement or parking rules or whatever they might be, that's leadership. What's not leadership is bringing to this committee very, very uninformative and inaccurate, by mistake, polls. I look closely at what Deputy Mayor Min Wong brought, and the comments of Councillor Mantis. They both said, we've had thousands of people tell me, or hundreds of people, or in Deputy Mayor Min Wong's case, 34 people tell me that they don't want rooming houses. Well, the question was never asked, are you satisfied with having illegal rooming houses? I can tell you, from having served on council for a long time and listened to my colleagues from areas where there is no path for legal rooming houses, that their constituents tell them that the status quo is unacceptable. I can tell you, I have heard Councillor Mantis's predecessor, Councillor Min Wong, and others here, that the current circumstance is making their constituents furious. Yet none of them present to us today that the current circumstance is unacceptable, and their constituents say so, because they're not prepared to lead. When I first took office, we had 25 or 30, I forget the number, illegal rooming houses outstanding. And I had a public meeting on each and every one of them. They were not comfortable. They were not comfortable. I will tell you that I have had a lot more people yell at me about this issue than the numbers that Councillor Lai and Councillor Min and Wong offered in their speeches today. I will tell you that those same people are now satisfied. They're satisfied because when there was a problem at a rooming house that got licensed, they had recourse. Councillor Min and Wong asked the question, well, what if the operator continues to be bad? This gives us tools. This allows us to put additional conditions on the license until they come into compliance. And if they still refuse to remove the license, which puts the operator in a position where we've got the proof it's a rooming house and the proof that they're not meeting the legal requirements to operate a rooming house, which gives us the tool to force them into compliance. And we have done it over and over and over again. And that's why the people who were mad at me 14 years ago or 13 years ago now see the value of having neighbors whose names they know, who share a barbecue from time to time, who are eyes on the street, and who are living in a licensed rooming house to their neighborhood. I could introduce any member of this committee to dozens of people that I represent who 14 years ago were saying the things your constituents are saying and are now telling me, thank goodness we did this. Thank goodness we rolled up our sleeves and made safer housing, safer neighborhoods because fires spread, and better friends. And that happened because some predecessors of mine led and created a process by which illegal rooming houses could be made legal. It took courage, it took leadership. We're at a moment here where we can lead. Every single one of you knows in your hearts that the current situation is unsafe, is unfair, and is untenable. Let's fix it. Let's lead.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. My grade back. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo a couple of comments. I do understand how frustrated people are when they feel there's no recourse. And out on streets, and they are very different, these streets with the dense packed housing, streetcars, subway stops are different than large suburban tracts that have, and I've seen them, seen the pictures, I've been there, that have just garbage and recycling bins strewn across the front. And I know that all the councillors have seen that, particularly from Scarborough, because that's where I've had people send me photos. So it's frustrating because you say, I don't want that there, but it's just going, it's whack-a-mole. You cannot control how someone's using their home, and you can spend all of your time as a councillor trying to close one down and then find that 2 blocks away, something else is opened up. That's just the way it's been. And this is a 33-year journey that I've not been on it for 33 years. Some of you are just getting on it now. Others have been around longer, and Councillor Perks has done work there. I just want to speak to those who are concerned because their constituents feel strongly that they just want them closed down. I don't think that's possible because it moves 2 blocks over or 3 streets over. What really is good about this regimen is the licensing. It's the same as if you have a problem bar. I don't know if anyone has problem bars in their neighborhoods. I've had quite a few really problem bars. The only thing that's come to bear is the police, municipal licensing, the AGCO, to get conditions on a license, to make it, to bring people into compliance with having, running a good business. And in this case, running a good place where people are living. So the property standards, the grass that's not cut, the weeds, the dumping of all the garbage, the strewn that wouldn't happen within a licensed regime, because every councillor has the right to have a hearing about problem rooming houses. I have had hearings in my time. I have a lot of rooming houses. Most of them just get the notice and say, yes, that's fine. Oh, nothing, it's fine, it's fine. And then there's been ones that have been difficult, where I've had to call MLS, I've had to call the operator, had to say we're going to have, I've got all the letters from the neighbors, that there's something wrong with how this is being operated. And either you fix it or you don't have it anymore. It's really quite simple when you look at licensing in that way. And I think it will actually, I don't want to talk about harmonizing all the bylaws and how we all have to be the same. I just want to talk about the tools that we have and the tools you can use to make sure that no matter whether it's a bar, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a rooming house, whether it's an apartment building that isn't being well maintained by the landlord, whatever it is, that we have the tools to be able to bring those folks into the right, operate in their lane and not outside of their lane. And so I think after 33 years, this is a pretty good deal. And I know that folks, if they're having a difficult time, they have a place to go. That's to you, whether they're the tenant or the neighbors. You have a place to go to get it sorted out. I've had licensing hearings. There's probably been 4 in my time on council, 18 years. That's not very many. But where the police have come and said, well, you know, we've been to this place quite a few times. And the rooming house licensing commissioner said, okay, here's the conditions on your license. You're not able to run a rooming house. Here's the conditions. If you don't meet these conditions, you're losing your license. It's the same as a license for your restaurant and selling booze. If you're selling booze at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, you're not allowed to do that. You can lose your license. You can lose your livelihood. You can lose your restaurant. And I think if we look at it like that, then we can see that this is actually breaking a logjam of constantly phoning, saying, please go and inspect. Oh, I can't get in. This can't happen. That can't happen. Everybody's frustrated. This puts it into a process that actually ends up being very positive for councillors, for the neighbors, and for the people living there. So I think it's time and it's a good plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? Okay, I will speak. I do have, I will be moving the recommendations on Councillor McKelvey's motion. And I do have a motion as well asking for staff to meet with sororities and fraternities to discuss some of the issues that were raised during the deputations. Colleagues, some comments were made here saying that, you know, you shouldn't legalize something that is not legal. How do you expect him to come in compliance? And this reminded me of a report that was at council and that actually was just at the special meeting on June 11th, which was short-term rentals. We created a system to legalize short-term rentals in this city, to welcome visitors into our neighborhoods. I certainly hope that we're able to create a system citywide that will welcome our own residents into our neighborhoods. That's what we're doing here today. We have a system that everybody acknowledges is not working. We heard, and I've participated in some of these consultations. I was at Councillor Lai's consultation, some of the citywide consultations. People are telling us they're not happy with the system that they have. And a lot of those goals that they have in terms of maintenance, in terms of safety, in terms of good neighbor and good communities are the same as those tenants that live inside the house. They're the same goals. We need to bring the two groups together. And that's what I truly believe that city staff is trying to do with this report, is actually telling us that there's not so much difference in what we all want, which is compliance and better and safety living conditions and community relations in our neighborhoods. We have an approach in here that is, it's a strong licensing. And it gives us some tools, some pretty hefty fines. It's going to be much, much higher than what we have today. It brings us a lot more staff to go and to bring into these homes into compliance as well. But let's be honest, it creates a path forward. Look at what the city of Toronto has to deal with in terms of housing today. What is the solution if not a path forward to safe housing other than this that it is in front of us? Are we going to de-house people? Where are we going to put the people that live in these homes? How are we going to deal with this, with the housing situation that we have right now in the city? All we're going to be doing, let's be honest, is creating more people to go underground, not opening the door, not sharing that it is a rooming house, not living in safe conditions, and not allowing us to bring all these homes into compliance. If we're truly interested in solving all these issues, the parking issues, the garbage issues, the compliance issues, we have to come together. The interests are much more aligned than what many are trying to make it seem. They're much more aligned. And I think we have a responsibility to be upfront with residents and ask and listen and act and work with them, but with the real goal of, yes, improving our communities and improving the living conditions of those that live inside the house or beside the house. And I think that this is not our tenants' rights versus homeowners' rights. It is really about building communities. And right now, with the situation that we have right now, this needs to be a housing option across the city. And we've had it in downtown Toronto for decades. And like I said before, we have over 300 rooming houses. We're not going to get inundated with rooming houses. I've heard this same argument when we approved laneway housing. Oh, we're going to have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laneway housing all of a sudden. It's not. We're going to have hundreds and hundreds of rooming houses. It's not. I've had it in my area for decades. If I have 50, it's a lot. I can tell you this much. But I can also tell you that when I have a problem with an illegal rooming house, I have a path forward. I have a path to go and ask licensing to enforce, to make sure that compliance is happening on the outside and on the inside, that I respond to the needs and anxieties of my community on the outside, but also on the tenants that live inside and create good housing. So like I said, I hope that we can build a system around this to create much needed safe housing for the people across the city, and also to build healthy communities, because it's not an us versus them. These exist right now, and we have to bring the communities together to solve this issue. And I have not heard any other solution from any other or any other option from anyone else. No other option has been put at the table to solve this issue other than the one that is in front of us. Okay. And with that, can we move it has to be which one at a time? Okay. Clerks is asking me to do each one at a time. So, Councillor Wong Tam, I think.
Can we record them, please?
Yes, Councillor. Councillor Wong Tam's motion. Councillor Perks, you need each one or just the item after as amended?
I will do just the item.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, all those in favor? Okay, that carries. And my motion, all those in favor? That carries. And last one, all those in favor? That carries. And item as amended, recorded vote.
When I call your name, please indicate how you're voting on the item as amended. Councillor Bailão.
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry.
Councillor
I didn't hear
Bradford.
that.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata. Absent. Councillor Perks.
In favor?
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Sorry. Councillor Wong Tam, item 14, you held that item. It is expiry dates for building permits.
I did, Madam Chair. I do have a quick motion that I will be moving on behalf of Councillor Robinson. If the clerk can please put that on the screen for me. The motion is largely, for those who've been following, Councillor Robin has been doing a very good job of trying to do everything she can to rein in building permits that have been issued where construction doesn't take place or construction has started and then abandoned. So this is her gallant effort of trying to add some additional controls to the building permits after they're issued. I think this committee will recognize that it's been very difficult for the City of Toronto simply because the Building Code Act is a provincial body of legislation and our staff are largely in an administering type of role. But that doesn't mean that we should stop trying because it does, of course, create an adverse effect on communities where there is no construction activity that's taking place if it has started. And oftentimes those sites are unsightly, which is one thing, but they also become unsafe, meaning that people will breach the fence or it becomes a mud pit or it just becomes a hazard overall. So the request is really to try to find ways for us to take back some control. And although it may be difficult because it doesn't all fit under our purview, I think that we should at least try. I know that I've experienced this in my local community. Someone has a building permit, they started a project, and for whatever reason, it stalls. And it doesn't stall for a short period of time. Sometimes it's stalled for years while that site is boarded up. And so thank you very much, Chair. That is the motion before.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this issue? Seeing none, can we vote on Councillor Wong Tam? Sorry, say that again. Councillor Bradford, would you like to speak on this item?
I had the same motion, so it's all
okay.
good to go. This is taken care of. Thank you to Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay, great. Okay, all those in favor of Councillor Wong Tam's motion? Okay, that carries. Item is amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, so last item of the evening, Councillor Fletcher, you held item 19, Councillor's request for a list of surplus federal and provincial lands in Toronto.
Yes, I have a couple of questions of staff, please.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, there are the list of provincial lands that was there. Is that the full list that we have or not?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Fletcher. The province or infrastructure there in Ontario will produce a list of surplus properties, and they follow basically the same process we do. And we're in constant contact with IO to advise if they do have any additional properties. So that is the list, and then we're constantly following up them as well, knowing that we're looking for additional properties with respect to the variety of housing projects that we have underway or looking for properties.
So those are their only surplus properties of all the entire provincial properties in the city of Toronto?
That they've deemed surplus, that's correct.
That they've deemed surplus. But do we know which ones might just be empty? Not.
We don't, but I could always call, I could always get in contact with that IO for them to provide us a list of their vacant land directory, if that's possible, if they're willing to share that with us.
Yes, I think that's really the intent, is to really understand what exists there. We have something of that nature without having declared it surplus. We do have kind of where all our properties are and what's in use and what's not in use at the moment. Do we not have that, Pat?
We do for the city. We know which properties we own. We have it mapped out. We could ask the same of the provincial government as well, specific to the city of Toronto proper.
That would be very helpful. And then for the federal government, I guess we can't, they don't have a list that they disclose, do they?
Not that I'm aware of, but we could follow up with Public Service Procurement Canada to see if they've got what kind of vacant land directory they may have or properties they may have in the city of Toronto. We could do that as well.
Now, their properties, they would not pay any taxes or property taxes on it, or would they?
I'm not an expert on it, but I believe they wouldn't pay federal tax on their property, but I'd have to check with Casey Brennan on whether they pay city property tax.
And what about the province? Sorry. Oh, here's Juliana. Last question before the big day. Yes. Who pays taxes?
If they own and occupy the property, then they're exempt. But if it's tenanted by someone that would pay taxes otherwise, then they would pay a payment in lieu of taxes, is normally how it would work.
So I guess that I'll just ask you, Juliana. It's my pleasure to be able to ask you this question. Would we be able to get a list of those who are exempt from property taxes and what those properties are? I mean, we do have a database of all properties, and most properties have a property tax rate. There are some that simply don't. I guess schools don't, and federal buildings wouldn't, provincial buildings wouldn't, our buildings wouldn't. Is that possible?
Through the assessment role, we should, Revenue Services should be able to produce that, but we wouldn't necessarily know if those buildings are tenanted and who the tenant. We may not have all that information.
I'm not sure that, would it not simply be a place to start in understanding who's paying and then possibly which ones are federal, which ones are provincial? I've been asking for this list for so long and we can't get it. This is kind of a backdoor way of establishing who are property tax paying properties in the city. And therefore, some of them would be federal, some of them would be provincial, and there might be others as well who are exempt.
I think it would be I'm pretty sure Revenue Services should be able to produce that, but they'd only be able to identify which properties are owned by the federal or provincial government. I'm not convinced that the assessment role would identify if those properties are tenanted or vacant.
And then once we would have it, then we would be understanding what they had. So at least we would have that, our knowledge would be clear that that's what there is. So that Pat, she came to your rescue there with that answer. Because Casey's not there. Very good. Thank you. Thanks for that. I will ask for that then, Pat, if we could try to I want to amplify this so we understand exactly what's going on.
So we'll make those requests and then follow up with Casey Brennan as well.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And very nice to see you, Juliana. Beginning and the end of the meeting.
Honestly, I'm tempted to make up a question just so I can ask Juliana.
Yeah, make up a few questions on this. You can ask Juliana.
Hey, Juliana, how you doing?
Okay.
Very emotional.
I'm just going to ask another question. Is there anybody else? Who else would be on the exempt list for paying property taxes in the city? School boards?
Now remember, they would be exempt. They have to own, use, and occupy it for their own purposes. But it would be school boards.
Island Airport. It's Greg. The Island Airport as well. I think they pay payment in lieu of taxes.
They pay payment in lieu of taxes.
I think so.
We worked out not too bad a deal back then, a few years ago.
Yeah. So there would be schools. How about churches? Are they exempt or not?
They're exempt.
They're exempt. Okay.
Okay.
That'd be interesting to see the list. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. And just by way of Councillor Fletcher's extension of the question about churches being exempt, does that mean that synagogues and temples are also exempt? Mosques are also exempt? Or just churches?
No, it's. I can't remember the exact wording, but if it's an official religious place of worship, I think how the legislation is worded.
Okay, thank you.
But again, they have to use it as a church.
Right, thank you. So then coming back to the report, there are on page 2, there's a citing of properties owned by the province, 311 Jarvis Street and 354 George Street. I know those properties are of significant interest, largely because of the George Street revitalization efforts that are underway. You need to have some construction staging area. You need to have some decanting space. And I believe that the city has approached the province on several occasions and asking them what their intended interests are, future interests. Are they staying? Are they going? Are they going to leave it empty? What has the response been so far? Because I don't think I've actually seen a report on what their response is.
Through Madam Chair, Councillor Wong-Tam, they haven't told us what their intent of that, specifically 354 George Street is as of yet. I mean, we've asked numerous times, but given where the property is and the value it may hold, I'm not sure what they want to do with the property as of yet. So it hasn't been deemed surplus. We follow up with them regularly. I can follow up with them again to see what their intent is, but they haven't advised us of any future development as of yet, or what their intent is with the property.
And the George Street revitalization is actually a significant city building effort. It actually is going to contain a long-term care facility. There's a combination of affordable housing and a reinstatement of a 100% shelter. So it would be in the province's interest to work with the city to unlock that block. Would you not say so? Is that an accurate assessment?
And the work we plan to do with public realm as well. So in terms of the streetscape, so it's important that they at least advise us what their intent is for future development of that property. I agree.
Thank you. So I think Councillor Fletcher is doing us all a service by trying to get this issue onto the table, by keeping the issue in front of council, largely because we have a lot of common interests with the federal and provincial government as we tackle the shelter and housing crisis, as we try to build up communities and neighborhoods. Why has it been so difficult to get the province and the federal government to just be much more forthcoming about what properties they own that are underutilized, and why won't they just come and work with us and be much more transparent as we are? Everything is out in the open for us. What is the problem here?
I wish I had an answer for you, Councillor Wong-Tam. I don't. I mean, they may have, given that the city of Toronto is one of the most expensive real estate markets in North America, and depending on which property it is, they may be looking for highest and best use. I don't know for sure, but they may have long-term strategy as well with a lot of their properties that they may not be able to disclose at this time. I mean, we follow up to them regularly, just that they don't disclose the information as readily as we'd like.
Okay, so then finally, I think Councillor Fletcher's intention when she first moved the motion, and I think it came to the committee by way of letter, was really trying to get the information. And she has been consistently trying to get this information. And what I heard from staff's response tonight is that you could ask the province and the federal government for the information. So wasn't instruction already given by city council to go get this information? Why are you telling us tonight that you're going to go get this information?
Good point. I mean, we could look through the land registry office to see who owns what, and that's a way of mapping out the properties, and that's a way of gathering the information as well. We could do that and then map that out and provide a list of what they have total, because that's a matter of public record. You just have to source the information through TerraNet, and then we can gather that information that way. But in terms of what they'd have, in terms of what they'd be willing to from a surplus perspective, is one thing. If you want us to, direct us to look at all lands owned by the province and or federal and the city property, we could do that through a land registry office.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, there are no motions on the item, so motion to receive. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, and that concludes our work for today. Members, thank you so much. To the team here, staff, thank you. I know that we all had saved some hours tomorrow afternoon, but we'll get it back. We did it all today, so thank you, everybody, for your hard work, and we'll see you at council.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, staff.
Amazing.
Thanks, Madam Chair. See you, folks.
Thank you, PHC members.
Thanks to the clerks.